What's up, Ezra? What's up, Rogue? What's up, David? Blessed with an extra stream. It's called GAM being bored. So what I was supposed to be doing all throughout this week was out there with a chainsaw, hacking down trees and underbrush and everything else, and clearing the path for the full length of the fence. Unfortunately, they decided that they were going to try and add $2,000 to the contract and try to amend the contract. So yeah, I'm kind of stuck in the house, and I was like, well, I can do other outdoor work. I can still clear it out and everything else while we find a new contractor. And, yeah, that didn't happen because it's been, I think today was the coolest day so far this week, and it was 109 degrees. So if I don't have to be out in that heat, I'm not going to be out in that heat. And, I'm bored. So I figured I'd fire it up. Might as well get Killer Croc here prepped and ready to rock and roll. So this way, either I'll get in the base coating, whatever, like his priming, get all the prep work done, make sure everything's good, maybe insert some of the magnets, and just go from there. But yeah, it wasn't supposed to be like a serious stream, which is why you guys got it. You could tell. You just came back from watching Spider-Man Brand New Day. That's awesome. I amend my review from a 7 to a 6 after seeing it. I've seen it twice now. I saw it a second time today. And yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on it. And in a way, I get to bounce everything off the wife, and she sees stuff I don't. And both of us were in agreement on a lot of stuff. And to me, it was a step back instead of a step forward. But I'll get into it. It'll give me something to talk about while I'm painting. Or while I'm prepping, because this is kind of mindless work where I'm looking through it, trying to get rid of any of these extra, like, let me see if you guys can see them. There's like little tiny supports in between the fabric, stuff like that. Also, I'm going to use this UV light just to make sure that it's completely, the resin is hardened. So when you see this on, that's pretty much what that is. Making sure that I don't have wet spots in the resin, anything like this. So it screws up the paint. You thought Spider-Man was going to die? Nah. It scared you? No, I mean, the whole thing is you could have... It was 2 movies. When we really break the movie down, right? It really was kind of 2 movies. They could have gone into the man-spider angle, and that would have been really cool, where he fully mutates and then gets brought back or whatever. There's definitely problems with who they made the villain in the movie. Like, even though they gave him a good reason. What's up, Reb? How are you, brother? I'm bored, so I'm doing a prep stream. Nothing important here. From the sniper, from the Punisher shot. I mean, you got to remember Spider-Man's outfit. It's a heavy Kevlar weave. Like he talks about it earlier on, with the scene with him and MJ in the bottom of the boat. And when you go to that part of it, it's like they're kind of setting up for the sniper shot. Same thing with the Hulk fight with the shocker gauntlet and things like this. Like you knew there was certain stuff that was going to get implemented in there. So that kind of saved them a bit. But also when they're in the hospital from the sniper shot, if you remember, the Punisher says, yeah, she used her magic voodoo powers to keep you from bleeding out and dying, basically. Like to save your life. So, for all we know, she used her psychic powers to push the bullet back out of him or something. But the bigger question is, how did the Punisher get all the way to him? Also get his mask back on and get him to the hospital fast enough where he didn't bleed out and die. That's a question for you. Like, So anybody who doesn't want to be completely blown out, because I am going to go through plot points, I will be going through spoilers. I will be breaking down the entirety of this movie to you. Pretty much from the word go. And just explaining everything to you that happens in it. And, if you don't want that, you want to go see it or what have you. Cool. You're right. Thank you, Ezra. But yeah, thank you for dropping by, smashing the like and all that. You have a great day as well. Like I said, I'm all right, brother. I'm a little frustrated. They were supposed to come. So the contractor that was supposed to do the fence, right? Bro, this guy came 3 hours late to survey the yard. My wife was like, I smell beer on his breath because it's like 6 o'clock at night. He brought his wife with him, right? Who didn't speak English. Just letting you guys know this is the kind of business level that was conducted. And he had marked out a bunch of stuff in the backyard where I was going to have to cut stuff down. I don't have a problem with that. So this whole week I was supposed to be cutting stuff down, but at the last minute, we had 1 day left on the contract to cancel. And, I'd been debating it, but they try to raise the price on everything by $2,000 in labor or $2,000 in material, but material hasn't gone up in price. So I was like, you know what? I got this bad gut feeling about it. I told the wife I got a bad gut feeling about this. They're trying to boost it up $2,000, all this stuff. Wife wiped it. Like the wife said, I trust your instincts and shut the whole project down. To my wife's credit, she trusts my instincts. I got to learn to trust hers more if I'm to be honest. Well, that's just it. The whole thing is I got a contract that already says it. So I reached out to the one guy that I know is a contractor, which is Twisted Coral. Shout out to him. He's my brother, and I trust him when it comes to stuff like this. He goes, man, they're trying to boost onto that contract. He's like, you can hold them to it. I was like, yeah, but my fear is this. You're undercutting them by $2,000 with what they want. That means they're going to put the fence up shitty. And he was like, yeah, you're probably right. They're probably going to screw you like that. And I was like, yep, good call. So I, again, canceled the contract. So this whole week, that's why you've seen 2 videos, because I've been fucking bored out of my skull. And I'm sitting here and it's been 109 degrees outside at the lowest. So I haven't been able to do anything in the yard. I've been kind of lazy and my brain's just going every which way. So I ended up watching Spider-Man twice and making videos on it, all that stuff, doing the Lantern video. And I figured everybody else is out there spoiling the hell out of the movie now because it's full on in theaters. And I figure people that don't want to know the spoilers to Brand New Day aren't going to tune into this stream. They'll watch it after the fact or whatever. It's not supposed to be a long stream either. I mean, we do have stuff in the news we can talk about too, but I was going to save a lot of that for the Sunday show. Like basically, Fauci the Fifth is what I'm calling him from now on, because that fucking dude, they need to put him in jail, in my opinion, or at least investigate the shit out of him. And that was a whole mess. Okay, let me, I'm going to cure stuff and work on stuff while I'm talking my smack. Things like this have been happening, which, by the way, guys, I actually put holes in these now, so I can just put the magnet in when I was hollowing it. And I can just put a little bit of glue in there, get the magnet set. Yes, Thursday show. If you don't want spoilers for Spider-Man, I'm going through the entirety of the movie. Just a heads up on that one. And I'm doing this because I'm bored. Like I just went through the whole thing. But yeah. No. And you know what? The whole thing is, I can't just hold Fauci accountable. Fauci's part of it. He was the figurehead, I guess we'll say. But he's not the only one who needs to be prosecuted in this shit. They really did it didn't just hurt America, it hurt the world, in my opinion. Well, actually, not even in my opinion, just statistically, it hurt the world, and somebody needs to be held accountable so that it never happens again. Let's see, what size magnets are these? Are these my 4s? Yep, these are my 4x4s. I make the hole 4.2 millimeter, and the magnet is 4 millimeter, so that it should just fit in there. Let me double check it. That's a tight bit. Yep. Like, I mean, it holds itself in there. So the 4.2 millimeter looks like the proper way to go. I just got to glue. Make sure that's secure so that I can switch out the heads on him, because we have, as soon as I find the right body part, there it is. Because we have the regular Killer Croc, and then we're going to have the new 52 looking like a crocodile Killer Croc. So the heads are going to be switchable. For the most part, I mean, I'm going to be going through it. Like, I'm just talking to talk, if I'm to be honest with you. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of spoilers. I'm going to walk through the entire plot line of Spider-Man. Brand new day. What should work? What shouldn't have worked? Or, to me, after watching it on a second viewing, it went from a 7, and still best superhero movie so far this year, to a 6. And a lot of that was because I actually had somebody to discuss it with, namely my wife. And my wife was pointing out stuff that I was seeing it, and I was kind of saying it like, yeah, this didn't make sense to me. That didn't make sense to me. They could have gone this way with it. And then she would add on to it. And between the discussions or whatever, it was like, oh boy, you have a great day at work too. I kind of figured you wouldn't want spoilers for it. You're probably going to want to go see it. So I'm warning everybody ahead of time. Like, yeah, it's going to be heavy, heavy spoilers on Spider-Man. Part of my problem here is I've got to get into a very tight spot, and I'm not finding my hemostats to get in there to dig these pieces out. I don't know what the hell I did with them. Let's hold on a second. Give me 1 sec, guys. Let me go grab something. Grab my jar of mini tools. Yeah, if you don't want spoilers to Spider-Man, then you can watch my non-spoiler. I completely omitted all. Yeah, I am pissed off lately. It's all to do with the fence line and bullshit. But yeah, if you want to watch me talk about Spider-Man without spoilers and what I would change and stuff like that, there is a video I did the other day that outlines it. But this ain't going to be spoiler territory. Idle mind is as bad as idle hands. I swear it's the devil's playground. All right, so this is your last chance before I get into Spider-Man. Anybody who doesn't want to hear it, doesn't want to know what happens, beat for beat, all that stuff, now's your time. And I'll even type it in the chat that I'm going into spoilers, because I am full on ripping into this damn thing. But yeah, good call too on the grouchy part. I'm real pissed off. I don't like fuckery when it comes to contracts. I don't like fuckery when it comes to my family's protection, safety. I'm still pissed off about the electric company cutting down shit that they shouldn't have cut down and had no need to. Like, there's a lot to be pissed about. And then AI, they're talking about putting an AI data center about 30 miles away from the nearest town, which is going to probably jack up everything. So yeah, I've got a lot to be pissed on. But all right, here we go, guys. Let's get into Spidey. Come to chill and listen to me talk about Spider-Man, which I know you don't give a shit about, Bob, so. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, like I said, there's always something going on in the back end with me. I don't always tell you guys what's going on the back end. people that I talk to on a regular, like David, which shout out to David, will be playing Planet Crafters tomorrow night, doing a fun live stream, hopefully. Chill, relax, all that. But yeah, there's always stuff in the background going on that pisses me off. And I try not to bring it to the stream. But, you know, days like this when my brain's just running, yeah, it's going to come out. All right, so I'm putting in, let's throw this warning on there. Spoilers are active, boys and girls. So, the new Spider-Man movie takes place over the course of basically 4 years. Well, scratch that. The first 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the movie is 4 years have gone past from No Way Home, where everybody doesn't know who Peter Parker is. He's completely been erased from existence. Nobody knows that he's Spider-Man, including MJ and Ned. And like, because he doesn't have anybody in his life, he's like befriended like this one cop. They're kind of friends. And she's like, you know, he's taken down, they show him take down, I'm trying to remember every supervillain, but like, it's just real quick and it legit looks like comic book covers. And I'm pretty sure most of them are, but he takes out like a mob gang up on a rooftop. Then he takes down Boomerang. He takes down Tombstone. He takes down a guy named Ramrod. They show him run his head into a wall. Like, but it's like shots from comic book covers, basically. And then I'm trying to remember who else. He takes down Tarantula, which all this is all in the trailer. Like, they show most of the stuff in either promo material or trailer, but it's only the first, like, 5-10 minutes of the movie. You still haven't seen No Way Home yet? Do you need me to rehash the end of No Way Home for you, Reb? Like, have you seen the others? I can rehash No Way Home, basically, real fast if you want. You know, like, I can just tell you what the ending of it is, and then, you know, it leads right into this movie, basically. Damn, there's a lot of support in there. But, yeah, so basically, at the end of No Way Home, Doctor Strange, he has to make a choice. Either everybody's going to know who he is, and they're all going to be hunting for Spider-Man, like Peter Parker / Spider-Man, and that puts Ned and MJ in danger. Or Doctor Strange, I've seen the others, but I know he gets Strange to wipe their memory. Yes. So Strange can do the spell to wipe out where nobody knows he's Peter Parker, but he can't half do it. He tries to half do it, and it ends up pulling in all the villains and everything earlier on in the movie. So he has a choice. It's all or nothing. Either he wipes everybody from knowing who he is, or everybody knows who he is. So he ends up choosing to wipe everybody out, and then, you know, it goes into this movie. So over the 4 years, you see Ned and MJ go off to MIT, and you know this because Spider-Man's basically being an online stalker. And he's watching their feed and all this kind of stuff. Like, because Ned's posting every year that he's in MIT with MJ. MJ has a new boyfriend, all this kind of thing. And then the movie kicks in with him, like, you know, thinking back to loving MJ and all that crap. And he's up on like a skyscraper on an I-beam. And all of a sudden he gets reports of a tank rocking through the city. Dude, I'm tired of Ned and Zendaya too. And because I can never remember the name of the actor who plays Ned. They served their purpose, in my opinion, especially if you've seen No Way Home. Like, at the end of it, it should have been the end of it. And that's part of my critique on this. Part of my problem with this. So, no, that's just it. Ned has no clue. Like, he's completely, at the end of No Way Home, nobody knows who he is. Aunt May's dead too, by the way. She dies in No Way Home. But, yeah. So he gets this, he starts chasing the tank, and like I gotta give it credit. Like the thing that really made the movie not a total like, if it was just based on the story, I'd have been like, yeah, this movie's like a 4 out of 10. But because of the action scenes and the web slinging in particular, and the web powers and everything else, that's what makes this movie really, really good. Also, I am inserting this first magnet in here. Got some glue on there, so that's going to adhere and let that glue out. The chest pieces now should be fully cured and set. But he goes swinging in, and it's cool. Like, he lands on top of this car, like he tears the turret off the tank and all this while he's going at it. And they're like, yeah, it's headed towards this thing called the Department of Damage Control that houses a whole bunch of supervillains and all this kind of stuff. And you see Scorpion in there being let out, and he's basically being put into a helicopter. They got him all under arrest and everything else. And that's another one that Spider-Man takes out in like the first 5 minutes of Scorpion. Like, he beats Scorpion up. They cameo her back in. Marissa Tomei gets cameoed back in here towards the end of the movie. But yeah, so he tears the top off this tank. He lands on the tank. And then, you know, they're like, it's headed for the Department of Damage Control. He's trying to avoid all kinds of damage, stuff like this. And all of a sudden his spider sense kind of triggers, and an explosion hits the back of the tank. And it's the Punisher in the Punisher van. And he's chasing down the tank too. And like, he's got a hole in the front window where he, like an opening in the windshield where he's shooting like a rocket launcher through, like a grenade launcher, basically. And Spider-Man jumps onto the front of it, pulls his grenade launcher away from, and like webs it to the top of the van. And he's like, Frank, just go home, stop, you know? And Frank Castle, the Punisher, making sure I've got the polarity right. I'm gonna have to mark that. The Punisher basically whips out a second grenade launcher, points it at him. He webs the front of it, and he's like, go home. And he's like, I'm not going home. Suit yourself. And he fires the grenade. Of course, because it's too close, it doesn't explode. So it just blows Spider-Man back on the tank. Spider-Man kind of webs the bottom wheels of the tank up as it's about to hit, and launches off the tank back into the van, kicks Frank Castle, the Punisher, through the back of the van, through the windshield, goes through the windshield, kicks him through the back of the van, and it webs his mouth before he can say motherfucker, and tells him to go home. And he's like, I'm going to kill that kid. The tank ends up flipping because Spider-Man like webs like a wall and webs the front of the tank, makes it wedge and flip over, and it goes through the wall of the Department of Damage Control. And he's like, everybody be ready, it's armed and dangerous in there, whatever's going on. Pops it open, and inside is a little old lady. And he's like, what the hell? And then he realizes like his spider sense starts triggering. Pretty much, well, they say bullshit and shit a lot. I don't know if it's exactly PG-13. But you've seen pretty much this whole chase sequence in the trailer too, including the next part, because then the little old lady's like, oh, what's going on there, Spider-Man? And then it jumps, like he can feel it with his spider sense, like the jump, but it jumps to another person, and then another person, like whatever it is leaping psychically. And it's going up to the roof where Scorpion is. So Spider-Man's like, yo, secure her. I'll be back. He goes up to the roof. And when he gets up on the roof, like it has leaped into this one guard who tells the helicopter pilot, like, yeah, don't take Scorpion to this place. Take him to this building instead. And it's like, everybody's just kind of looking curious. And like, even Scorpion's like, what the fuck? And yeah. The guard's under control or whatever. Spider-Man runs up to the roof, and the guard's like, are you going to save me, Spider-Man? Goes to jump off the roof. He pulls him back in and then webs him to a wall. And he's like, you know, what the, and the guard tells him basically like, yeah, let's see what's going on in your mind, and jumps into his mind, but can't stay there. Like, it can't see anything, so it hops back out. Then all of a sudden the guard goes back to normal and is like, well, right before he goes back to like normal guard, he says to Spider-Man, you know, whatever this thing is controlling the guard, says to Spider-Man, you know, this whole time you overlooked one thing. You didn't ask what was inside the tank. And then it flashes down to the tank and there's a bomb in there ticking down. So he grabs the guard, jumps him off the roof. It blows up, does all kinds of damage, but everybody gets out okay, because right before Spider-Man ran up to the roof, he said, clear the building. So they've cleared out the building. Now I'm trying to remember what happens after this. Oh, I know what happens after this. So Spider-Man needs help now. So he goes and he finds Yelena. You know, I like to call her Pudgy Black Widow, the replacement Black Widow, on the Thunderbolt slash New Avengers. And she tells him basically his problem is small potatoes, not big potatoes. But this whole scene is done where she's like, welcome to my office or whatever. And she's sitting in this hot tub where you can't see through the water, but she's naked. She's naked in the hot tub. And she says, you know, you have to get undressed and get in here with me. Yeah, Thick Widow. That's a good way of putting it. Well, wait, wouldn't Thick Widow be Erica Kirk? So, yeah, he basically strips down to his underwear and his mask and gets into the hot tub with her. And she says, yeah, it's small potatoes. And he's like, is it the same kind of thing that they did with the Black Widow, you know, stuff where they brainwash you guys? And she said, doesn't sound like it. Sounds like a demon or possession. Yeah, no, she's not. And, yeah, so it's kind of like, I don't even know what the hell, why he needs her info or anything else. She's not going to call in people to back him up. And he basically, like, I'm trying to remember how it went from there. So he leaves the hot tub thing. He's working with an AI because the other part of what's going on with him at this point in the movie that they start getting into is he has arachnid hormones that are mixed in with his DNA, and those are starting to accelerate. And it's basically like, it's from him working so hard and not dealing with losing MJ and Ned. So what it's doing is it's elevating him and it's turning him into a monster, basically. Now in the comics, what it did was it turned him into Man Spider, which would have been really awesome if they went the full Monty with it. But he's trying to work on some way of dealing with that with his AI, and his AI like spies on basically every camera in New York. Stuff like this, like think Tony Stark's AI, yeah, like Friday or Jarvis, but it's called EV. And they just kind of show how he's like living alone, all this kind of crap. So he basically, he's got all this going on. He's spying on MJ, he's spying on Ned. And then he goes into the coffee shop. He sees Ned, follows Ned back to his apartment because MJ and Ned got a brand new apartment. And they're having like a kegger in their apartment or whatever in New York. And he brings flowers or whatever and kind of sneaks into the party, introduces himself to Ned. Ned's been tracking Spider-Man this whole time and created an app that tracks Spider-Man. It's like Spidey Tracker or something like this. And like Ned has a whole, you know, the detective board behind him showing like, oh, well, maybe this person's Spider-Man, maybe that person's Spider-Man. MJ comes in, he sees her with the boyfriend or whatever, and basically from the emotional shock of it, shit, I just need something to put a little paint on. From the emotional shock of this, He ends up leaving the party all upset, but it triggers something in him. He gets back home, he starts having this real nasty headache, and he ends up passing out. When he comes to, he's hanging out the side of his building in his underwear, wrapped in like a spiderweb cocoon. And he's hanging there or whatever. And then the webbing starts to rip. He starts to fall. He's like, oh no. And he's looking at his wrist and he doesn't have the web slinger shooters. Next thing you know, he shoots a web out of his wrist and is holding from it, but it freaks him out. So he starts smacking it and falls the rest of the way to the ground. He's going in and now he's like working with the AI trying to suppress this because it's giving him real nasty headaches, everything else. And, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to line it up in my head exactly how this plays out. So he's like, I'm going to need help on this. And I'm skipping stuff in here that I didn't really give a shit about. But he ends up going to whatever university that Bruce Banner's working at. Because he's like, hey, I have a question. He's like, oh, you're not one of my normal students and all this. It's like, what's your name? He's like, Ned Leeds, which is his buddy's name. Finds out that, Bruce Banner, he's talking with him because Bruce Banner has this thing on his wrist that inhibits the Hulk from full transformation. Like even Professor Hulk, he's just normal human Bruce Banner with this thing on. So he's like, is there a way that I could develop something like that, an inhibitor, but it would keep the good parts and filter out all the negative effects? And he's like, a universal one that would work on anybody? He's like, yes, but it would be super complex, super dangerous and all this. So, of course, that's what Spider-Man starts working on. So he starts working on this thing and, to inhibit it. And what he finds out is he's got his normal web shooters, but then he's got the organic ones in his arms too. They don't work together. So if he fires, like he goes to shoot his web shooter, all of a sudden the organic web will come out and blow his man-made ones off his wrists. So he's got to figure this out. Well, while he's in the process of doing this, and the headaches and everything is because his senses have gone into overload, and they show you like how the AI is basically feeding in the arachnid hormones and the human hormones and where they're in balance and when they go out of whack. Well, when it's going out of whack, his senses go like, think of if you've ever seen Man of Steel, how Zod, when he takes off the helmet or his force field or whatever, and all the senses kick in and all that, it reminds you of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Like when he first sees everything slowed down and he's hearing like a pin drop and, like he's trying to do the whole like go web, fly web, up and away, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I hate Mark Ruffalo too. He barely had to act in this, so it was all right. And I mean, one of the things I really loved about this movie was the way the Punisher and the Hulk actually flow into it. Like they did it seamlessly where it felt like they were always part of that world. And it was fantastic the way they did it. Whoever did that deserves all the kudos in the world. But basically, while he's working on this inhibitor thing, there's an alert that Scorpion is breaking into another one of these Department of Damage Control centers. So he's got to get there fast. And he's just using the organic webs and everything else. He starts fighting Scorpion. The webs aren't working right. Scorpion's kicking the shit out of him. And then out of nowhere, he starts getting pissed. And as he's getting pissed, the arachnid hormones start taking over. His eyes go pure black. And then all of a sudden, he's like super, super strong, like overpower strong. And starts, just beating the shit out of Scorpion. Like bad. And while they're fighting, he's like, why are you doing this, Scorpion? And Scorpion's just like, you think I'm Scorpion? Oh, you can't sense me anymore. And it's like, what the hell, right? Good on you, Bob. So there's one part, and they show it in the trailer, where he smashes Scorpion into a police car. He almost kills that cop when he does it. Like, he hurts her really, really bad. So he webs up Scorpion or whatever, turns, you know, like, and then as he's calming down, the arachnid side of him is calming down too. Yep. What's up, Melissa? All hail the power of Bob. And it turns out that, like, you know, he goes back to normal Spider-Man. He's like, oh my God, is she hurt? Did I kill her? All this kind of stuff. And it's like the detective that he's friends with comes walking up, and she's just like, I don't know what's going on with you. You need to figure this out. This can never happen again. She's going to live, but this can never happen again. So he goes swinging off or what have you. And maybe I think I got that in the right order. I might have it out of order. He might have done the whole Scorpion fight and then gone and seen Bruce Banner right after. I can't remember which way the sequence goes. It's like a little bit of jumble in my head, even though I just saw it a little bit ago. Trying to cite back an entirety of a movie without taking notes. So he ends up working on the inhibitor. And while he's working on it, the inhibitor keeps overheating. And he ends up like testing it out or whatever. And when it overheats, it makes him drop web grenades, blows him out on the street. And this dude comes walking up and he's like, hey, Spider-Man, everything all right? And he's like, yeah, just working on some new tech. And the dude starts talking about, yeah, well, you know what? What's going on, Peter Parker? So you want to learn about it? Okay, well, that's fair. I mean, there's a lot to go through because you got 3 other movies that all feed into this one, basically, because they do a lot of flashbacks to the other 3 movies with him and the friends. And so he realizes it's the entity, and it calls him Peter Parker, and he's like, what the hell? And it's like, yeah, I'm in your apartment right now. Look at this. It's like a normal 20-year-old. Oh, what's this, a love letter? Oh, so MJ, because he wrote this love letter at the end of No Way Home that he was going to give to MJ, and then chickened out on it. And he's held on to this letter the whole time, and she finds it, like the villain finds it, basically, and is reading the letter off to him, verbatim, and calls him Peter Parker, all this stuff. Which, if she already found his apartment, she would know he's Peter Parker. So, yeah, like, exactly. Oh, damn, right? Like, oh, shit. And the entity is just like, look, I can go a lot faster than you, so you better get the web swinging. And starts jumping bodies to go after MJ. So he takes off with these organic web shooters. He's all screwed up with them and all this, but it's an emergency. Goes flying, catches, figures out that through the AI that the body leaping is limited to 33 feet. And the body leaps through like a wedding, all kinds of different stuff. And I'm trying to remember what happened next. It's the only problem with this is remembering the steps. Oh, so he ends up showing up at MJ's, gets MJ, takes her up to this rooftop, and MJ starts telling him how she's like, my mind's scrambled, but I swear I know you, all this kind of thing. Well, I'll get to who the entity is, because that's one of the major spoilers in this, is who the entity turns out to be. And when I get to the end of this, I'm going to tell you, like, some of it pissed me off, if I'm to be honest. Anyway, he takes MJ up to this roof. She pretends like she knows him and all this. He's hugging her. He actually takes off his mask, shows her who he is. And it's like all of a sudden, while he's hugging her with his mask off, Zendaya, MJ, she turns around and is just like, it's the entity in MJ. It's this body leaper is in MJ. The psychic is in MJ. And it's just like, oh, you know what? You really thought I was her, all this kind of stuff. Why the entity needed to see him without his mask on when it already knows that this is Peter Parker makes no sense to me. Actually, let me flash back real quick because I did cut out a part. The reason why he thought he cut off the entity from getting to MJ before him is because there's a helicopter that takes off from the wedding. He webs the helicopter up to a crane and is like, there's nobody up here for 33 feet, so good luck getting out of this. I'm getting to MJ first. That happened beforehand. I'm sorry, I skipped that part. Anyway, as MJ jumps off this roof, as the entity makes her jump off a roof, basically, he saves her and then takes her to the Punisher to basically guard her. This is where the movie really slowed down. Oh, God, did it crawl. But they had like a whole conversation between them. And then he realizes the reason why the inhibitor's overheating is because MJ looks at his work on a computer and figures out that the eye things in his mask to let a limited amount of light through are creating a magnetic field on his head, and it's interrupting the signal. It's messing with the signal to his mask or to his inhibitor. Like it's generating an extra magnetic field. So he, shit. I'm sorry guys, messing with the magnet at the same time. So he ends up adapting it and the inhibitor works. So he's like, great, now I just got to go find this entity and get this thing on the entity, basically. I see something that isn't going to stick, and the reason why is because I got to push this magnet all the way through and reset it. My problem is, am I going to be able to get it out of there? I can tell you where that magnet landed. Right in the top of his head, because anyway, trying to remember what happens next. So they figure out that when he saved MJ, this car had pulled up right before he takes her to the Punisher, and a guy gets out and he's like, look, I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt her. And the entity's talking to him, and in the back seat, it's the person who's controlling the guy, and he gets a screenshot of the person's face. So they use the database, the AI database, all this stuff to figure out exactly who it is. It's Jean Grey from the X-Men. This not familiar with the entity, so when he jumps into someone, he knows what they know. Basically, yeah, reading the mind, right? Turns out it is Jean Grey from the X-Men. That's who Sadie Sink is playing in this. You can look up the actress, all that. And I had heard rumors that Jean Grey was going to be in this, but yeah, absolutely. And my spoiler free, I didn't want to tell everybody, yeah, it's Jean Grey and all that, because they try to keep it so secret, even though it leaked early and I had pretty much known this is where they're going with it. What's up, Francois? Good to see you. So yeah, it's Jean Grey from the X-Men. It turns out that is who is controlling people's minds and jumping and everything else, and has this issue with damage control and is looking for something called VMAX. And I'm trying to think. So yeah, we get the reveal it's Jean Grey or whatever. And Spider-Man takes the inhibitor. He makes a second one. He's like, if I can get this inhibitor basically on Jean Grey, it'll shut down her psychic abilities. Like it should be a universal thing where it will shut down all abilities. Jean Grey, not the Phoenix, just Jean Grey. They found like a 20-something-year-old girl with bright red hair that honestly, they're going to have to, if they redo the X-Men, they're going to have to make everybody teenagers. I'm just going to let you know that, or 20s, like real early 20s to do the X-Men right. And again, like I said, at the end of this, I'll get into the damn problems with it. Oh my God, will I get into the problems with it that I had? Because again, on second watching it second time and knowing it's Jean Grey, 100%, all that, there's stuff I would have done that they didn't do in this movie. But anyway, so he tells, Punisher, like, watch MJ, all this. I'll be back. And he goes off because now Jean Grey, they've gotten a hit on her face, and she is attacking the main building for the Department of Damage Control. She's decent looking. I wouldn't say she's like overly hot. She's girl next door hot. She was in Stranger Things, and I think that's the only thing that anybody would really recognize her from. But she's a kid, so I'm not going to say a kid's fucking hot either, you know? Like, anybody below the age of, like even Sydney Sweeney, you can say she's attractive or whatever, but to me, she's still a fucking kid. Like, I don't know. But she's young, and they even mentioned that she's a teenager in this. So Spider-Man gets to the department. Well, actually, Spider-Man leaves, and he's taken off to go to the Department of Damage Control to try and stop Jean Grey. I'll get to it, Reb. It comes up. I'll explain it. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Stranger Things either. It was too many member berries. But, and what's her issue to mess with Spider-Man? She's not really trying to mess with Spider-Man, but again, I'll get to it, Rebel. I will get to it. So he shows up hold on, fast forward, but flip back. He takes off to go to Damage Control. MJ says to the Punisher, you need to watch his back. So the Punisher's like, all right. And he shows up, and this was one of the best damn set pieces here, is Spider-Man shows up at the Department of Damage Control. The wall's blown out. There's like everything in there is kind of wrecked. All the agents and the head of the agency are basically locked in this vault, and the vault, like you hear this pounding on the vault door. And Spider-Man gets there. Jean Grey realizes that he's there. And then he has her confronted because she's standing in front of the vault, and he's like, how are you going to get your way in there? And she's like, I'm not. He is. And then you get Professor Hulk. She tosses Spider-Man the inhibitor, and it's Professor Hulk's. It's Bruce Banner's inhibitor to lock in the Hulk so he can't become the Hulk, and he's Professor Hulk. And Spider-Man's like, gets hit with, I can't remember if it's like a big trash can, something heavy and metal, like knocks the shit out of him. And then Professor Hulk starts just kind of kicking Spider-Man's ass for the most part, like beating him up. But he's being controlled by Jean Grey, like mind controlled. So he's getting the crap beat out of him. And then Hulk picks him up like he's going to smash the fuck out of him, like has a hold of him. And all of a sudden, pow, 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 pow. Like bullets just start fucking bouncing off Hulk's face, off his arms, everything else. And he's like got to cover himself. Because again, this is Professor Hulk, so it's not full strength Hulk. And it's the fucking Punisher. And he's just running through the door with a fucking M60, like, oh! Like going off, like just unloading, sets Spider-Man free, throws a couple stun grenades in there for, good measure or what have you. And then, so now it's Professor Hulk versus Spider-Man and the Punisher, and they're kind of throwing down with them. That goes on for a minute, and it's a pretty cool sequence. And then the Punisher and Spider-Man kind of regroup behind some cover. And Punisher's like, look, I'm going to go hunt for her. He's like, what's going on? He's like, Banner's not our issue. It's Jean Grey controlling him. He's like, I'm going to go find her. I'm going to put her down. He's like, Frank, don't kill her and all this kind of stuff. He's like, you do you, I'll go do me. And he's like, wait, are you using this as a way to get out of fighting the Hulk? And he's like, well, yeah, kind of. And it's just like, it was funny. So the Punisher goes after Jean Grey. Spider-Man goes back to kind of scrapping it out with the Hulk. Yeah, I mean, to me, when you show off your comic book collection and stuff like that, Francois, we'll talk about who's the fan and who's not. That's where I'm at with a lot of things. But this is all in the confines of the Sony Spider-Man universe, so it is what it is. And again, if you know the difference between Professor Hulk, Savage Hulk, World Breaker Hulk, And yes, Hulk does get bigger when he gets shot or gets angry. He gets more powerful as he gets angry, right? But Professor Hulk is an amalgamation of Banner's mind and Hulk's mind, so they're never going to be as powerful. Like Demon Hulk is probably, I think, stronger than World Breaker slightly, but World Breaker Hulk's one of the strongest, and that's when his wife and his kid his kid lived, but supposedly got killed on Sakaar. On Sakaar, rather. Not Scar is his son. Sakaar. Anyway, so Spider-Man goes back in at the Hulk, and the Punisher gets mind controlled by Jean Grey. And because she's taken her focus off him, the Hulk is now, Professor Hulk has become Banner again. So Spider-Man walks up. He's like, look, put this inhibitor I made that he was going to put on Jean Grey. Put this on. It'll suppress the fucking Hulk. Right? And he takes the inhibitor. He starts to put it on. And he's like, oh my God, my head. And he tosses the inhibitor across the room. And Spider-Man's like, wait, what are you doing? He's like, is she back in your head? He's like, it's not her. It's the other guy. And he can't control it. And he's like, Banner, you got to fight it. And out of nowhere, he's just like, there is no Banner. There is no girl. Only Hulk. And like fucking turns into Savage Hulk. And when I say he swells to like twice the size he normally is, like his Professor Hulk and everything else, like you're like, oh shit. So Spider-Man grabs webs the fucking inhibitor to him. He's basically running from the Hulk at this point and like webbing everything. He goes down this hallway full of servers and shit. Hulk does a clap, blows him through a fucking wall. It's fucking great. In the meantime, he sees, he knows the Punisher's mind control because right before the Hulk freaks out on Spider-Man, he fucking the Punisher walks in the room and goes, good luck with that, Peter. And he can tell like he's possessed now. The Punisher goes over to the vault with these explosives, wires them to the door, and has a timer on the explosives because Jean Grey's controlling it. So Spider-Man's trying to fight the Hulk and stop the explosives at the same time. He gets a hold of one of Shocker's gauntlets that Damage Control is fucking with or whatever, and like puts it on, and it's like the Hulk blows him through a wall, is smashing him off the side of the building. And then like starts tearing out like the side of the building as they're falling down. Spider-Man's webbing up the chunks of the building because he doesn't want it hitting people in the street. So he webs all that, webs it to the Hulk. And then Hulk basically like throws him into the side of the building, like through a window into a whole blown out chunk of building. The weight is like pulling the Hulk back, but the Hulk's just walking the fuck through it. Like pulling all this fucking weight that's just hanging midair from him. Spider-Man jumps with the fucking gauntlet like he's going to Superman Roman Reigns punch this son of a bitch. And fucking Hulk just grabs his hand and crushes the gauntlet on his hand. Blows him back. Yeah, I mean, I agree to that to an extent. They went a little bit more gritty in the Batmans before him, but they also cartooned the hell out of it. They didn't find the right balance until, as far as Batman goes, until Batman the Animated Series, when they found the right balance of Batman. And then that kind of came through in the Christian Bale. But, yeah, Batman's a whole different animal from Spider-Man. Yes, the clap can be devastating, and I mean, it was crazy, but... So basically, as they're fighting or whatever, Hulk's got a hold of Spider-Man now. He's about to like crush him. And Spider-Man's like, Bruce, you got to remember who you are. You know, it's me, Peter. I'm your friend and all this. And then the Hulk kind of sees his reflection and Banner starts to take over. So the Hulk starts to weaken a little bit and just lets go and lets himself fall out the window, basically. Like Banner got control of him, hits the ground or whatever, and you don't see the Hulk really again. But then Spider-Man shows up just as the Punisher and Jean Grey have already blown into the vault. Punisher shoots like two of the guys that are guarding the main director of everything. And she starts to ask him a question, And as she does, the web comes flying out, sticks the Punisher's gun to the wall. Spider-Man jumps through, hits the inhibitor on the back of Jean Grey, and like glues it on there with his web. And so her power's shut down. The main dude shoots her with a tranq dart and knocks her out. Right? Like just passes her right out. And right before she drops, she says, Sarah. And he's like, so now they've got Jean Grey on ice. They're like, yeah, we're taking her to this facility on whatever island. I think it's Roosevelt Island in New York. We have a facility there. We're going to take her there and see if we can't help her. And then the Hulk, you see Bruce Banner. He's like, I didn't hurt anybody. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. They load him into an ambulance and send him off to a psych ward. And again, that's the last you see of the Hulk for this. So, like I said, having Savage Hulk back, though, was fucking epic. It was like, oh, shit. Like, we're not fucking around here. And Punisher and Spider-Man fighting Hulk, best scene in the movie, by far, bar none. So, it seems like, the villain's caught, all this other stuff. Well, Spider-Man asked the main guy, like, the main director, he's like, yeah, she said Sarah right before she passed out. What was that about? He's like, oh, that was somebody I worked with. She was in my head right before you got there. So she was just repeating something that she was seeing in my mind. He's like, oh, okay. Doesn't think anything of it. Ends up catching up with MJ, who's found the letter. And she's like, look, you wrote this love letter and everything else. I don't remember you. I don't know who you are, all this. And I'm sorry. I'm not the same person that fell in love with you. So he's like devastated. And she's like, hey, can you give me a lift home? He swings her back to her apartment. And he ends up going upstairs and meeting Ned. Like she invites him up and is like, why don't you come hang out with Ned? All right. They get up there. They're kind of acting like, like old friends catching up. And again, it was just like, damn, dude, like you're supposed to have grown past this. Like, I don't know. I'll get to my critique in what pissed me off at this at the end. And how I would change a lot of things. But they're sitting there and they have this whole conversation and all this stuff. They're talking about his web shooters and Ned's all like fascinated with it. And then Ned goes walking out of the room because he ordered takeout. It's been delivered or door dashed or whatever. Oh, I got more supports in here. He ends up, MJ's like, well, why don't you tell him? And then, like who you are. He's like, well, that's just it. I don't know if I really want to reveal it to him and everything else. The whole point was kind of keep you guys safe. And he's like, what was it like? He goes, this is the second time he goes, what was it like with, not being able to remember any of this stuff? And she's like, it's kind of like a light switch. She's like, it's like when I was controlled. She's like, I was in my apartment. And then when she reached into my mind, Jean Grey reached into my mind. It was like somebody flipping a light switch and flipping me off. And then next thing I know, I'm awake falling off a building. And he's like, wait, so you don't remember anything about when she was in your mind? And she's like, no, why? And he goes, oh my God, then what that director told me about Sarah, he was lying. So he calls Yelena and calls Thick Widow and asks her, and she looks up her file and she's like, yeah, there's a bunch of redactions here, but she had a sister. And he's like, what's the sister's name? And sure enough, the sister's name's Sarah. And it turns out that Department of Damage Control took her into custody. It then he's like, oh my God, I've got to go help Jean Grey. The Wolverine, they messed that whole movie up. It was the weakest one. Logan was probably the best out of the Wolverine sagas. That and Deadpool Wolverine was pretty good. But I digress. So So basically, now it flashes and it's Jean Grey who's unconscious and dreaming, basically. And it's a flashback to she's younger, her and her little sister in a park. Her mother and father abandoned them because they both have telekinetic powers. They both have telepathy. And the sister's teaching her how you leap between people. And she's like, look, getting to that person over there would be hard. But if you jump from this guy to this girl to that girl, it shortens the distance, and that's the limit of my psychic abilities at this point. So she leaves bodies. Well, shows her how to do it, and then she's like, "Hey, look, ice cream. I'm gonna get. You want mint, and I'm gonna get chocolate like normal, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." As the sister gets close to the ice cream, 2 trucks come up, and you see the director of damage control. They shoot her with a tranq dart, and she like falls down, and they start rushing her with the guns and everything else. Jean Grey goes to run to help her sister. The sister takes over Jean Grey's mind and makes her run the opposite way. She's like, "I'm sorry, Jean." She runs the opposite way. And then Jean Grey wakes up, like comes out of it and realizes like, oh shit, the ice cream truck's still there. There's nobody in the park anymore. Like, fuck. You know, like, I don't know what happened to my sister. So that's Jean Grey's whole setup and reason why she's doing this is it turns out that the sister sent her VMAX as a telepathic message. And it's the last thing that was sent to Jean Grey. So, yeah. Now you're in this room with the director, and he's like, "Yeah, we had your sister here, everything else. And, you know, thanks to Spider-Man, we've got you inhibited. And we're going to learn how your psychic powers work, basically, so that we can control other, you know, non-humans or threats. So this way we can just make them surrender. We can render them pacified, basically." And it turns out that the room is like, it's a glass room with fake walls and stuff. They lift up the walls, and there you see like they had the hand there, all this stuff, and it's a control room. And he's like, "The control room's 40 feet away. You can't reach us because your limit is 33 feet. But just to be safe, we made it 40 feet. And so he goes and sits down, and what they have set up, it was built for her sister. And it sends a pulse and makes her basically use the leaping power so they can measure the psychic force and how it works, and they're studying it. Well, while they're doing this, good old Jean Grey looks up at the vent, and she sees Vent Max, but the V, just past it, like it's a sticker, and basically the top part of the sticker has started to peel, so it says VMAX. And she realizes like, yo, this is the last place my sister was before she died. So now she gets all fucking amped. Wah! X-Men Origins Wolverine was crap, dude. You need to see Logan. If you've not seen Logan, Logan is the movie you want to see. It's the only time you will ever see, well, outside of Deadpool and Wolverine, where you see Wolverine actually behave like Wolverine in live action. Just telling you. Flat out, Logan is a masterpiece of a film for a lot of reasons. I do remember the Don Benitez parasocial raid. Shout out to Don Benitez. And then I actually do remember you. Yes, I do. That chilled guy. Yes, I do. Welcome back, brother. Anyway, so now Jean Grey freaks out, and her psychic powers, basically, they're like, oh my God, she's off the scale. She takes control of the one guy who's working the control board that has control of the inhibitor switch, and like shuts him down. And then it's like, if you ever saw Logan, it's what Charles Xavier does, where everything just freezes in time, basically, like everybody. And it's a bubble, not just around the island, but reaching in the parts of Manhattan. And Spider-Man's already on his way there. And the Punisher's like, yo, I'm going to shut her down. And he's like, Frank, you can't kill her. He's like, you do things your way, I'll do things my way. She's too dangerous to just let free. So the Punisher, like, almost drives into this bubble, gets out, sees it or whatever, and starts going up to the top of this building, because the facility where Jean Grey's being held, the walls had blown out, so now you can see in there. Spidey goes and gets in there. He beats up a bunch of guards, but then the psychic pulse goes off while he's in there, and he goes walking in, and the hand's in there. and he sees them, and they're supposedly quote unquote reformed and working for Department of Damage Control, but Jean Grey has control over them. She's like, look, they killed my sister. They did this. They did that. And this director is going to die because of it. And he's like, look, you can't do this and everything else. Spider-Man starts fighting the hand, and he's holding his own, but he's getting the shit beat out of him. And then they break one web shooter off him. They break the other web shooter off him. And then they beat the hell out of him. And he's like laying there, and Jean Grey is talking through the hand. She basically tells him, like, flat out, like, look, you have to make a choice. Either you can be Spider-Man or you can be Peter Parker. And he takes off his mask because he's like draining, like he can barely breathe. He's beat to shit. Like his whole face is all tore up. Cool. See you soon, Melissa. Dude, you need to see Logan. Trust me, when you see Logan, it's not made for kids at all. Logan is vicious, and it's epic, and it's great. It's the best of the Wolverine movies, period. End of sentence. There's no better movie than Logan. If you like that movie was not very good. Logan was really good. Like, just epic. But, yeah, so Spider-Man's sitting there, and then he's thinking back and thinking of his friends and all this because Jean Grey is relaying lost. Yeah, brother, I'm telling you, listen, if I can suggest, it's probably one of the greatest superhero movies of all time because of, it's an old gunslinger. It's basically like an old Western. It's awesome, though. But he's like, so Spidey is sitting there and he like has, he remembers back to everything that's gone on in the past couple movies and stuff like this and all the loss and all that. And then she's like, which is it going to be, Spider-Man or Peter Parker? And he's like, both. And he reaches up and he pulls off the inhibitor. His eyes go black. And he like, one of the, and you see it in the trailer, one of the hand jumps with a sword like he's going to stab him. He catches it with the webbing and shatters the sword and then shoots him with the webbing. He goes flying back and he's about to hit a spike on the wall. And he webs him and stops him from hitting the spike. And his eyes go back to normal. So now he's got like the organic parts of it, the arachnid boosted hormones going on, but he has his mind. So he's learned to balance it. And he basically kicks the hell out of everybody, kicks down the door to the control room. Like he webs everybody up, kicks down the control room, goes in, there's Jean Grey. She's about to kill the director. And he's like, look, you're not a killer. She's like, look, I couldn't get in your mind before, but my powers have accelerated. So he, Spider-Man's just like, go ahead, go into my mind. And it's basically the talk he has with Aunt May about, with great responsibility comes great power, and her breaking down like you're going to have loss. Because you're special, it's going to be different and all this other stuff. And he brings Jean Grey around, but everything's still psychically locked down. And in the middle of this, all of a sudden you just hear like, you see like his spider sense has gone off and he's staring and you see the flash from a barrel and you see the bullet coming in at him and it comes out of his mind into reality. He grabs Jean Grey, spins her, and the Punisher took a sniper shot, hits Spider-Man in the back with it. Like he shielded Jean Grey. Jean Grey lets go of all the psychic control on everybody. Trust me, when you see, technically, Wolverine Origins isn't a Marvel movie. It was a Fox property. But so's Logan. So, yeah, I'm going to tell you now for free. Logan is amazing. Watch Logan. It's got heart and soul to it. Like, it's all around good. And if you like stuff like Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood, you'll like that movie. It's really good, and he kills people. Like, I mean, flat out, just like feral rage with his claws, tearing people down. So Yeah, basically he gets hit with the sniper bullet. He's like, I'm okay and all this, and he's not. He falls down. He's bleeding out, and then the next scene is basically the Punisher carrying him into the hospital. He's got his mask back on, but Punisher's running in. He's like, you guys got to help him now and all this. And then he wakes up in the hospital bed without his mask on. The Punisher's the only one in the room. And he's like, yeah, Jean used voodoo to help save your life and all this. He's like, I don't know where she is. She's gone and everything. And he's kind of apologizing, admits that Spider-Man's like his friend and everything. So he's like, great, how am I going to get out of here? He's like, yeah, they had to cut the suit off you. He goes, but there's only, your mask is still here. A couple parts. He goes, that's okay, kid. When you're ready to leave, I got you. And Spider-Man, he ends up walking out as Peter Parker outside. And as he gets out there, you hear, look, there's Spider-Man, because there's all these well-wishers. The street is full of people with Spider-Man gear on, cheering for him and everything else to come out of it. They're holding vigils and all this kind of stuff. They look up, and in the window, the Punisher has put on the mask and like Spider-Man's gloves and is like going, yeah, and like cheering and stuff. And so Peter Parker's able to fade, walk through the crowd and get away and all this. And then the absolute end of the movie, he's up on like a high rise. He's drinking a cup of coffee. He goes into the coffee shop where Ned always goes. There's Ned sitting there, and he looks up. He goes, oh, yeah, I remember you. You're that guy who brought flowers to the party. And they do the handshake that they've done through the first 3 movies. And Ned's like, you're Peter. Like he remembers. And that's where the movie ends. Oh, yeah. And Jean Grey was on a bus leaving New York City. So that is the entirety of Brand New Day, guys. That's it. Like spoilers, plot points, everything else that happens in the damn movie. The Ned and the Zendaya parts killed me on this one. I get it. You're doing it for emotional punch, right? Like, oh, well, he sacrificed. He loves her. All this kind of crap. The problem is, and this is my problem with it, and why I say I don't just present problems. I had an issue with this movie. It sucked. I could just say that and leave it at that. Or I could say this part was a problem and it sucked. You are not providing any way of solving your problem. So somebody who just says, oh, well, this part sucked and moves on from it, well, tell me how the fuck you would fix it. So the way I would have fixed this movie, because I would have changed pace on this. I'd have made it where the whole evolving powers and becoming Man Spider, if you were going to go with that, I would have made that its own movie. That could have been its own movie. And then I would have just introduced Black Cat into the mix. Those villains he fights at the beginning of the movie, Tombstone, Tarantula, Scorpion, Boomerang, Ramrod, I would have had those be the villains in the movie, and he's fighting through all of them and dealing with Black Cat as the new love interest. I'd have done that as the first one, because the whole thing is in No Way Home, it's about letting go of everything you love and sacrifice. You've undone that sacrifice with this movie, because by the end of it, he's got Ned in his life. He's got what's her name in his life, MJ in his life. That's kind of crap in my opinion. It's like you fell backwards. It's not a brand new day. It's falling back to old shit day. You needed to move forward. Have it be, he meets Betty Brant and all that. Something like this, but Felicia Hardy as Black Cat would have been an epic, will they, won't they, almost Batman Catwoman. And instead, they fell back to his old friends, his old, oh, remember when kind of crap. And it was like, okay, but you've just removed all the emotional punch from No Way Home. No Way Home's still the better movie. I would have introduced Black Cat. So you can do the Man Spider thing as one movie. And again, like I said, this felt like 2 different movies, like 2 movies that were sewn together. And you have them fight all kinds of different villains. right? That could have been one really cool movie, and then I don't know how you would come to the conclusion of that movie is like he's just moved on, or he starts developing his powers at the end of that movie, going to the Man Spider arc, actually have him turn into Bond 007. I do remember you from the raid. I actually do remember you. You could have had him like, you know, and then do the second movie. If you're going to bring Jean Grey into it, for one, at least get her backstory right. Now, I understand that this is Sony / Marvel, but Jean Grey's backstory, I believe her parents sent her to Xavier's school. They didn't fall out with her. They knew she was special and wanted to help her because they loved their daughter. She didn't have a sister as far as I remember. So I don't understand any of that, right? The other thing is this. You want to talk about epic? How epic would it have been at the end there where Spidey gets shot? He's sitting there with her. The power is still active. And then all of a sudden, all you see is the wheels from a wheelchair come in the scene and say, Jean, I can help you. And it turns out, you know, you never have to show the actor. You never had to see anything more than that. You give him a slight British accent, and Professor X has shown up and is reeling in Jean Grey as one of the first recruits for the X-Men. You know, that would have made more sense to me. Even if you wanted to keep her backstory with the sister and why she's out for revenge and, you know, all this kind of crap, that's the way I would have gone with it. Like, you could have really set up for it. And the reason they're not setting up for something like that is because Doomsday is going to wipe out every world. So they're going to reset, to an extent, their timeline anyway. I just, like I said, they really needed to get, and I wasn't alone in this. The wife said the same thing. She goes, all that emotional growth and dealing with loss and letting your past lie is part of becoming an adult. So therefore it would have given, technically, Spider-Man in Up to No Way Home, he's a teenager in high school. You're leaving that part about you behind, and you're becoming an adult. You're becoming a man. You're becoming Spider-Man. And you erased all that with this. Like, you could have gone in a whole nother... Instead, you just went back to Zendaya and the dude who plays Ned. And it's not that I hate those characters, but it was like... We're rehashing this and undoing the actual emotional punch of what it's like to lose everybody in your life you love and not knowing, because real life, we don't get those second chances. Somebody passes away, a pet, a family member, hell, a love lost because a girlfriend broke up with you or whatever. You don't get it back. And like, you don't undo that emotional punch. You learn to get stronger within yourself. You learn to deal with that loss. And that's part of growing up. That's part of becoming an adult. So I think they took a step back, in my opinion. Well, that's just it. I mean, if we go by the timeline of this, he's not a kid anymore. He's not a teenager anymore, because they show at the beginning them in college getting into MIT, and then they show their senior year is basically when he shows up, or, you know, like when they're graduating MIT is when he comes back into their life. So that's 4 years gone. So he's got to be at least 22 in the movie. I'm going to say he's supposed to be like 22 in the movie, and he can pull off the 20s. But yeah, it just, like I said, taking the emotional sting away from losing everything like that. The only one who remains dead is Aunt May, and there's a lot of flashbacks to her. But I don't know. Make sure I got my poles right here before I go dipping this. All right, so this side down. I still have enough paint on there to mark. Shit. Paint dried. I talk too much. But yeah, it's just... So that part killed me. You could have introduced I really liked the guy who plays Scorpion, and I like Scorpion. I thought they did a good job with those two. Like, that was cool. I really wanted more Tombstone. They found an albino black dude to play Tombstone, and it was like epic. Like, it was great. It was great casting. He looked great as Tombstone. I really wanted more Tombstone, and like he's in there for like a hot second to like get thrown off a building, webbed up, and caught. Just disappointing. The other part I would have done is they focus mainly on Department of Damage Control, this evil corporation that killed Jean Grey's sister by doing all these experiments on her, everything else. The other part I would have done is I would have changed Department of Damage Control over to Oscorp. You could have made it where instead of Ned, Harry Osborn has now become Peter Parker's best friend. His father's running Oscorp. His father's doing shady shit, doing this stuff. This psychic, it gives a little bit more weight to why he would want to stop Jean Grey from harming like his friend's father's business and all this. Finding out that Norman Osborn's evil, you could use that to lead into the Green Goblin for a future movie, right? And you know, him being torn on, do I tell Harry that it's his father or not? Kind of like they did in the Raimi films. Pink gunslinger. What do you mean by gunslinger? Like a cowboy? What you want painted, Rebel? Let me know. I know I started working on an Ed 209. I'm still cutting him down. He's big. He's got some big pieces. I'm either going to have to shrink down. I don't know how the hell I'm going to do it, but I also want to play with chroming on him. So that's going to be interesting. Quick draw McGraw. That would be awesome. But yeah, like if you switched out Oscorp for it, then that actually does play into Avengers lore, Shield lore. You could really get into it there. You also could do Doc Ock kind of like they did in the video game where he was partners with Norman Osborn, you know, stuff like this. And you can get the Doc Ock out of it. You can get into the Sinister Six. I'll see if I can find him, brother. I mean, Todd McFarlane is my favorite. As far as comic book artists go, he is definitely one of my favorites. Like, he's the reason why I really got heavy into Spider-Man when I did, is because he started drawing on it and writing it. He's the first one to give Spider-Man with the emotive eyes, and he's the guy who built Venom. Let's be honest about it. You know, the original Venom, taking something that was obscure, Secret Wars #8, the first appearance of the black suit, and taking that black suit and actually turning it into something. And it's a shame that he and Marvel hated each other so much. But yeah, McFarlane's always been one of my favorites. I do have a bunch of Spawn models. I have Gunslinger Spawn, but I don't think I've actually seen Gunslinger. Matter of fact, I'd have to look up that damn character because I'm not entirely sure who the character is, unless you meant Gunslinger Spawn. The Gunslinger comic looks so cool. I'll look it up, bro. El Kabong would be epic. Actually, there is one guy, I think he put his models out there for free, that does all the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons like that, like Quick Draw McGraw. The one I always wanted was the Great Kazoo from the Flintstones, the little green Martian. I'll look it up, Reb, and definitely, if it's something that I can find a model on, I'll do it. That's an interesting one. I've never heard of that. I don't know why I've never heard of it either. It's weird. Oh, you meant Gunslinger Spawn. I think I just got him maybe 2 weeks back. Let me look on my other computer. Where the hell's my other mouse? Yeah, I'm looking it up now to see, but I think I got that model the other day. I think that was in the one guy Berserk. Shout out to him. His full collection. I think he had a gunslinger spawn. And then Wicked did. He did Altair. He's doing. Wicked's doing for his video game term the Assassin's Creed. He did a Templar Knight and Altair. Altair is not my favorite of the Assassin's Creeds. It's definitely Ezio hands down. Look. Berserk. I'm checking now, Brad. I got to get in my library, grab my other keyboard, mouse, everything else, because I've got it on the big screen monitor behind me. All right. All right. So Medieval Spawn, he did Omega Spawn, Dark Ages Spawn, Cursive Spawn, Commando Spawn, Angel Spawn, She Spawn. He didn't. That's weird. So I do have a bust for Gunslinger Spawn, but I'm not seeing a statue. Okay, if I type in Gunslinger, it comes up. I do have a Gunslinger Spawn. Yeah, I'll do that one. I'll put it. It's going to be queued up. It's going to be a while. I still got to get through all my Christmas presents, all that stuff. As a matter of fact, I haven't even fired up my printer with all the stuff I've cut down. So that's going to be rough. But it's definitely one to do. I can put that on a list. If you want that one, Reb, I'll do that for you. Do you want? There's people that definitely have requested stuff that I do have on the list. And there's stuff that, you know, with you, Reb, I would do it for you. You've been a big part of the stream. You have been a huge help when it comes to different aspects of this stream that I don't even think you're aware of. All right. I just set the magnets. This one should be at least dry enough and tacky enough. Make sure they hold so that the head holds on there. So I put the magnet in. Again, I do this in the pre-processing. So that's one magnet. Make sure the head holds, doesn't fall out. So we got our normal head. This one is still a little tacky, so I got to be careful with it. Matter of fact, I'm pulling paint off the magnet. And there's the other head. And even though it's way heavier, it's still holding. I don't like the cut line in this. It's got kind of a break line in the head, but it's holding. Looks good. So I just got to let that dry the rest of the way. That's the preferred head. Less of a line too. But yeah, he'll have switchable heads. So that's all set. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That's a good suggestion. I haven't done any spawns. I won't do the angel spawn simply because the wings are so huge and heavy. You know what I mean? But back to good old Spidey. Removing an emotional gut punch from No Way Out, him just having to be alone and deal with it and becoming a man and becoming Spider-Man was the whole point to that damn movie, and you undid it with this one, in my opinion. When a second viewing, it really comes through even more than the first time I watched it, where it's like, yeah, but I didn't hate this movie. I thought it was pretty good. Pretty good movie. Like, just some of it, you had those scenes that dragged that didn't need to drag. You could have been. You don't need to be full action, all gas, no brakes. The pacing was good in it. Um, just the emotional punch, it didn't land with me at all. All right, our Arkham Asylum sign is cured. I mean, this was never meant to be a super long stream anyway. Like I said, I fired it up to be bored. But yeah, there's going to be people raving about this, saying it's the best of the Spider-Man movies. When it comes to the action is about an 8 or 9 out of 10. It, I kind of wish Sam Raimi in his trilogy had the tech we do now, so that he could do the webbing the way they do it now. Because I mean, it's epic the way he'll like punch somebody up in the air and you just web them straight to the wall. It's really cool. Very, very, very cool. Unfortunately, technology advances. One of my other major complaints, if I'm to be honest, is he has Tony Stark level tech in his loft, where his AI. Now I'm thinking about it. His AI was like overpowered. So it'd be like, oh, I need to figure out the leap distance between people. AI, analyze it, and it's analyzing everything. Oh, the inhibitor, keep track of this, do this. Like he relied way too much on that damn AI to help him. I mean, how did it look? It looked really good. Um, there is one scene though in the beginning with Tombstone and what's his name, Spider-Man, where they're fighting and they're out on like this ledge on the roof, and Tombstone has him by the throat and is dangling him off. He's like, "How long do you think it would take you for you to hit the ground or whatever?" There was something with that. You could tell they did that on green screen. It was all right, but it was still off. Like your eye could just tell it was fake as shit. But like the web slinging and stuff, they'll go from like he'll dive off the side of a building, shoot a web out, start swinging, and it'll put you in first person through his eyes what he's seeing seamlessly, and it was fucking awesome. It was like watching a video game or something like this. Like you felt like you were swinging with Spider-Man through that city. So that part of it was great. Again, Sadie Sink, if they're going to do Jean Grey as a young girl, like a teenager, like early 20s, whatever, she's the right actress. She definitely proved it. There was no part of her performance where I was like, oh, yeah, this is terrible. She was actually fantastic in the movie. I thought she was actually really well cast, really well done. And apparently, the reason why they even went to Jean Grey in this movie, from what I understand, is because Kevin Feige wants to cast her as Jean Grey in the main Marvel Cinematic Universe, and this was kind of a test to see how she would come across as Jean Grey. Because if she sucked in the role or whatever, they would probably go ahead and recast her and just say, "Oh, that's only in Spider-Man's universe." You know what I mean? That was Jean Grey from his universe. So now I think fans are going to accept her as Jean Grey. But yeah, that one's going to be interesting to say the least. I got to be careful pulling out these supports because, like, I thought I'll show you guys right here. I thought was a support. It's not. It's part of this dude's collar who's been ripped in half. But yeah, it was it a good Spider-Man film? It was. Is it the best of the new Spider-Man films? My opinion, no. That still goes to No Way Home. Even though there's a lot of callbacks to Raimi and The Amazing Spider-Man, I still think it was a better movie overall. It has an emotional gut punch at the end, all that kind of stuff. This didn't. This didn't have it. Like, it was missing. I mean, if I'm to be honest, one of the things that should be cool going forward, and we'll see how they do it, the big team ups usually with Spider-Man or Spider-Man and the Punisher. But really, it's Spider-Man and the Human Torch are like really, really good friends. Johnny Storm and Spider-Man are like best friends almost in the comics. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue with the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. It's going to be pretty wild to see the two of them playing off each other. I mean, if you're going to do the Venom story arc, then the way I would do it, damn, if I'm going to do the Venom story arc, the way I would do it is I would do it kind of like Secret Wars, the comic book, because they're going to Battle World and they could kind of combine the old story in there with how he gets the black suit. So in the original run, the way Spider-Man gets Venom put on him is because he and the Fantastic Four are on Battle World. They're fighting. Their costumes basically get destroyed. There's these, because they're on an alien planet, there are these tubes, and they figure out that it makes costumes. Fantastic Four gets in one side of it. They get their black and white costumes, but they can't control them like Spider-Man can. They just have special properties, the unstable molecules or whatever, that allow them to like let the cosmic powers through. And Spider-Man steps into the other one, and when he comes out, he's like, oh, look, shorts for the summer. And he can completely control the suit with built-in web shooters, all that other stuff. During the initial run on Venom, the first person that he goes to, or the first people he goes to try and get the suit off him, because he realizes that the suit is sentient and starting to take him over and make him do like hardcore things, is Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four. And they use an ultrasonic cannon at first to hurt the suit. And they think they've got it, and then the suit comes and possesses them again. And then that's where you get the whole bell tower scene that they had in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3. So if they wanted to do it right, it would be the Fantastic Four assisting him with Venom. The only problem is, well, this is another problem with the new Spider-Man movie. No J. Jonah Jameson. How the hell do you do a Spider-Man movie without having him in the background talking smack the entire time? In some way, shape, or form. You don't have to do the newspaper because the newspaper is kind of gone. But the way they portrayed J. Jonah Jameson, where he was kind of an Alex Jones podcaster, that would have been cool. Or how they do him in the video game where he's doing podcasts and they're playing on the radio. And he's like running Spider-Man down the whole time. That could have been really cool if they did it that way. But yeah, the fact that you're missing J. Jonah Jameson in this, it feels like something's off. Like you need that person like, he's just a menace. The only reason why the Spider-Man is doing this, the whole psychic burst and everything that's happened in New York is this menace's fault. I'm telling you now, maybe he's adapting powers of arachnid like he's going to suck out people's entrails. Like you needed that conspiracy level, crazy, I hate this dude just to hate on him kind of deal. And there was no sign of him in this. No J. Jonah Jameson. So that was another disappointing aspect in my opinion. I love J. Jonah Jameson as a character. I love J.K. Simmons when he plays J. Jonah Jameson. He is the definitive as far as that character goes. I don't think Spider-Man wanted to catch HIV, bud. Like, just saying there. Matter of fact, who was she with? She was with an MMA fighter and she gave him that stuff, right? Wasn't it? Am I wrong here? Am I misremembering? I swear. I swear I remember something like that. She was with, what was his name? Tito Ortiz, I think it was. Race swap. Who'd they race swap? I don't remember them doing a race swap. It's always been J.K. Simmons. As far as I know, I think it's always been. I mean, some characters I can understand, like the race swap works, other characters it doesn't. It depends. Like Miles Morales Spider-Man is a lot different than Peter Parker Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Peter Parker is definitive Spider-Man, in my opinion, but Miles Morales is a cool character unto himself. Like, and that could be interesting. It was in a different timeline. I don't remember that one, man. I honestly don't. I'm sure you're probably right. I just don't remember. But yeah, Miles Morales Spider Man. Actually, tell you the truth, the Spider Man video games, they're pretty damn good. Like Insomniac, and I don't have. Matter of fact, they got a Wolverine game coming out that looks pretty cool too. I got to wait for them to come out on PC. I refuse to buy a PlayStation, so I don't like PlayStation. I don't know. It's never been my preferred console. There's, matter of fact, I had a PlayStation 3. I had like 10 games for it, and it was mainly the God of War series. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was Into the Multiverse. Multiverse was a great movie too. Like I said, Miles Morales, cool character. Peter Parker, as much as I hate to admit it, because it's my daughter's, I guess, boyfriend, fiance, whatever the fuck he is. He said it to me. He's like, I like Miles Morales better than I like Peter Parker. I'm like, you're fucking nuts. And he was just like, the whole problem with Peter Parker is everything is lost to him and he's never allowed to be happy. I was like, actually, that makes perfect sense. You're not wrong. I mean, PlayStation does make some really good games. The problem is that now I own a PC and PlayStation puts their games out for PC. And I've got like a higher end PC. I can play those games. Um, Everything else I get on Xbox. The next console generation's coming, and to be honest with you, I think I'm probably going to go pure PC at that point. Maybe keep my Xbox Game Pass, but I can play all those games on my PC without the console needed. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the next game generation. But PlayStation used to be awesome because they got all the Japan only games, basically. So if you wanted to play like Final Fantasies or something like that, that was the way to play them. Resident Evil, stuff like that. But since time's gone on and a lot of that exclusivity has gone away and they're sharing them across platforms to gain more money off stuff. Like, I don't know. You can kind of get away with all of them. Like, there's a point in time where you could only play Halo on the PC or Xbox, and now that's kind of gone to PlayStation as well. Gears of War was another one that was Xbox exclusive. Stuff like this. Where it's like, if you like the JRPG and stuff like this, you would get a PlayStation. If you liked American style games, you got an Xbox. That's kind of gone away though. At this point, I think PC has been the master race, but there's so many games that you can get on PC that haven't even come out yet. Like that game Icarus I played, for example. They have like 4 or 5 different DLCs that aren't in the Xbox version. That game's been out for like a year and a half before it ever made it to Xbox. Although soon, I guess I should warn everybody of this, September 9th, I believe it is. Expect the return of Smurf, the Brokeback Mountain Vikings, and Valheim, because the last chapter of Valheim is supposed to release. And when it does, Smurf and I might either play through the entire thing again, including the ending, or pick up where we left off. But it'll be a return to form for the two of us. And we're both looking forward to it. Let's see. I got to give myself a little pat on the ass here. I got a lot of these supports out of this resin. I'm finding very little in there. And even drying, it's not bad. A lot of times when I do the supports out of something, I'll leave a good chunk of them in there by accident. Like this one still got some in there, like this chest piece, this bottom half of the chest. Matter of fact, let me see how it looks. Make sure I don't have linear lines in there. If I actually flip them around right. Nah, that fits like pretty much like a glove. You got a little seam line in that, but it's not even going to show up once the scales get painted and everything else. I mean, he should look, even just doing this much of him, he should look pretty cool. Let's take a look. Now I can magnet that head on there. Yeah. He's going to look pretty damn badass because this arm comes out. I know it comes out like this. He's got half the body up in the air. Yeah, he's going to be good when he's done. If I paint him right. If I don't paint him right, it's going to look like shit. So what else you guys got for me? Anything good in the news? I mean, we did have the Fauci testimony. And I don't know why he was declaring the 5th when he already has a pardon on him. I didn't think that was legal. But he did. Everything. They asked him the color of his tie, the color of the rug in the room. He was like, according to my counsel, I cannot answer that question. Or, I invoke the 5th. And just a lot different from the guy who was like, Senator Paul, you know nothing about what you're talking. You don't even know what gain of function research is. He changed his tune when his diary leaked, and it turned out he was full of shit. You got that going on. We've got an escalation trap that's been happening, but I think it's about to get real, real ugly where we could be getting into a world war if we're not careful. Thanks to Zelensky and Netanyahu. It's actually not even a bit worrying. It's very worrying with what they're talking about or what they've done, because Ukraine apparently launched drones and hit Iran. So that gives Russia open field to get involved. Not good. Only other thing I really got to talk about, because I've been bored, so trying to find old shows to watch and stuff like that, and I didn't even know this show existed. But apparently it's been on Discovery for like 15 seasons, and I'm up to season like 6 or 7. It's called Moonshiners. And I'm digging that show. Like, it cracks me up. Like, these guys going out in the woods, setting up a still and like moonshine and everything else and making like tens of thousands of dollars off this. I was like, what? Damn, this piece in here will not come free. Those little drill holes in it are tiny, and I got to be careful not to break the foot out. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else is going on. Anything that I missed? Like I said, boring. Big thing I had was Spidey and just reviewing it. But I put out the video with non-spoilers and figure I'd spoil the hell out of the movie for those who wanted to see that part of it, because everybody else seems to be spoiling the shit out of it. So I figured, why the hell not? Like, really getting into. Speaking of, well, no, I better not hit the end spoilers because that might cause problems. But really get into what issues I saw in the movie, how the movie played, whole 9 yards. There we go. That little support was stuck in there. That's one of his legs. Been a long time since I did a Thursday stream, too. I'm actually, thank you guys for showing up. I'm shocked by that one. Figured I'd have exactly 0 viewers and just shut up and paint. Apparently not. You guys must be as bored as I am. That claw is going to be nasty. What's amazing to me is, I don't know if you guys can even see this on stream. Get it in close. Can you guys see all the little bumps in the fabric, like the actual texture? Did a great job with this sculpt. One thing I did see, because thanks, Francois, it's your fault it came up in my YouTube feed. I saw that Warhammer might be in trouble. Apparently, they put out the 11th edition rulebook and model set or whatever, and it has sold 75% less than the last one. People are kind of pissed about it. Still don't know the full behind of it, but yeah. I definitely saw something to do where Warhammer may be in trouble because of it, because they're not posting sales like they normally do. Damn. This one's got some ingrained. I just tore a whole bunch of this stuff out. Yeah, I mean, anything new, Reb, that you've seen? You're my roving reporter. Like I said, you're an invaluable part of the show, because usually when I'm speaking falsely or something's messed up, I mean, I had to issue a correction because I went and looked up that Section 219 of the NDAA for myself, just to read what it was. Basically what would happen, it's not we would be combining our army and, like command structure with Israel. We would be giving them access to all our military secrets as far as technology goes, and our experimental weapons like directed energy weapons, AI, all that stuff. So I had to write out a correction for that because I didn't want it, I don't like, I may hear something and repeat it, but usually I say take this with a grain of salt, or I could be wrong on this one. That one I was talking like I was cocksure, and it turned out I was not correct in what I was saying. I was not correct in what I was saying at all. The rest of it are intelligence and the technology part, yeah. But the command structure part, no. And apparently, I think it's the U.S. Somebody correct me here. The USMJ, is that what it is? But there's a military code of conduct that lists out your command structure, and it's basically a contract between your military and the government, that says you basically will answer to no commander outside of military command or out of United States command if you're signing that contract. You've been watching the Lindsay Clancy. Is she getting like nailed out? Are they like? Are they? Is she like done? I still don't know any man, or for that matter, a wife, that if their husband killed their kids, the wife killed their kids, that the husband were, their spouse would be like, oh no, it's okay. I still support them. Fuck that. But yeah, I'm sure that one's going crazy. And you're working your balls off, not much time for news. I can't blame you. I was hoping to be working my balls off, cutting down trees and underbrush and all this other stuff, and really just sweating it out for a couple days. Because I've even had the utility company here ready for that fence to show where the underground internet lines are, all that, so nothing gets broken. And yeah, bad. Just pissed me right off. I've been pissed off. I've been pissed off since they cut them trees down. I got some ghetto son of a bitch up the road from me who likes to play his music real loud, and that tree was blocking the sound waves getting through and like hitting the side of the house. So now every time they want to go all, wilding out, I get to hear like their music like they're in my backyard. Piss me off. And because they're smart, they don't do it past it'll get to like 9:30 at night and they'll shut it down. They'll go like 7:30 and start it up, 9:30 shut it down. Can't do anything about that. If it's past the curfew of the town, then you can call the cops, have them go bust it up or whatever. But they've been doing it like damn near every day. So. But as far as, it's crazy. I've been trying to stay away from the news as much as possible. Stuff still leaks through here and there, so I'm just knowledgeable enough on what's going on. But I'm not watching it like I used to watch it. Like I used to watch the news like it was my job to watch the news. And I just don't have the stomach for it. One thing I have noticed, though, and this is an interesting trend that I don't know if it's going to continue, what's going to happen. It seems like a lot of not just conservative commentators, but Democrat commentators, outside of some of the big ones, have been falling off hard and nobody's watching their stuff anymore. I've noticed that. Oh, really? So everybody in the courtroom was like all jacked up about the 911 call? I do know. Speaking of which, don't let me forget. Don't let me forget Charlie Kirk there, Reb, because I got something about that too. I did see. But that's crazy. If they showed the exercise bands and the EMTs describe what they saw, that right there will pretty much put the bullet in it, in my opinion. Because EMTs, if they say this is like one of the worst things I've ever seen, that goes a long way. Especially anybody who knows what your average EMT sees and some of the horrors. It's like talking to a combat vet that was a medic and some of the stuff they've seen. Like, there's stuff they've seen, you don't want to know what they've seen. You know what I mean? And if they're like, yeah, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen, that will go a long way with the jury, where the jury will more than likely, if they have any understanding of what an average EMT deals with, it'll be bad. It'll be bad for for the defense. Just my 2 cents on that one. But yeah, so I don't forget this. So Charlie Kirk, they showed a video supposedly in the courtroom that showed Tyler Robinson getting in the crouch position, taking the shot, all this, if we're to believe Jack Posobiec or what's the gay dude? The download gay dude. Benny Johnson, right? Allegedly download, I don't know for fact, but, you know, I've heard that Benny Johnson's actually on the DL. But yeah, apparently I've seen videos from both of them and Tatum too. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, even Brandon Tatum have come out and said, yeah, you can clearly see him take the shot. You can see Tyler Robinson's face, like all this kind of crap. You can see the rifle, everything. They released this video that's the zoomed in version of the video. And Benny Johnson said something like it's in 4K. That shit ain't in 4K. It's grainy as fuck, for one. For two, you can't see Tyler Robinson's face, and somehow he's got like a black hoodie on. Then you can't see the gun. You don't see anything from the shot. Nothing. Like, it wasn't good. Benny likes Johnson. Oh my God. Wait, so the EMTs and the cops were crying on the stand? And they said the kid's eyes were bloodshot? Holy shit, bro. Yeah, that woman's cooked. She's done. I mean, look, there's definitely been times where I think all of us collectively as human beings have lost our shit or lost our minds in one way or another. If you're on a battlefield and you lose your shit and you take a bunch of people out, that's one thing. That's the heat of battle. If you're at home and those are your children and you even felt something like that coming on, you think you would seek help immediately or have something there to keep you from doing something that epically terrible? You know, especially if you're a mother, like dads. I mean, I hate to say it this way. Fathers, even though they're protective and stuff, get abusive and can do screwed up things. Mothers are usually less so. Every now, you know, like I'll say if we'll say out of 100, I'd say like 20 mothers, 80 fathers, right? Like I think that's probably the right slice of, because dad should be disciplined, stuff like this. Mom's usually the emotional, loving one. Oh my God. She tied the bands like you would tie your shoes. So she didn't just like wrap them in like a garret. She actually like tied the bands around their necks. Bro, that's fucking brutal. I can't watch stuff like that. I want to go into a courtroom and punch someone in the face. You know what I mean? And go to jail. Like get beat up by a bailiff. All right, this, I got to figure out which leg this is, because there is a curvature right here in this key, and I got to make sure the curvature is actually in the model, or this is not going to fit. No, that's correct. So the curvature actually works. All right, cool. Really? How is there sympathy for her? Like, oh, mental illness is a thing and you don't understand. I do. We used to have these things, they were called loony bins. And we used to put people in them that got psychotic like that. And usually it was actually true story. I had a old boss, shout out to him. And he was with his second wife when I was working with him. And he still to this day one of my best mentors. And I asked him one time, because we'd have to drive between job sites, you know, and we'd chit chat, and we were actually really close. And I asked him flat out. I was like, "What's the hardest thing you ever had to do in life?" You know, because I can't remember what I was dealing with at the time, but it seemed like a hard thing. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm probably being dramatic about this." He said, "The hardest thing I've ever had to do was my first wife. I had to have her committed." I was like, "What?" And then he broke it down. And he's like, "Yeah, she got to a point where, I thought we could get past it and everything else, but she became dangerous. I'm still friends with her to this day, but I ended up committing her, and then she divorced me because I committed her." He's like, "But the reason we're still friends is because she thanked me because she was about to hurt herself or somebody else." And he didn't have kids, thank God, but he was like, "Yeah, you could tell she was having like psychotic breaks, basically." I mean, so it's just to show you the timeline in which everything played out. Like, oh, please God, tell me it was like an instantaneous thing. It wasn't like a 10 times thing. Like it kept, like, it wasn't like, this went on for 45 minutes or something. It was like 2 minutes and it was over. Please tell me it wasn't like drawn out, because that's even worse. I mean, even when I was a kid and we would go out and shoot up the woods and hunt animals and all that, you had one rule. If you hit something, you put it down fast. You don't let an animal suffer. And I would think you would want to do the same thing for a person for the most part. Yeah, I can understand, but at that point in time, if you know something's wrong, then it's really, unfortunately, up to the spouse to recognize that. I don't want my children hurt. You will not hurt my children. Like, if I ever hurt my children, my wife would end me. Just saying. Like, if I even, like, just hauled off and, like, me and my son, and my son's, like, in his 30s at this point, but me and my son got into a fist fight and I beat the shit out of him, my wife would fucking end my ass. She would wait till I fell asleep and end me in my sleep. And that's like a 30-year-old man, let alone when they're young, you know? And same thing, if my wife ever said, like, I'm going to, had any kind of breakdown like this, like she was going to hurt my children, I probably would have put my wife down too. But that's also the agreement I've always had with my wife, that the children come before everyone, everything. Goes, for me, it goes children, wife, pets, and then myself. But I think that's the way that shit's supposed to play out, especially if you're married happily. Oh my God, 20 minutes? This woman, are they going for they going for lethal injection, or what are they going for on her? Hopefully not the rest of her life in jail. Because somebody like that, you just take out of society completely at that point. In my opinion, that's game over at that point. That's when you need, like, I swear to God, we need the Punisher. We need Punisher for crimes like that. He was clueless. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, clueless to the actual action of what was happening at that given moment. Okay, I can accept that, right? Clueless to your wife's to your wife starting to go slowly crazy where she gets to that point. That's a bit different in my opinion. If I'm acting funny, my wife is going to know right away. She's going to be like, "Yo, you're not acting like yourself. What's going on?" There's going to be questions, and I'm not going to be able to play it off. And if something's going on with her, I usually acknowledge it and recognize it right away because you're paying attention to your partner. You're going through this life like, you know, yes, there are marriages where people keep secrets from each other, they cheat, all this kind of shit, right? I get that. But if it was like a loving relationship and the two people are partners in it, you know when something's wrong with your partner. Hell, you know when something's wrong with your friends that aren't even your wife, that are just your friends. Like, you know, somebody's going through a rough time. We can tell with each other. So, Massachusetts has no death penalty. Man, do they have cells that you can lock somebody in with a cellmate that is brutal? Because that's the solution to that. I mean, check out Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, like he avoided the death penalty, and those inmates made sure he got it. I got this one support in there. I have to break it down to get it out. It's the problem when you get a support and drain holes that are too small, like these are too small, and I can clearly see that there is still a support in there. I could leave the support in, make sure I UV the shit out of it, but I would like to get as much of it out of there as possible to prevent moisture from building, because with water washable resin, it ends up becoming a liquid time bomb, kind of like water trapped in a stone. It'll eventually shatter. Yeah, well, did I ever tell you Rebel, I don't know. Did I ever tell you the story about, good Lord, about the small town convenience store kind of deal in my hometown and what happened with it? I don't know if I've told that story on stream. I just don't know if you ever heard it. And I believe he was Indian. I think the owner of it was Indian. It's a fucking crazy story, and I always felt bad because his kids, the way they got treated because of it. I still don't know what the kids' names are, even though they went to high school with my wife, which was the opposite high school I went to. But yeah, the story behind everything was crazy. Not sure. By postpartum psychosis brought on by medication. I'll tell you what. That I get that end of things. 99% of my question for that is this, and the question I always had with something like that: temporary insanity, right? Okay, guy walks in, dude's on top of his wife, you know, she's cheating on him, he had no clue. He walks in, heat of passion, you know, grabs a knife, stabs dude to death. It was heat of passion, you know, in the moment. Temporary psychosis, I lost my mind broke for a second, I couldn't figure it out. If she's already medicated, then clearly there are already screws loose here. So, yeah, I don't know. It just sounds like it was eventually always going to play out this way and just happened to play out at that time. But usually when you do the temporary insanity defense, and I understand there's chemicals at work here that alter the brain. I've dealt with that myself at one point. When I thought I was super depressed, got on an antidepressant, and what it did to me was not good at all. You could have shot my mom in front of me. I'd have been like, yeah, whatever. Shut down all my emotions, right? So I get it. But if you're saying that the husband was out, she sent the husband on an errand so that she could do this. It speaks to premeditation. And no matter how crazy you are, if you can premeditate something like that, it's not a heat of the passion moment, in my opinion. It's you had this in your head for a minute to execute something like that. Yeah, I mean, dude, smoking weed will not do that to you. If anything, it's going to chill you the fuck out. Right? You know what? I've never met somebody who's like, yo, I'm going to get stoned and then do some heinous shit. Right? Most people get stoned and they're like, pass the fucking munchies, my friend. Now, mixing it with other drugs, maybe, but I don't know. You would have to show how that interaction happened with the brain by recreating it, by putting her on that same medication, and then giving her some devil's lettuce, you know? And then actually monitor her brain waves to see what activates, to see if it could cause psychosis. I'm not scientifically or medically prepared to debate that one way or the other. That's just what I would say off the gut. If you start talking about voices, then that's what I'm saying is if I started hearing voices in my head, I would have told my wife. Even if my wife thought I was crazy, I'd be like, yo, I'm hearing voices, you know? Stuff like this. They're telling me to hurt people. But that's me, I guess. I would try to prevent hurting people. I don't give a shit about my outward appearance of looking like I'm fucking crazy. I would think of the results if I lost my shit, you know? I would, yeah, but again, like I said, I'm a different person, so you never know. People handle things differently. They think differently. I just know from my own that if I was hearing voices or seeing things or whatever, and there has been an occasion where I've seen something or I've heard something weird, I immediately tell my wife. I immediately tell my spouse. If I didn't have a spouse, then I would tell my friend. You know, I've got David or I've got Smurf or I've got Twisted. I could call them up at any time and say, brother, this just happened. And they'd be like, oh, you're fucking wacky, Gam, or whatever. But just the same. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a perfect way of putting it. If it was a stranger, it would have been bad enough, but their mother. So, Rev, do you want to hear the story about my hometown and the convenience store and what happened to this dude? I've told the story about my hometown, I believe, but I grew up in a little podunk, nowhere town out in the middle of the pines of New Jersey. I got to tell you this story, Rebel, because I think you're going to you'll be like, that's fucked up, but you're also going to laugh. So anyway, in this little town, you had like the center of town was basically a little, I don't want to call it a shopping center, like a strip mall, right? In the strip mall, you had basically a laundromat. I think it was a laundromat at the time. You had like the local country store kind of deal, but it was like a convenience store before they really got big. So like a Wawa or whatever. It had a deli in there, like a Wawa, a 7-Eleven, something like this, except for it was privately owned and it was called Sandy's Market. You also had like a VHS video rental place called DMC Video. And the convenience store kind of deal had apartments over top of it that the people actually owned. And they owned the store too. And their last name was Satija. Right? The wife's name was Sandy, and she was awesome. You'd go in there as a kid, and when I say kid, I mean probably 10, 11. They would sell Swedish fish for a penny each. So you go in there with like a quarter, get 25 Swedish fish, or $1 if you're lucky and your parents gave it to you. And, this kind of stuff. You get a little brown bag. You could grab different flavors of them. They had all this like penny candy and all this stuff, right? Just normal small town store. And like I said, I think they were Indian. I think Satija is an Indian last name. But anyway, Sandy was always nice. But Ken was like this short, skinny, fucking evil bastard that I believe the best way I've ever heard it described, the prices in the store changed depending on how he felt about you. So you'd go grab like a loaf of bread. He'd be like, oh, that's $1 for that if he liked you. He'd be like, that's $5 for that if he didn't. I can't make this shit up. Like no prices on anything, right? So he was kind of a dick, like always a dick like that. And basically what happened was, again, small towns, everybody knows each other's business. Well, they rented out the apartments above this little deli with almost like a fire escape that ran up to them, and that was the stairs going up. One night, Mr. Satija decided that he was going to go in because they had rented it out to this young, hot girl. He went in, tried to assault her, was almost successful, but she fought her way out, got free, called the police, all that stuff. So, small town, everyone's talking because the cops show up, arrest him, all this. The kids in the town, I don't know how the adults were because I was a kid at this point, but the kids in the town, we would all go in there and we would make fun of them, right? The store became the Hindu hut, which I know, super racist, right? But this is back in an old time. So we're talking like, this has got to be like early 80s, maybe mid 80s. So, nobody gave a shit about the racism card or any of this stuff. And the big thing was anytime somebody would see good old Mr. Satija, the kids would all say to him, they'd be like, so Mr. Satija, have you, and the actual proper word for, essay for the assault, have you done this to anybody today? He would start yelling at you, goddamn kids, you get out of my store, you get out, right? Get all mad. And then one time I know he grabbed my buddy Matt, he grabbed him by the arm and he started screaming, Satija's going to arm me, Satija's going to arm me. Stuff like this all loud and people looking at him and everything till he let go. But we used to torture him. I mean, like every day, 4 or 5 times a day, different kids would go in there and just fuck with this dude after that happened. So, in the before time, yes. So this is where the story really kind of gets dark. But it's also like you were saying, like she jumped out a window and paralyzed herself. So it's kind of karmatic justice right there. This dude decided that he had had enough because now nobody wants to, his wife's divorcing him. Nobody is really going into his business. It's starting to go under. Nobody will rent a room from this small town. And he goes up to the apartment where he did the essay, where he did the assault or attempted the assault, takes out a gun and shoots himself. People heard the shot. People down in the store heard the shot, called the police. Police show up. They save his life. He doesn't die. Instead, what ends up happening was he ended up paralyzing himself and he's in a wheelchair. Do you think the children of the town took any kind of mercy on him? I'm just saying, do you think there was mercy for this man? Everybody coming in and out of that store. Oh, you can't, arm me now. Come on, what are you going to do? Catch me there, wheels? Let's go. Come on. Goddamn kids, get out of my store. He would sit there and cry. Wife wouldn't take care of him, nothing. He'd just sit there in his own filth. And I mean, then they sold that store, and I don't know what happened to him after that. But yeah, when you said that about the Karmatic Justice, where he jumped, she jumped out a window, paralyzed her, that's what goes through my head. I remember that, and it's fucked up. But yeah, like I said, karma sometimes is justice. So I don't think you're wrong in that one. But yeah, funny enough, I have not seen anything to do with that trial. I have a blowout right here. I need to see. I just realized this as I'm patching it. When I hollowed this piece out, I must have gone too far back with it. I need to look and see if that's going to cause a problem for the actual paint job. Okay, so that's on the interior. I'll find the right leg that links to it. Nope. It's this leg. Okay. That's pretty well hidden. I don't even think I have to patchwork that. Because when that glues together, yeah, you're not even going to see it. I'll know it's there, but because of the darkness of the scale on Killer Croc, you won't be able to see that little pinhole. You love happy endings. I mean, like I said, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. But yeah, when I say the kids of that town being little assholes, we fucking tortured that dude. Like, I look at it now, it's like, people make a mistake and redeem themselves from it. There was no redemption arc here. Not in a small podunk town back in the day. And what would be funny is some of those kids, like my parents were split by the time I was 7. So I didn't have like a dad sticking up for me or anything else. But some of those kids did. And so, like, if they went in there fucking with them and he'd say something to the kid, that dad would show up the next day and be like, yo, you ever talk to my kid like that? I'll blow you through that wall, that kind of thing. The menfolk had none of it. I can believe it's the biggest trial happening right now. I'm curious why I've never, I'm not seeing it. Like, it's not coming up on any timeline, none of that stuff. Usually I see stuff like that all the time. Yeah, that's just it. If you screw around like that one time, that's enough for me to just write you the fuck off and be done with you, regardless if I knew you, if we were friends, anything. That's it. It means that you have the ability to do that once, even if it's a momentary lapse of reason. Who's to say that momentary lapse of reason isn't going to happen again? And I'll tell you now, being a dad and all that stuff, and this goes, people always say this. Well, I'm a girl dad, so, somebody touching my daughter like that, blah, blah, blah. What if it's your son they touch? What then? You think that little boys don't get molested too? Like creepers aren't out for the little boys. They just go after the little girls. It's just a little boy, you can train them to kind of defend themselves stronger. You can train little girls to defend themselves stronger too. But if you think it doesn't happen to little boys, it happens to little boys all the time. I mean, to me, I always say that they make a pill for that. It's made of lead, and it comes in a brass container, and it has a gunpowder filling to it. That's kind of where I'm always at with it. But that's just me. Like, yeah, exactly. It's there's not normal, and then there's against the laws of humanity and nature. You know what I mean? So like take the mother taking out her kids. it goes against every law of nature. Mothers are supposed to, you know, even in the animal kingdom, it's the same way. And you can say, well, we're not animals. Yeah, in a way, animals are better than us in certain extents, too. Do they have the intelligence to, you know, build a computer or all this advanced thinking? No. Do they have better behavior, especially when it comes to environment and raising young? And a lot of times, yes. They have darker behavior too, where if there's a child that's about to, you know, bringing down the pride, we'll say in cats, or is the weak link and has something wrong with them, the mother a lot of times will just abandon it. It's a little different than, you know, functioning kids and the mom takes them out. Lead-cillin, there you go. That's that. You know what? From now on, Reb, that's what we're calling it. We're calling it lead-cillin. They need a dose of lead-cillin. Good call. I like that. I mean, I told the story, and I'm not going to tell it again, actually. I could have gotten in a lot of trouble for telling that story, even though it's been so far past the fact, but I'll skip that one. I've told it before. It's in an old live stream. God only knows where, buried in the archives. But I was going to tell it again, just thought better of it. Better leave some stuff that I've said in the past and buried. Because I've gotten it off my chest and no need to revisit. All right. That last piece that came out of here was a little wet, so I'm going in and hitting this with a little extra dry time. Mainly because these keys go in so deep where, I don't know if you guys can see in there. See, I can see structuring in it. It's right down this hole all the way at the back. And that's probably trapping that moisture that I just pulled out. I don't know that I have. Where are my other implements? I'm looking for, I have, I think that might be, is that long enough? See if I can break that thing free with this. Just a little screwdriver here. I think I got it. Try and get that crap out of there. Really don't want him fracturing. I also have to be careful because of the screw up I made when Halloween. Which, if it was something integral where it was going to show, I would wrap that with my UV putty. Putty it in there and call it a day. Thought I broke one of the like little pieces off. I didn't. Got it loose. It's actually a pretty good sized scaffolding piece too for this brace. There it goes. Yeah, like look at the size of that. That could trap a lot of moisture in there and destroy the entire structure once it's painted, glued together. All it would take is a little heat, a little cold. My light's almost dead. I'm gonna have to recharge it. All right. Everything's all put together. Now I can actually get some prime on this. Yeah, you always have other options. So that's part of the problem with just humanity in general, I think. If I'm to be honest, there are choices that we make on a daily basis where we could have chosen differently. It's like the guy who is always broke, but then shows you how cool the newest car he has in his garage, the newest PC he has. You know, oh, look at all this cool shit I have. Well, how much debt do you have? I have $150,000 in debt. Like, what? You know, it's like, yo, you really need to re-examine some of these choices on impulse buys or whatever the case may be. But just as normal human beings, I think we make choices every day. And some of them you think about it later and you're just like, why did I choose that way? Like, was it the best option at the time? Did I really just want something? Like, you know why you did what you did. And I think with this woman, maybe it was that the pills and everything else were affecting her head, but instead of seeking help, she just stayed silent with it until something tragic happened. And so, therefore, the consequences of your action is that children lost their lives. You're guilty as shit. You should have prevented it. And therefore, what's coming next is you should be embracing it as like a penance. As a, yeah, you know, like it's going to be terrible that I got to live in this jail, but you know what? You're still breathing air. So it's not as bad as those kids had. I will be right back, guys. I need to grab the base. Talk about giving you an idea of how big he's going to be once he's done. I mean, there's my hand to the front of the base. Base is huge for this guy. I mean, it's a big model. It's going to look cool when he's done. But yeah, our base. This piece right here I had to break out so I could get all the supports. I got to be careful. I'll probably break that the rest of the way out so I can paint in there. But it's the base, so I'm not terribly worried about it. I'm going to go swamp green with all this. Let's see. This little rock here, too. Made it where it hinges to an extent. It can still break off, so I got to be careful. But setting his feet on there just to see how wide this dude's stance is. This foot goes back here like this, I believe. Let me see. Then I got to get out some sandpaper, do some sandpaper work on them, that kind of thing. Let's see what we got. But yeah, Killer Croc is going to be a big one. I should probably pre-glue certain pieces. Ooh, that's not good. I got that on backward. I got that on backwards. I'm like, well, that doesn't line up at all. Let me see. Where's his leg? Is this the back leg or the front leg? It's the front leg. Okay, so that'll go like this. And then where's his ass? That should go right in there like that. Let's see if I can't get these pieces all in place. Should probably pre-glue a lot of this and go from there. Hopefully I can suspend him gently like I am. Get this back foot down. Yeah. Yeah, so he is, I don't know if you guys can even see this. So he's going to be suspended kind of like that across the baseline. I may even glue these legs in before I even start painting. So I get one even coat across. The thing I'm looking at now is I'm seeing a little artifact in here that I've got to pick up. I got little tiny nubs from the supports. But yeah, I mean, he's going to be pretty damn big because when I put the chest on, let me see. Holy shit. This back a little so you guys can see. He's going to be big. He's going to stand about a foot and a half tall. So it is going to be one of my bigger models that I've done. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. And then this part, believe it or not, this is the smaller of the two bases. But back here, there was piping that came up, all this other stuff. This box is actually moved back here. And then right here in the water line, you can kind of see it. There's these lines right here. That's where this went. This Arkham Asylum sign. I rekeyed it and redid it. So the Arkham Asylum sign sits in back here. So it looks like the sign was part of this and sinking into the swamp, like broken free from him stepping on it and going into the swamp. But that, I did that little redesign to it because I really like this Arkham Asylum sign. I think that's cool. Do this as like one of those brass plates. So that'll be a neat little touch. Like, that's just it. There's and I don't think the artist, shout out to Berserk, I don't think he would mind me doing that. They say all the time, run LEDs through them, do this with them, do that with them, just share them with us, let us know. I have yet to share any of my finished sculpts or anything else with any of the artists that have made them. And if I'm to be real, I probably should. Let me get a little sanding sponge here. See if I can't. I don't want to go too crazy with this, so I'm not going to use my rotary tool because I'm afraid I would destroy it. I just need to look. Nope. This was this leg, right? Yeah, that's that leg. That leg's pretty damn smooth. His cheeks are, I'm going to have a little work to do there, I think. Let's see. Nope, that's the lower part. Where the hell's the top part? There's the top part. All right, where was I seeing the issue? Right here, here, and here. Let's see if I can't get that out. Where's my power cutter? I'm going to try with the power cutter first. See if I can't pop them down. If I can find my damn power cutter. I usually have that thing plugged in. Yell at my dog. Dog, where's my power cutter? Dog, look at me like I got 6 heads. Shit, I just saw the box for it too. I'm doing that thing. I've gone full. Oh, derp. It's like I just saw the box for the power cutter too. I'm legit staring at it. Uh, 70% charge. Give me a little light on the tip. Let's get in here nice and gentle. Tell you what, if you're doing Warhammer minis, any kind of plastic modeling, one of these things is invaluable for the sprue cuts. Because it's so fast. The vibration on it, you can't even see it. You can legit file off like micrometers of plastic, resin, whatever. 100% worth its weight in gold. And it doesn't, you can see where normally if I'd used sandpaper here, I would have cut out these grains on it. But this thing takes a 2-second touch and just cuts it perfect. Cuts off that little bullshit. And I know this isn't the most expensive one of these. There's one that's way more expensive, my wife was telling me. But since she got me this, and I was like, what am I going to use that thing for? And then once I started using it, it's addictive because of how good it does. Like, it barely mars anything if you go in with it correctly and no pressure on it and just let the cutting blade do its work. Like, I mean, it just cleaned all that up really, really fast. The only thing I will suggest is when using this thing, you have to be very careful because it is vibrating so fast. It's sonic. So while it's vibrating, it's building up heat all in here. And then the tip, you slip a little bit and tag yourself with it, it's going to cut you bad. Like, you're not even going to realize that you're cut either. Matter of fact, I've got little supports right here. Let's work them out. Underneath support, I'm not terribly worried about. Not as long as they're not showing, I'm not worried about the underneath supports. It's more these side supports I'm worried. There we go. Clean that up nice. Anything else got to get cleaned up? Oh yeah, his ass. Got a little bit of lumpies here. Sorry guys, not talking much because I'm focused on smoothing this. Nobody likes a lumpy butt. Uh-oh. That thing just power off? I think it needs to get charged. Let me look. I'm at 60%. I guess it was afraid I left it on. Damn, gotta be meticulous with this shit. Yeah, if I didn't do this all the time, this would not be worth it. Sure. I like to tap the light button, make sure that thing's off before I even think about capping it. Yeah, I think I'm going to get in on this knee as well. Right here is a little rough. Rips and shreds are all good. The main body, I'm not as terribly worried about. Like some of these I can just get out with the tweezers. Like here. Unfortunately, when I'm removing, say like this was supported this way and all the supports are coming up into it, sometimes when you break it free from the supports will push flat. You don't see them, and then when you cure the resin in the curing station, it'll cure the resin directly into the damn model, and then you got to pull it free. This mouth is cool. At first, I thought this back here was supports. It's not. It's spit going along the tongue. That right there was a support. So is the one by the eyeball. See, there's two by this eyeball. Get them broke free. Paint in the eye is going to be a pain in the ass enough without a support in there. Sure, anything else? Yeah. Yeah, if they're in a rougher area, getting the supports out, not a big deal. It's when they get into the delicates, like how it was holding the cloth just off his leg, so it suspends out a little bit. That's where you got to be careful. That was a dry support in the middle of his neck. And even if your support gets trapped in the model, there's ways of getting it out. You just kind of want to make sure they're not there. His face almost looks like a predator, if I'm to be honest with you. Almost. Needs to open up the other way, too. I'll at least get him primed tonight. Yeah, sorry guys, didn't mean to surprise you with the stream or any of this crap. But again, since I've been stuck in the house and kind of bored, I figured it would be a nice little surprise to everybody. Plus, talking Spidey. I love my Spider. I do actually. Spider-Man's always been one of my favorites. But this new movie, I put out that spoiler-free thing, called it a 7 out of 10, and I call it a 6 out of 10 now. Like on second viewing, it went to a 6 out of 10. Just because of the stuff I saw on second viewing. First viewing is always kind of a little rough. Let me make sure these arms go in there correct. Nope. That one's on this side. So really, I should probably glue the arm in. Speaking of which, let's get rid of that support. Where's my other arm? Should probably glue these arms in there so I can see where the neck's riding. Besides that, it's all going to get painted one color, so I may even glue this whole body together like this. Yeah, I may just glue the top half of him together. And these heads should be magnetized and glue in place by now. So we actually had the right look for them, and then I can come in here with a little putty or something, maybe. But I think I will probably do that before I even prime. Let's see. Look at the back. That line in the back is worrying. May actually do, I think I am going to glue him, and then I am going to putty this. I'm not liking the way that is wide open. Get that line out of there. Let me see. Check out the arms. Now that line's fine. Arm line's pretty good too. Let me see what I can do with the interior of these. Might be something in the key that is rough and just needs a little bit of love. It'll ride a little better. Let's see. Where's my... Nothing like the smell of freshly cured resin either from hitting with that black light. I use very high grain, or grain grit rather. Jesus, I'm saying grain. I'm like, grain. Yeah, that's it, grain. No, grit. I use very high grit on my sandpaper so that I can get in there a little bit finer. I'm not seeing much deformation here. Let me pop that back on. Let's see. Yeah, if I hold that together till the glue dries a bit, I should be golden. Let me look at the bottom half. The bottom half is different because I actually have the belt line, so I can get away with this having a little bit of a gap, but it has none at all. That's actually very tight fit. So I'm going to glue the top half, start prepping them up. Oh, the unfun part of this, but it's a necessary part. Move this over a little bit too. What I really should be doing is starting to mix up my, I have epoxy that I had gotten for this kind of thing, and I still have yet to use it. Definitely don't want to bulk out my glue joint either. Look like shit. I've definitely found this Gorilla. This Gorilla stuff is terrible if you're trying to hold something in place and suspend it with any kind of gravity. If you're holding the pieces together and wedging them, it works epic. You just got to let it dry a little. You got to let it, I got to let it sit here for like 2.5 minutes or something, and it becomes much more manageable, holds together much better, everything else. Should be enough for those two parts though. And because I'm not in a rush, I will just chill with it. Good God. I can't believe I just went live for no reason. But fuck it. People like it, so why not? Gives you guys something to hang out and do, I guess, on the Thursday night, too. Doing the pop-up videos though. Well, the two fast videos I did. Then this stream, and then we'll stream Friday. Me and David and I. And then, yeah, I'm prepping him, and this guy will be Sunday. I'll start actually putting in the paint. Matter of fact, depending on how much gluing I get done, what time it's at, how I'm feeling, I'll decide if I'm going to prime them tonight. I might even prime them off stream. I'm not sure yet. But I appreciate you guys being here. I don't know if anybody's got anything else going on. If Francois is still in the chat, though, now I'm done talking about Spider-Man. If you want to talk about some Wolverine shit, I'm telling you now, I don't know how anybody hasn't seen, that's a Wolverine fan, hasn't seen Logan. They did a fantastic job with that movie. Dear Lord. It's only a couple years old, too. I think did it win an Academy Award? I have to look that up. I swear to God it won like an Academy Award or something, too. I don't know why I think that. Let me see. Did Logan win an Academy Award? Just ask the AI real quick. No, it didn't win an Academy Award. It received one nomination for Best Adapted Screenplay. But that should tell you something. When you've got a superhero movie that gets nominated like that for an Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay, whatever the case may be, it speaks to the fucking quality of it. Yeah, the movie Logan is the one that everybody was like, yeah, Hugh Jackman's done with Wolverine at that point. Up until they did Deadpool Wolverine. All right. Try and get this as tight as possible so this way I don't have to do too much puttying post-production. And it's looking like if that holds the way it's holding together in my hands, we're in for good model. Good. I still see that slice across the back though. That's definitely going to have to get a little putty in. Get the putty. Just hold it real tight. Probably should get like a little mini vise or something to hold it together. So I don't want to break the two pieces. They're hollow, so cracking the shell is real easy to do. Oh, actually, to tell you the truth, well, now thought I was going to be able to get away with it. Well, I might. The cut's actually in between the scales, so when the green goes on here, you might not actually see the crack running through. I know you don't see it on the front because it's cut underneath the chest. So looking at it, we're looking at it the way it's supposed to be viewed. I can still see that crack here. But it's also all the plates are lining up, so it's hiding it a little better. I don't know, I'm torn on that. Yeah, I got a little flex right there. If I can get rid of that little bit of flex, like if the glue can adhere here a little bit more, I'm just going to pull you apart just a little bit. I don't want you ripping completely apart, just enough where I can get more glue in there. I may not have to epoxy this thing or use the UV paste on it. If I can get the glue right in this seam. Work it in there, gentle. Same thing for this side. Just need to go super gentle. Get rid of any excess glue on it. If I can get that seam to hold together though, it should be good. Gonna make sure I get rid of all this excess crap. That will jank it and make it look shitty. Alright, let it dry a little bit and try and wipe off this excess without losing any of the integrity of those scales. So it'll be a little sticky back here. That's fine. Once the primer hits, it'll cover it right up. Alright. Try sealing it again. Make sure that front's still good. Getting that beading effect with the glue, unfortunately. Right there. His chest was so big I had to cut it. Like I had to do the dual cut on it because it was just huge. As a matter of fact, this top part was 2 pieces and I resealed them back together. And you can actually see, if you look at the top, the mild seam line right here where I took those 2 chest pieces, put them back together in Blender, and I fixed them. And changed them over so they'd print out in one piece. But I couldn't do it to the bottom half too. It looked too sloppy. Go. Just need like one of my shit brushes. Clean that crap out of there. There we go. Yeah. So how at least hold it better. We got rid of a little bit of the crack, and now when I paint, it should beat up on it. But just in case. Where the hell am I? Look for my clay working tools. Whole problem with cleaning up my work area, when I had it all super sloppy, like it's still sloppy. When I had it super sloppy, I knew where everything was. You go and clean stuff up and you're like, did I put that over here, there, or where? That's tape. Where are my clay workers? The only person who knows where my clay working tools are my dog, and he's not talking. He's a good dog, but damn it. You know, if he could just tell me, like, Daddy, you're an idiot, you put him here, you'd make my day. Let's see, is this clay workers? Those are clay workers. A little pick set. Probably pick a lock with those. Yeah. All right, let me get gloves. I'll be right back. Damn it. A lot of be right backs. First time I used this stuff, I didn't put on my hand condoms. The moment it started curing, damn, did it burn the shit out of my skin. 6! What's up, brother? Great to see you. Ain't seen you in a minute. Catch you on a random one. It's just a random ass stream, 6. What? Don't think I want to go with my angle. I think I want a different angle to this, so we're going to go with that pick instead. How did I just hit? Anything? No, okay, we're still going. Thought about doing this shit as just a video instead of me getting on the mic, but I at least had Spider-Man discuss this time. All right. Stuff's very expensive. Kind of hard to get a hold of. My God, is it worth it? Technically make my own resin putty. Paper towel. Lay that bead straight in there and try and get as much in as possible. Smooth it. I mean, these are more my dental tools than my clay workers, so I gotta be careful with the way I do this build up. I shall remove my hand condoms in solidarity. I still got mine on. Um, when are you doing your next one, 6? When's the drummer boy play again? Should be enough for me to be able to harden that a little bit, but keep working. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. There we go. That's a little bit better at erasing it. Once the primer hits, that'll cover right up. Debating if I should do the other side too. Yeah, might as well. Welcome back, Rocco. How are you? All right, let's go. See if I can't leave this bead down too. The unfun part of getting your print ready to prep. See if I can't do it with the finger condom again. Good amount. Or at least a decent amount I can work with on the actual model. That's a lot more filler than I thought it was going to have to be for that side. I thought it was going to be easy. It tricked me. I've been hanging in there, man. I've been pissed off a lot lately. You know. I already went through it a couple times already now. They, like, everything with them cutting down trees and the fence and everything else has had me frustrated, where I ended up canceling my contract on the fence because old buddy showed up drunken with his wife to assess the fence. Then, like, the whole thing is, like, this was another part that really bothered the shit out of me. You know, beyond them trying to tack $2,000 on top of everything else to a $16,000 project, right? I told him I want privacy fence, front, sides, and then the backyard would be chain link. This motherfucker was like, yeah, the chain link. So we'll do the chain link up front here. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, chain link will go here. I'm like, that defeats the entire purpose. So people can't see in my damn yard. Like, it's like he didn't know what the schematics were supposed to be for the build. Like, hell no. And like I said, I had a day left on the contract to cancel. And now it's going to be like, instead of it being first, second week of August, I would have my fence up. It's not going to be till at least September because I still have to find another fencing company. And then the wife laid this one on me. At worst case, you know, she'll pay for Twisted Coral. Oh, shout out to Twisted to come down here, and Twisted and I will put the fence up. And if that happens, I'm going to be uber pissed for a minute because that's some shit work in the hot sun. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so yeah, there we go. That crack line is filled, sealed, so we're looking not bad there. Now I got a little one here, but the arm's going to cover it, and under the chest, same thing. That works. And that's actual resin epoxy. Well, resin putty, so that won't move. That's all built up for painting, so we're looking good there. Debating if I should go into these arms or not. If I should get these arms on the body too while I'm at it. I think I might leave the arms off. Glue maybe, yeah, you know what? I'm going to glue like this. But I'm going to want to get under here, or under the arm, in the armpit, I think, with my paint. And it'll be a bitch to do it if it's attached to the body. No, it's not a fun job, and if I'm to be honest, part of the reason why I want a professional to come in and do it. Now, Twisted's a professional, so that's why I would have to get somebody like him to come in to help me. But the whole thing is, if you're off by a little bit on your squaring on those fence posts, your whole fence is fucked. Part of the reason why I want a fencing company to come in and do it is because when they sign that contract, if the fence is fucked up, they have to redo it. If I do something like that myself and I screw it up, then I'm going to have to live with it or repair it myself. If they screw it up, then I can bitch to high heaven until they come out and fix it. So. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of annoying. Part of the other reason I've been pissed off, like just a lot of stuff with YouTube, if I'm to be honest. Like, I want to do a reaction video to lanterns, for example, and I did the reaction video because I meant to have that on a live stream when I was doing my last live stream. I meant to go into lanterns, forgot all about it. Same way, I'll talk about this too in a second, but Hall H, what happened this year with all the fuckery with that at Comic-Con. But yeah, lanterns, I legit took the trailer, I inverted it so it was backwards. I paused and made sure it was every 30 seconds, and I talked a whole bunch through it, and Warner Brothers still smacked me with a copyright claim. Like, we're still claiming the video. And they're like, if you're monetized, this will affect you. And I'm like, dude, like, how does anybody that does like reaction videos, this kind of thing, how do they get away with it? Because every time, like, I've had them shut down streams over that stuff. That shit pisses me off. It's like, bro, I'm showing off the trailer that you have out there to tell people whether or not I'm going to watch the show, and you're going to smack me with a copyright for it? Like, yo, fuck your mother. Actually, let's say that right. Let's say it in the right voice. Yo, fuck your mama. Because that's some bullshit. But yeah, the Hall H fuckery. I meant to touch on this too and just remembered it again. I got to start writing shit down. I think I'm just old and used to be a stoner when I was younger and my memory's going. But yeah. They did this thing where people had to wait in line for, I think it was 13 hours. And they got these wristbands out at the San Diego Comic-Con. Hall H is where they show off all the new Marvel stuff. So if you left line, any of this stuff, you automatically lost your place in that line. And you had to stand there for 13 hours. You got this little wristband. And what the wristband did was guarantee that you were going to get into Hall H to see the Marvel presentation. People stood in line for 13 hours, get this band on, the one day of the Comic-Con. Then they have to stand in line and wait to be let into Hall H. They got to a certain point and then announced, Hall H is full. We can't let you in. Even though these people had the wristbands. So I think it was 650 people stood in line basically for 2 days and still weren't let in. Because it took like however long to load everybody in the Hall H. Yeah, man, like, what are they thinking? Like, you want to talk about a way to lose your fandom? That's it right there. Make me stand in line for 2 days of my life, guarantee me something, and then give me nothing. And worse yet was Hall H, everybody was expecting like, X-Men to be announced or this to be announced, some really cool stuff to come out of it because you've got Doomsday coming up. And instead all they did was basically announce Ghost Rider and Black Panther 3. I don't know anybody who is clamoring for either of those movies. So I'm sure there were certain people that were excited about it, like, oh, I got to see Black Panther 3, like, stuff like this. And I think they had an exclusive like clip or whatever from Doomsday. but it was not worth it. It was like 35 minutes. I watched the presentation because somebody in there had a camera and filmed it, and I just watched it at home. No lines, no nothing. And it was crap. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but like, I guess this is part of my problem lately and why I'm getting more and more pissed. You have a handshake deal with somebody back in the day. People that I knew, and I guess in my generation, I don't know how it is in younger kids' generations today, but way back when, you had a handshake deal with somebody that meant something. You know, that was your guarantee. If I said I was going to do something and I didn't do it, man, you got shamed. It shamed you. If you and I sign a contract for something and that means something, you know, not only is that enforceable by law, but just from my reputation and my standing, my name means something. Like when I'm putting my name on something, it should mean something. Like, hell, I misspeak or do misinformation or something on a show by accident, and I'm apologetic as hell. I can't sleep. I don't know how these people like just spout nonsense. Never correct themselves when they're wrong. Never say, yeah, I fucked that one up, whatever, and save their reputation. It's like their name don't mean shit. I mean, it does for certain people. Like, I'm going to tell you what, Six. SE Wolverines, shout out to him. He and I have had offline conversations. I've never revealed ever what's in those offline conversations. And he's never revealed what I've said to him in offline conversations. Smurf's the same way. David Mon's the same way. Twisted's the same way. You know, there's guys on here. Rebel's one of them. You know, where if Rebel told me I'm doing this, I'm going to fucking 100% believe it. If you told me I'm going to do this, I'm going to believe it. Like there's people that are in here and you guys are just here, so that's why I'm naming you. But there's many, many more that are like, yeah, I'm going to do this and have done it and have backed that shit up because their word, even though you're just an online avatar, I'm just some jerk off who's on a microphone with a camera with a bunch of models I'm painting and stuff, right? Our reputations mean something. We came from that school. We came from that school of thought where if I'm deemed a liar, a coward, or a fool, that shit is who I'm going to be known as, probably forever. I could redeem myself here or there, but more than likely that's going to be my reputation going forward. Is that like, oh, I don't listen to GAM anymore. Why don't you listen to GAM anymore? Because he lied on this shit. He's a fucking liar. You know? You can be mistaken about something, but you better correct the fucking record. And to me, that's why I don't like watching as much content as I did anymore, because there's a lot of people that have either been, proven to be fools, liars, cowards, whatever. And instead of backing that shit up and coming out and saying, bro, I fucked up, like an actual damn man who has their name on something, they just go, nope, you guys are wrong. I'm right. Fuck you, dude. Yep. Word is bond. Yeah, that used to be said all the fucking time. That was more of kind of a hood thing. But, you know what I mean? It still stands. Your word is your bond. It's just, I don't understand the people that go out and just lie. Like, and I don't understand the people that that have a problem with it when that shit gets exposed either. Like, oh no, well, he wasn't lying. He was just giving his opinion. The fuck he was. Like he lied. I just, I don't understand it. I mean, maybe that's a good thing I don't understand. Maybe if I did understand, then people would be looking at me like, yeah, you're a piece of shit, Cam. I mean, there's probably plenty of people looking at me like you're a piece of shit, Cam, but not for those reasons. You know, it's like, yeah, I painted all this by hand, and you see like the box for Sideshow Collectibles or something in the background, like clearly a liar. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. I made a mistake because I was telling Bob, and like Rebel had heard the same thing. Like I at least felt better about that because I wasn't alone in it. But the the stream I did a little bit ago, I had heard that there's a vote in Senate that was going to merge, like it's Section 219 in the NDAA. And it was basically, they voted on it and passed it. And what I had heard it was going to do was merge our, like everything, like our military with Israel's. And I don't care what foreign country, it didn't matter it was Israel. It's just any foreign country. Our military should not have to answer and serve to them, right? So I was pissed about it. I'm telling Bob about it. Bob's pissed about it. And then after the stream was done, I was like, man, I just want to double check, make sure I didn't just hear something and I'm repeating it. I actually want to deep dive it and make sure I'm accurate in what I'm telling everybody. All hail Bob. I just want to make sure I'm accurate in what I'm telling everybody. And when I did a deep dive on it, that was one of the things that came up was it does not merge our military. It merges our intelligence and allows for all our technological secrets basically to be shared with Israel. And I'm like, yeah, even that is treasonous because you're basically giving away state secrets. Yeah, people go to jail forever for that shit under treason or get shot, right? And I'm like, shit, but the command thing. So I sat there and I was like, man, I'll address it tomorrow. Maybe I'll write a note or whatever. And I could not sleep. Like it bothered the shit out of me because I'm like, yo, I'm sharing misinformation now on a stream to people that are going to think like this is actually going on and it's not. And I kept mulling it over. I'm like, I should. And then finally it was like 6:30 in the morning. I still haven't gone to sleep. I'm like, fuck it. And just put the post out and was able to fall right to sleep. But it's like, it's just one of those damn things where I don't understand when people get up, and I get it. You know, I definitely say some stuff that'll piss people off, but I don't get it where people get upset when I'm telling you, like, yo, this person, this is how I see it, this is why I see it, and this is what I'm talking about. And then they act like I did something fucked up. Like, no. Like, I'm just trying to warn you so that you know this person's a fool, a liar, or a coward. You know, they're telling you misinformation. They're telling you the wrong thing. And they're doing it willfully and not correct. Or they didn't do it willfully. They did it by accident, but they're definitely not correcting the record. The fuck? I got that backwards? Oh, I do. It angles. Oh, that's not good. What is going on with that? This arm. That arm is sitting funny. That should not be a gap like that. I'm going to blade that down a little bit all the way around. See if I can't get it sitting flush. I see little burrs in there, but nothing that should be holding that piece out like that. I mean, I don't know that we live in two different realities or anything like that. I just think people don't have pride in themselves or pride in their word anymore like they used to. And I think people are accepting of it because it's just nice. You know, I don't know. People want to be nice, and it's like, yeah, but at that point in time, you're giving somebody free range. It's like what kills me is it's the same type of person that would be like, okay, somebody is a non-transition transgender dude who is now claiming to be a woman, right? Hasn't had the bottom surgery, hasn't had any kind of surgery at all. It's just putting on a dress and walking the fucking around and saying, I'm a trans person. They're the same kind of person that would be like, yeah, you're clearly a man, right? Be completely insulting to them, but will give that grace to somebody who lies to their face. And it's like, I'm not down with that. You lied to me, you lied to me. Now, you lied to me for a reason. You know, at least explain your reasoning and I can go from there. If you lied to me by accident, okay. That happens. Are you a man enough to admit your mistakes? Yes. If it's if it's like, well, nope, just going to let them skate on it, that's unacceptable to me. That's being a coward for not calling out somebody for being an asshole. I can be an asshole. I call myself an asshole all the time. Nothing wrong with it. We're all assholes at different points in our lives. And I think maybe that's part of it. Like, it comes down to that accountability factor I'm always talking about. There's a point in time, I think, where I tried to pretend I wasn't accountable for some of my actions, and then had to really look at myself in the mirror and realize I'm accountable for every one of my actions. And it's okay to say you screw up, as long as you learn and grow from it. Sorry, I'll get my non-self-righteous ass off my soapbox now. I'm just telling you, you know, I've been a little aggravated lately. All right, I gave that thing a nice little shave there. Yeah, I mean, making amends. Damn, that thing is... What is going on there? I'm trying to figure out what is binding this arm. Is it... Looks like it's something here. That piece fits in there nice. Well, time to find out how good this knife is. Because I'm going to have to cut right through. I'm not even putting any pressure on this. I'm just letting it do its thing. Just like legit, no pressure, just letting gravity work at this point. It's going to take a little while because I don't want to press on it and break the knife. That's a pretty big piece to saw through. But I'm going to take the tip off this key and hopefully that's what's binding. Like the slot isn't deep enough for the key. It's the only thing I can think. Not wrong about the asshole thing, huh? No. I mean, I'm glad, Six. Like I said, none of us are angels. We all fuck up. I fuck up a lot, but then again, you know, you talk for 4 to 12 hours at a shot, you're gonna fuck up and be an asshole. It's just inevitable. you're going to come to some kind of consensus. Let me see. There we go. I'm turning up the ultrasound on this, see if that cuts through it any faster. I got it up to level 3 from 2. It's as high as it goes, I think. I mean, it's working its magic, but it's rough. I don't hear any screaming, which means that it's not binding. It looks like it's cutting a straight fucking line, too. Which is beautiful. Oh, yeah, there we go. I felt that just go through like a knife through hot butter right there at the beginning. Yeah, you can tell where I hit Halloween because it just like all of a sudden you just see the blade go whoop. There we go. Make sure that thing's off. Power's off. Yeah, like what? That's hot. It's hot from the vibration on the knife. Okay. See what we got. That's exactly what it was. The top of the key was hitting the back end of the model. Now I barely have any kind of gapping. I may want to take it down, like I may want to shape down one of the two sides a little. Could also cut the key a little bit, I guess. Look, that's pretty good. I'm going to cut this down just a little more. Ooh, let's cut it down just a little bit more. Just going to be a little bit more of a pain in the ass because it's thicker here. Yeah, I'll tell you what, when the wife handed me this thing, I was like, what the fuck am I going to use that for? She's like, trust me, it's supposed to be like amazing for working with it and everything else. Like, all right, yeah, whatever. Maybe I'll use it at one point in time. And then I'm sitting here using it like constantly. Wife knows what she's talking about. I'm the retard in this relationship. Cut it back a little bit off this end. Turn it down to 2, too. Oop, got it backwards. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's tighter than my butthole in a prison bathroom. Yeah, that's got it. Barely have any gapping when pushed up against the body. You're not even going to see the gapping that's there. So we're looking good. Thank you again, electric knife. What is, I don't know who, what is this thing called? Hand boost. Yeah, the wife is usually always right. Not always. Not always, but I'm gonna say she's in the 90 high 90 percentile. Like I'll say, out of 100 arguments, I went, or Actually, tell you the truth, I can't even say that because I'll be arguing different points than her in arguments. But I'd say that she's right like 95% of the time. And that 5% is because she's wrong. Yeah, it's a cheating way of saying that. All right. Let's get some glue in here. I mean, you got to trust your partner. It's as simple as that. Unless you got a really fucking shitty partner, in which case you shouldn't be married to him anyway. That happens. You know, but usually you trust your partner. Tell you one thing about this stream. Definitely shows you guys the level of pain in the ass I've got to go through just so that we can do the painting on it. It's kind of like when I'm cutting them down too. It was like a 7 or 8 hour stream, I think. Maybe it's only a 6 hour stream when I'm exaggerating. But you got to see, I only got like 4 models done totally. Just because there's so many steps involved, so much stuff you got to look at, so much stuff you've got to adjust, clean up, joining the model, breaking it apart, whatever the case may be. It's a lot of hours that you're doing behind the scenes before I ever turn on the camera, throw on even like a primer coat and go for it. I don't think there's ever been a point in time where I just pulled something right off the old 3D printer, brought it in here, and was just like, all right, fire up the stream, let's start painting. It's always like 2 or 3 hours of me doing exactly what I'm doing. I think I started this one at like 9 o'clock or something. We're almost at 1, so it's like 4 hours of me just working on cutting out supports. And granted, I'm running my gums while I'm talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day, but it's still just a point. You beat yourself up. You beat yourself up with your prep. And that's why you kind of want to have your printers dialed in as best as possible. The smallest amount of cuts you can make in the model as possible. And you want it to come out as clean as possible. Because then that post doesn't take as long to do. So, like, I mean, with the base for this thing, that was just hit it with sandable filler paint, primer, rather, and that's it. And then I can just paint the base because it's all set after I got rid of all the supports and everything on it. The main body, though, the main model, you want it to look the sexiest, so you're going to put in the time if you want to do it that way. Did I not? I think I put it on backwards. I did. I'm like, why is that not lining up now? And I also got to try and remove all these little tiny beads of glue. Some, like a slight bead in there is fine. I can paint over it, paint on it, what have you. But when it's real heavy oozing out, not good. I am still happy. I got to give a shout out. I think it's Everything Art or All Things Art is the name of the channel. Showed me the whole trick with the magnets in the head, because that is really cool that I can just do the infill and like you can drill them into a piece. If you've already printed something, you want to do the head change with magnets. It's a lot easier though if you have a slicing program and you put the hole in there yourself if the piece is hollow. You just got to remember whatever size magnet you're using. So in this case, I think these magnets are 4mm by 4mm deep. So 4mm across. So when I put the hole in, I make it at 4.2. And then because it's hollow, it doesn't matter how deep I go with it. But I still set it at like 4.2 just to make sure. and then the magnet fits in there perfect. The big problem with the magnets, though, is making sure that you mark which poles connect to each other and which poles are opposite of each other. Because if you don't do that and you put the magnet in upside down and glue it in there and you can't get it back out, I'd have to drill that magnet out. I had to do that with, I think, the first one I tried. It was a pain in the ass. All right, let's take a look. Yep. Is definitely holding, so Killer Croc's arms. Popped them on this model. That is going to be cool. And then that goes out to this hand, holding the dead body. And then the other one is just the claw, I believe, reaching out. Let's see. Yeah. So we got... He is going to be big. It's like a foot and 3 inches, 1.5 feet tall. Definitely angry looking. I think he's angry. I don't know, guys. I mean, I can see the crack in the arm, though, forming on this arm. I'm going to hold that together a little bit more. Glue's starting to break free. Messing with it without the glue dry is not smart. Little cigarette ash and crazy glue would work too. It solidifies pretty good. Still debating if I should glue those. The only problem with gluing the pants together, I don't know. I'm going to have to look at that. I know I'm not going to do the lower knee because it's got to be two-tone color. So that's going to be a pain in the ass. But I might do the upper legs glued together before I even prime. That's why it gives me an idea of how much more I've got to seal this. How much more glue I got to put in. Stuff like that. This chest is lifting up too. I might have to putty it. Go in there with a nice little bead of putty right underneath each pec, as it were. Looks epic. I can't wait to see it painted. I mean, I know this sounds funny, but I do stuff that preps me to do other level of stuff. So if you guys remember, I did King Cruel from Donkey Kong. I did that because the wife wanted it for one, but it also was a precursor to see if I could get the greens, the yellows, and everything else to lay right. So when I did Killer Croc, it would look better because I knew I was going to do Killer Croc eventually. Same way I've got Kingdom Come Superman. So this way I can see how the blues, reds, and everything else lie, as well as the skin tone. So when I do Henry Cavill Superman, it'll come out better. Like, there's certain stuff that I've done that you'll see, like, it's like, oh, that's a step up to this. Like, when I did Shazam's actually the lower step to me to getting to Omega Red from Wolverine comics. So, things like that, like, speaking of which, Francois asked me about Mega Man, and I showed him 6. I was like, oh yeah, I did these. I did them with the old craft paints, though. I'm thinking about doing another Mega Man and doing them with the new metallics I have. I think he might come out badass. But everything's always a step, so this way I'm going from... So I'm building off that beginner painter to an amateur painter, eventually getting to, you know, where baseline painter, basically, then an expert, then a master. But I've got to start off with kind of simpler models and build out to them to the bigger ones that I want to do. I still have to redo because I did it and I did it a long time ago, and everybody liked the way it came out, except for me. I was like, okay, that's cool. That's the way the paint applies, but I still have to redo Captain America. That one Captain America I did, I want to redo him and do him justice. No pun intended. Yeah, I think I want to fill this like I did across the back, which means going and grabbing more hand condoms. But yeah, I like Rebel wants me to do Gunslinger Spawn, which I think I'm gonna do him because that is a pretty cool one. Costumes basically black and white except for the duster, the hat, all that kind of stuff. That's got to get tricked out a bit. Maybe a little neon in the green, give it that soul feel to it, like soul energy, green soul energy. I also the Ed 209. Man, I'm having a problem getting that one on the plate because of how big some of the parts are. But he would be a perfect use of the chrome technique and seeing if I can get that chrome technique right. The only thing is, I'm thinking about going with the Silver Surfer, doing the chrome technique to him, just to get the chrome technique completely down. My wife can do the chrome technique in her fucking sleep. I can't. I've got to learn it, right? But doing that and then doing the chrome finish on like Ed 209, I think he could come out nasty looking. I think he could be one of the better models that I do if I get the chroming down. But that's, again, baby steps, baby steps. Got to learn to crawl before you walk. What the fuck? UV tools. I don't know what the hell I opened on my other computer. I must tag something with my toe. But it's called UV tools, and I have no idea what the hell it is. I'll be right back, guys. Let me grab hand condoms. I'm definitely going to putty that. Well, let me see. If he's up like this, are you going to see that cut under there? Or is it just going to look like shadow? I'm going to fill it anyway. I don't want to make it look half-assed. I'll be right back. Ed 209 could look cool. Like I said, I mean, some of them that I get requested, or like people are like, I'd like to see, I got to ship them off to them. I mean, you also have a RoboCop one. That one would be neat, but I think everybody does RoboCop. Nobody ever gives Ed 209 that much love, you know? Let's see if I can do this without screwing it up. Now I'm using this interesting tool called my finger. All right. Should be more than enough putty on there, but I'm going to clean it up before I even think about it with any kind of light. especially in that sternum area. The other thing is, guys, I know I do this kind of stuff. If an idiot like me can do it, you can do it too. Just a matter of time and patience. I mean, Melissa was painting some amazing minis. I don't know if she still is, but her minis were coming out fantastic. I haven't seen any finish works from Francois, but I did catch one of his type of live streams, and what he was putting on there, his base paint and everything else. I can tell he's got some technique to him too. I'd love to see his finished work sometime. So yeah. But this stuff, don't think you can't do it, especially if you are a 3D printer. One of the things I would tell people, don't be afraid. You fuck up, worst case, you can either prime it and do it again, or just reprint it and try over again. Got that. Hit it for a slight count. Yeah, I definitely got to charge this battery. That sucker's flashing red. Shocked it hasn't died in the middle of trying this crap. There we go. There we are. No lines. Still have all the integrity of the scales. Looks good. Actually looks really good. And it's dry, all that stuff. Yeah, it looks like one piece. Again, you can still see where once the primer hits it, it'll fix it completely. Like, you won't even see the difference in the darkness and fitting on the base or on the belly because of where the belt cuts in or what have you. That's fine. Let's see. Let's get a head on here and see. Yeah, he's going to be nasty. And I will leave that crack line just simply because I want to switch out the heads. But yeah, 6, I think this will be your favorite part of this model is the guy gripped up in his hand. Do that with him so I get focus on him. All yelling. And yeah, it's missing his lower half. The bigger version of the base actually has his lower half laying on the ground in the water. Oh, all right, let me look at this lower half. We've got some glued together pieces. Glue joints are holding. Yeah, that looks nice. This one, make sure that's nice. It's holding together nice. Actually, that one's moving a little. Feel like I should drop a little bit of crazy glue in this side. Just keep that gapping closed. Worst case, I can just come back in real quick with some UV putty and fix that. Worst. All right, let's look at these legs. My only problem is these guys, the knee is blown out and this one has rips through it. So I'm going to have to get a little bit of a skin tone in, but let me look. I kind of want to do the pants together. I'm feeling like I should probably glue these leg parts on so I can just hit the pants for the most part with one go. And this side has a little bit of gapping to it, but I think I might even cut this nib off. Cut down the keying a little bit just to make it fit in there tighter. Let me see. I think part of the problem, it's not smooth on the interior. I just got to be careful. Ooh, that's almost bad. Okay, it's one side done. Take a look. Yeah, I've got little tiny nibs. Almost got myself. First time I turned this thing on, I almost cut the tip of my finger completely off because I didn't think the blade was moving and it wasn't working. And then the wife grabbed this pencil and goes, "Here, try it on this." And man, that thing cut right into the pencil. I was like, oh shit. Like, good thing I didn't put my finger there. I would have cut my finger off. And I'm not liking those cut lines, but nothing can be done with it. I'll cut the tip off each of the keys. Maybe that'll make it work a little better. I doubt it. Down to 38% on my battery life on this thing too. It's going to have to get charged up. Find my cut line. Yeah, the figure itself is very detailed 6. Good call on that. Like I said, Berserk and Wicked, I downloaded their entire catalogs, both of them, because they were kind enough to give it to me a month early. And it goes back to 2020, right? So they must have started modeling seriously in the pandemic because they were trapped. And seeing some of their old models compared to the new shit blows my mind. That's a pretty damn spot right there. That's a good. I'm gonna have to do the same thing for this side, I think. Is cutting off the tip. It looks like the key is just a little too big for some reason on both of these sides. But yeah, seeing the difference over a 6-year period of where they were and where they've come, they've just unbelievable. Even in 2 years, like the year one models are all right, pretty good looking. They're better than I could probably ever do. Tell you that much. But the year like 3 onward, the model's quality is just unbelievable. And this guy, this Killer Croc, was, I want to say October of 2025. So like last year. I think this was one of the Halloween models for some reason. Because I subscribed to both of them. I got the August run, but It's subscribed very late in September, like the 23rd of September. Got charged on the first of the month, so it was already like I went from 1 month to 2 month almost overnight. And they honored it too, which was the coolest part of them. Like both of them, there's a reason I keep their name and description. CA 3D Studios, same thing. They put out a model just recently. Well, it's coming up tomorrow, but it's Eve from like Adam and Eve, like the Garden of Eden, and they did her where she was like chunky. And I put in a comment. I was like, Eve doesn't look like she ate the apple. She looks like she ate the whole damn orchard, right? And like some dude's like, oh, that's stupid. How could you fat shame somebody? Some shit like this. The creators actually liked the comment because they thought it was funny. They saw the humor I was going for. So shout out to them. They didn't, take it all seriously and get butthurt or tell me like, oh, you're a piece of shit, dude. How dare you insult our work or our art? I hate people that are like that. How dare you insult my art? Like, bro, it's art. It's all subjective. All right, let's see. Shave down. How we looking? Yeah. That took out a hell of a lot of play on it. Still, something's off a little bit somewhere around the way. If there's anything sticking out here. Let's see. I should be able to pull that off. I'm just going to have to hold it tight while it's actually setting the glue. Yeah, I hate people that get upset about you don't see my vision, you don't see my art, Musicians are like that too, Six, where I'm sure you've heard it before. You don't understand, nobody appreciates my vision for this song or that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, dude, if your vision for whatever you're making, song, art, whatever, is any good, then everybody looking at it's going to see the vision for it. Is going to see the genius in it. Like, there's paint jobs where I look at them, I hate them, people like them. You've never heard me like get all seriously butthurt about it. If anything, I look at it through critical eyes. That's probably why. Like, if you make something, especially when it comes to like Marvel DC, and I got to ask you what that character is, and you're like, it's Batman, and I'm like, yo, that doesn't look like Batman, and you're like, shut up, you don't know what art is. Like, bro, it don't look like fucking Batman. But yeah, those are the ones that always kill me, are the ones that are the artisanal geniuses, you know what I mean? I've known musicians like that, and I've known like artists like that are just like, yeah, you know what I mean? You don't know what you're talking about. I know what I like, and that ain't it. Maybe you got like 10 other people that like it. I didn't. But again, it's like that for, I guess, everything, really. Movies. Um, Movies, like video games, whatever. There's games that I can appreciate that they're like, that's a brilliant game. Doesn't mean I'm going to play it, And then there's other stuff where you're just like, no, that's just a shitty game. I don't know why anybody plays it. And it's my favorite game. It's a shitty game. And that's why there's nobody but you playing it. Like, fuck. Yeah, I mean, part of it is I don't think I do art. I think I paint somebody's art. That's what I think. I think I'm just layering on paint onto somebody's actual artwork. The real artist is the guy who developed the statue, you know what I mean? And I kind of look at it like that for AI too, Six. Like, I can make an AI song, right? So the lyrics, yeah, I come up with the lyrics. I give it to the AI. The AI spits out a song. it doesn't have the same soul as a human being who sat there and wrote the drum part, the guitar part, the singer, all that kind of stuff, right? It's me putting it in there and telling it what I want from it. That's fine. You know, if you're doing that as like I'm trying to sell it commercially, that's a problem. But I think if you're just doing it for your own, that's fine. Oh shit. I heard the bing bong from my Discord go off behind me on my other PC. The one dude just dropped the July models. When they said these models will be released July 31st, they weren't screwing around. And that's, I believe, Sagat from Street Fighter. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're done talking spoilers on Spidey, too. I'm not going to tell you anything else. Thank you. Thank you for that. But you see what I mean? Like, and you know what? I'm going to say this to you, Beans. Good to see you, by the way. You saw my no spoiler one, right? Come back to this stream after you go to see that movie and watch the stream after the fact, and you'll be like, okay, I got it. But there's a reason I did that video with absolutely zero spoilers and why it was so difficult for me to hold my tongue on certain parts, especially like, I'm not even going to get into it because then I'm going to just start my spoiler ass up again. But yeah, like it's real difficult, like how you do a non-spoiler kind of review without giving away who the villains are, things like this, you know? It's real difficult to do that spoiler-free thing when there's mystery box, but at the same point in time, I appreciate. So I'll tell you this much: Sadie Sink, who she plays in the movie, and I mentioned my non-spoiler review, the entire time has kept her mouth shut about who she's playing. Every interview, everything else, people try to ask her questions. Nope, hasn't given it up. They get to the red carpet for the premiere on Tuesday, and the guy who writes the music, they asked him, what was your favorite set of music in this movie? And he basically says the music I did for Sadie Sink's character, except for he named her fucking character. And it was like, dude, you asshole, you just spoiled it for everybody. Like, you kept it shut this entire time. And, you know, like, she went to all these lengths where she had to be silent in interviews and everything else. And you just come out and say it right there on the red carpet 5 minutes before showtime. What a dick. If I was Sony, I would be like, yeah, you ain't ever doing shit again. And Tom Holland's famous for always leaking, you know, plot lines and shit like this. Sadie Sink did an amazing job in the movie, and she kept her fucking mouth shut with who she was playing. So it should be. It was enjoyable, although I did amend my review from a 7 out of 10 to a 6 out of 10. Still superhero the movie for this year so far. But yeah, I dropped it down a point because on reflection, and like I said, when you watch the live stream back, if you decide to watch this live stream and watch me go through it and give what I think at the end of it and why I'm giving it that, you'll understand. I just, the more I think about it, the more, and I've told you this, if it's crap, a total crap fest of a movie, when I'm giving the initial review, I usually go dead nuts into spoilers because I'm just like, yeah, I don't think anybody should see this shit. So let's just spoil the hell out of it. But if it's something that I think everybody should go see, I bite my tongue on spoilers. Like I try to keep my cake hole shut on the spoiler part, so as not to ruin somebody's experience when they're watching a movie, because I like to be surprised in movies. It happens on occasion. Rare occasion, but it happens. You didn't. So I will tell you this for free too, and this doesn't ruin anything. My wife said it. She's like, Zendaya and Tom Holland, even though they're married, they have like no on-screen chemistry for some reason. Like the two actors, just for some reason, she doesn't see their online chemistry at all. And like looking at it, I kind of agree with her. I can't believe you didn't know they were married, though. Yeah, that was one of the things. Tom Holland famously during this movie, when he was filming it, hurt himself real bad during one of the stunts. Like he did a stunt, didn't use a stunt double and hurt himself real bad. And they wanted to keep filming. And Zendaya put her foot down and was like, nope. You purposely stayed off the Spidey hashtag. I guess I missed that too. Yeah. Yeah, they're married. Same way, Tom Holland's the reason that John Barenthal even tried out for the Punisher. And the two of them are really close friends. And that you can see the relationship between the two actors come through the characters in the movie. You really can. Like when the Punisher and Spider-Man are both in it together, you can tell like those two dudes are friends in real life. And I don't know, did you watch the video I did for Lanterns? Lanterns, I got some concerns with. I'm hoping that show's good. I hope they don't screw up Green Lantern. He's the reason I started reading comics again. Um, I'm not going to ruin that for you either. About being stoked to see it. You saw my review of it. I still think No Way Home's better, my opinion. You might have a different opinion though. You might be like, "Yo, this was my favorite one out of all of them." For all I know, I'm just saying from my perspective. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was end all be all though. Oh, you missed this one too, Beans. I don't know. Is Francois still here? Francois was like Wolverine Origins was like his favorite Wolverine movie. I'm like, bro, Logan, and he was just like, "What are you talking about? Like, I haven't seen Logan." I was like, "You haven't seen Logan? Logan's a fucking masterpiece. Like, that is the greatest Wolverine movie ever made." No, I hear you. Yeah, you did see that one too. Cool. Um, yeah, I mean, I think when something's super topical, that's when I'll knock out a video like that. They're not going to be a super regular thing. Although, like I told Stranded, um, I may do paint streams where if I paint something, I may just paint it and make it a video instead of a live stream. The Fridays are always going to be live streams because that's David and I playing. I don't, and even if I'm solo, that's something that like you don't go back, watch, and comment on. You kind of want to do that in a live stream, but the painting stuff, I got to see how it works. I'm still experimental with it, but I took down the 3 Shazam videos. I can download them on my end. So I've downloaded them. I'm going to cut out just the painting parts, blank out the background sound, put in some generic ass music behind it, and then cut it together and do it like sped up and see how it comes out. See if just doing the paint job comes out, and then maybe a little bit of commentary on it, and see how that works. You only own the bootleg of Logan? Man, that movie, I've got that in like 4K, Blu-ray or whatever. Dear Lord, is that movie. It's just... what a fucking movie. Like, it was fantastic. Patrick Stewart's amazing in it. Hugh Jackman was great. Even the girl who plays X-13 is amazing. They did a great job with that movie. They did such a good job with that movie that I was like, that's what made me hesitant on Deadpool and Wolverine at first. I was like, I kind of don't want to ruin the legacy of this. I'm trying to figure out what I did with my regular ass. I just need to hot shot this together. And I know I saw my super glue floating around. I just want regular super glue. I don't need heavy bonding glue, none of that shit. Yeah. Logan's like being a Wolverine fan, not seeing Logan is like being a Clint Eastwood fan and not seeing Unforgiven. It's like you just can't do it, man. It's against the rules. Yeah, I used comic books. I thought about doing so, and I explained this to Stranded as well. You're not wrong. I agree with you. I think that's a good suggestion. The only issue is, and I did it with the Lanterns one too, and I thought I could get away with it. I flipped the video backwards, right? So I flipped the video around. So it was backwards on the screen and reviewed it and all this kind of stuff. They still hit me for copyright. And Spider-Man being Sony and Marvel and, oh God, what? I can't remember the other one. But Spider-Man having so many different hands in it, I was afraid that if I did that they would nail me. That I would get copyright struck, that would be end of story, and video comes down. But yeah, because Warner Brothers nailed me for Lanterns, and I was quite pissed about it. I couldn't believe that it's like, yo, I'm promoting your fucking product. I'm telling people I'm going to watch this on HBO Max, like, and yet you guys still nail me. Like, what's the deal? Like, why can't you just accept that, you know, your fan base wants to talk about stuff that you want a fan base for, and that's what's going to drive your money, drive asses into the theater, that kind of thing. And they still nailed me. They still claimed that video. Like, the moment it went up, it was like, as it was uploading, it said copyright claim. So, like with Spider-Man, I own those models. I painted them myself, right? I own those comic books. That's way before Disney. So you're not claiming shit on me for those. And that's kind of why I did it that way. So I agree with you. I 100%. I honestly wanted to do still frames from the trailer in the background while I was talking about it, because most of the stuff you see in the trailer is honestly in the beginning of the movie. So there's a lot that happens in that movie that you're going to have happen right away, and then everything else is brand new. So I don't even understand. I don't even understand why you're getting pissy about it. Like not you, but the movie companies. Like, remember, I tried to do that, and I'm looking forward to it. Is the house, the end of Oak Street? I think it's called, with Ewan McGregor, and I think it was who was it? Emily Blunt. Looks good with the dinosaurs and the all that stuff, and it's just like I started getting hit with a copyright strike where they were going to take down my stream midstream. As a matter of fact, I think they did black it out, and I was pissed. I'm like, this is actually a movie I'm excited about. I want to see, and I want to talk about it and tell people that watch me, like, yo, this is what I'm watching. This is why. I can understand if I'm giving a negative review, like I'm like, yo, this is total dog shit, and you get mad at me and hit me. But when I'm like saying nothing but good stuff, like, I think, the casting was great on this. I think I like this part of it. I'm not sure about this part, and I got concerns. Like why you wouldn't want to let that fly. There's some way I can talk to YouTube, I'm sure, and deal with it. I just don't think I'm big enough on YouTube. I don't think I got enough subscribers. I don't think I have enough impact. None of that. Where they're just like, yeah, screw that little dude. I may see that one at the movies, too. I'm not sure yet. I am not sure yet. It definitely looks like a fun movie, though. So what I did was, because I got the heavy bonding glue in there, doesn't really, because there's no immediacy to the bond, it allows your model to separate. So I use a little bit of super glue on top of it just to hit the seam line and hold those seams completely together so that the stronger glue has time to cure. So that we lose that entirety of that seam and it's not separating when I take my hand off of it anymore like it was. That's why I'm double layering out this glue. Like, yeah, like you have a little bit of separation here. Let me see. Squeeze it at all. Does it move at all? That arm's actually stayed pretty well in place. The other arm was separating though. And the leg was separating. Leg. Oh, chest has been hard welded, so that I don't even have to worry about. Like, that is completely blended, bonded, and everything else. Every scale visible. You won't even see that once that's primed. That's epic. Yeah, check it out. I also did the magnets and beans. So you got regular ass Killer Croc head. And then you got new 52 version of Killer Croc head. Boom. Switch right in there. I mean, the magnet's so tough, I'm holding the body up, holding on to the head. So. Yeah, I could believe it sold out. Like I said, God, Disclosure Day. Well, you guys know I took the teetotal shit out of that movie, right? He-Man, I had to eat crow on because He-Man's still my number one movie of this year. Spider-Man's right there with it, a little bit behind it in my opinion. Which is weird for me to say. And then Obsession is got to be right there. I'm going to say Spider-Man and Masters of the Universe are tied out pretty much for first place so far this year. And then Obsession would be number 3. I really did like Obsession because the careful what you wish for monkey paw kind of deal has been done to death. It's really the female actress in that movie, the girl that makes that movie worth watching. She did such a good job as somebody who is helplessly against her will being forced to love somebody she doesn't want to be in a relationship with. She did such a good job with it of you like it made me feel some kind of way for her. Like, oh my God, you poor thing. Somebody just shoot her in the head and put her out of her misery. That I was like, yeah, she killed it. She made that movie. She really did. So yeah, Obsession's number 3. But yeah, Masters of the Universe and Spider-Man. If I had to go 1, 2, 3, then it would be Spider-Man. I mean, it would be Masters of the Universe, Spider-Man, then Obsession. But if I can just tie them out, I'm going to say it's Spider-Man Masters of the Universe / Spider-Man are my top 2 for this year so far. Because Masters of the Universe, still to this point, I can sit down. I could watch it right now and throw like a thing of popcorn on, sit down and watch it and just laugh and enjoy something different for a minute. And it was that movie. You just enjoy it. It was a popcorn film, but it was so enjoyable. And I think because my expectation that it was going to be woke and it was going to be dog shit, that it completely blew away my expectations. So I kind of owe it to it. You got the 4K edition? Yeah, Masters, because like I said, it's just a fun movie. All the callbacks, all the little stuff, all the memery, all that kind of thing. Like, just made that movie so good. It's not the greatest movie ever made, and it's not like, I compare everything to 1984, right? Not the book by Orwell made, or movie based on a book by Orwell, but 1984, like Ghostbusters was out. You had Back to the Future in 85. You had so many classics, Gremlins, like you name it, that I go, a lot of times the way I think about things is, would this have fit in with a 1984 movie? Like, is it fun like a 1984 movie? And Masters of the Universe is fun like a 1984 movie. Like, it's just stupid fun. But yeah, Spider-Man's probably right there with it as far as fun. They're both like 6 out of 10s. The Furious, I'd say, is probably my number 4. But you have to like martial arts and action. And just because I know how tricky that shit is, right? Some of the choreography that they're doing in The Furious was unbelievable. When you have a fight between a fight that starts out between 4 different people, goes for 10 minutes, then another person shows up, gets into the fight with you, and then you fight for like another 15 minutes, and it's all one sequence. It's impressive to me. Because just, even if it's cut into different pieces, and we only did this move, that move, and the other, it's a lot of choreography to memorize. It's a lot of fight choreography in particular to memorize. So The Furious was that was another one. That one I would recommend home video. I wouldn't say go to the theater and see it, though. Like, if you've ever seen, that one is like, if you ever saw The Raid Redemption. Or, The Raid Redemption or The Raid Part 2 or whatever. Like, it's like that type of movie. And it's high octane. You feel like you're never catching your breath. Somebody's always getting the shit beat out of them. Being innovative with the way they're kicking the shit out of somebody. Some people are like uber tough, and it's like, damn, how are you going to beat that dude? That kind of thing. You got stakes on it. Like, the stakes are high in most cases. It was a good movie. It was fun. It was well done. Definitely, I'm sure. Felt like Jackie Chan probably should have done the choreography for it, the fighting choreography. But yeah, Spidey. Fortunately, Spidey was good. Um, and then so far, worst of the year that were hyped. When I say worst of the year, I can't go to just like indie films and piss on them because that's not fair. They don't have the budget. Big blockbusters. My worst of the year at this point, and superhero would be, well, actually, the three worst in no particular order. Let's say it that way. Three worst of the year: Supergirl, Disclosure Day, and The Odyssey. Those were my three. Skip the fuck out of these movies. Do not even bother with these movies because they're not good. Like, don't waste your money. Don't waste your time. Disclosure Day still pisses me off because I know that the director is capable of delivering Close Encounters. The Odyssey pisses me off because Christopher Nolan, he's such a great filmmaker, and that movie was just hot ass cheeks. And in Supergirl, basically, like, you could have done some real cool shit and you should have left Lobo out of it because you just kind of fucked up Lobo for any future movie. I mean, I don't understand how people are the whole. My whole thing is I have very minor criteria when it comes to stuff that is set in Greek myth, right? There's very few things that, really I need to see on screen to appeal to me. First and foremost is the gods. Anytime it's Greek myth and Poseidon, Zeus, Athena, like all these different gods get mentioned and you never show them, that's a big turnoff to me, right? Hades, whatever. So not showing any of the gods, even though they're the main focus of the story. They're what causes Odysseus's journey not to go. Number two is I need my monsters to be impressive, right? You had the Cyclops in there. I thought the design on it was cool and all that. My wife saw the design for the Cyclops. She watched the Cyclops scene. She looked at it and she goes, "It looks like he's got a vajayjay for an eyeball." And I was like, "Fuck! Now you ruined it for me." Right, you'll see it when it hits HBO or streaming or whatever, right? Six, yeah. It's just you focused on parts in that story that should have been minor and omitted the major parts and cut them down. A big part of it was that in the story, okay, Beans, what do I always say about how I think? I'm not the smartest man. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the strongest. I'm not the bravest. But I am probably one of the more clever people that you've met. Odysseus is supposed to be one of the most clever people. And you never see it. Like, the end, he gets clever, but even then, it's the end of the movie, and it's like, bro, you should have been doing this the whole time. And so, like, the Cyclops scene, for example, in the actual story of the Odyssey, what Odysseus does is he gets trapped in there with his men. The Cyclops eats his men and all this stuff, like here and there. But they're trapped in there. And then he comes up with the plan to poke its eye out, right? But first he gets it drunk so it passes out. So he doesn't know it's going to get its eye poked out. Then, when he's like, "Who's giving me this drink?" and blah, 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 right? Odysseus turns around and tells him, "My name is Nobody." So that when they poke the Cyclops' eye out, the Cyclops starts screaming to the rest of the giant folk on the island. And he's like, I'm being attacked, and blah, blah, blah. And the rest of the giant folk are like, "Who's attacking you?" He starts screaming, "Nobody." He's clever. He outsmarted them, right? The only problem is, as they're exiting the cave and running off and getting to the ships in the story, Odysseus turns around, I want you to know that Odysseus did this to you. And then the Cyclops goes, my father is Poseidon, I curse you, right? Basically. So he curses him. And then that's where Poseidon steps in and fucks the rest of his journey up on the way home. None of that's on display in the Cyclops scene. Basically, the Cyclops comes in the cave, eats 2 people, passes out after eating them, so he's completely asleep, does it again the next day. They wait till he falls the fuck asleep, they poke his fucking eye out, he opens the cave, they pretend to be sheep, get outside the cave, and then as they're running to the fucking boat, Odysseus turns around and shoots the Cyclops with an arrow. Like an asshole. And then the Cyclops kills like 10 of his friends. It's like, what the fuck? So it's like, that's, my opinion is, like where I get my opinion from is, it's fine if you're going to change certain aspects of a story, but keep the heart of that story. You know what I mean? Keep the soul intact to the story. Ulysses outsmarting the Cyclops is one part of it. Him outsmarting like the sirens is another part, where he's strapped to a mast and he hears their song. It actually kills all the sirens too, because if any man hears their song and resists, it kills them. They don't even show the fucking sirens. They show an outline of one on a rock. So it's like, it's these little things along the way. And then I think where the Odyssey in particular suffers the most is that I've seen the movie Troy. 1,000 ships launch. Looks awesome. You see the warring factions. Awesome. You see the city of Troy. The walls are huge and ginormous and you can't get over them. And it's big and imposing. This is brilliant set pieces, right? And then when it comes to the Odyssey, everything looks small in scale. It really needed to be like Lord of the Rings. Like if Guillermo del Toro or Peter Jackson had directed the Odyssey, I think you would have had an amazing movie. Christopher Nolan's very grounded, and I give him credit because he likes to use practical effects over CGI and all that, and I really appreciate that about him. So does Guillermo del Toro, which is why his monster design is usually spot. But I think Christopher Nolan, like, he pushed the wrong parts of the story and it didn't land. Like, it just didn't land for me. It changed the soul of the story. I mean, at the time, I didn't think Troy was all that great when I saw it. I thought it was cool. I didn't think it was great, but when I look at it next to the Odyssey, I think Troy's a fucking masterpiece. Like, I don't know. It's just, I always get a kick in Troy when Achilles, Brad Pitt is with the girl, like they're looking for him on the battlefield and they send the boy to go get him. And he's like banging 2 girls or whatever. And he comes out, gets his armor on and everything else, getting on the horse. And he's like, what does he look like, boy? And he's just like, yeah, that man's huge. I wouldn't want to fight him. And then Brad Pitt gets on the horse, looks back at him and is just like, and that is why no one will ever remember your name. It's shit like that. Like, you're like, damn, yeah, that's a dude right there. Like, he's not even a little scared. He's just going to charge in head on and fuck this dude up. Or like Brad Pitt showing up after his cousin gets killed and fucking shows up in front of the walls of Troy and is just screaming at the top of his lungs, Hector! Hector! Like, damn, that's a set of grapefruit nuts, It inspires something in you, like, yeah, that's a fucking warrior right there. Like, this dude is not to be taken lightly. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, I'm not taking away from Troy. I'm just saying, okay, so if we look at something on the scale of Troy, and then you've already seen that, right? So then when you see the fall of Troy in the Odyssey, and it looks lesser than that movie, that's an old ass movie and all that stuff, that's the problem. I've got something that I can compare it to. When I think of something like Clash of the Titans, the special effects don't, and I'm talking the '80s Clash of the Titans. The stop motion effects and all that, and the blue screening and everything else do not hold up for the digital age, unfortunately. And it's Harryhausen's masterpiece. However, I knew who the gods were. I got to see them. I got to see Olympus. All the creatures and stuff were all very cool. When I was a kid, man, I was super invested. The way they did Medusa was fantastic, just unbelievable for its time. All these little things, Calibos, Boo Boo the owl that she makes, the mechanical owl, all that stuff. The Kraken, release the Kraken, you know. And it's like when you look at that's like, okay, that's a Greek myth movie. When I look at the Odyssey, I just see, I don't know, Matt Damon, Tom Holland, John Barenthal. Like, I just see like actors basically playing themselves. I don't see them in a set timepiece even. Like, they just seem like they're just playing themselves in the movie, like they're modern. I don't know how to describe it. It's going to be, the worst part is this. This has been a rumor, and I'm going to state it as such. It's a rumor. Rumor has it that the reason why he put Elliot Page in the movie is because Elliot Page is going to be nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. Just telling you that now. You want Hollywood to, do their whole self-flatulation? That shit happens. Yeah, that's a rumor. I've heard that rumor. Again, it's a rumor. I don't know it to be fact. But yeah, supposedly come Academy Award season, Elliot Page will be nominated as the Best Supporting Actor for the role for playing Sinon in The Odyssey. Have to wait and see. I mean, does it shock you? I'll tell you now, the one who needs to win an Academy Award, if there's any kind of justice and that shit is actually real deal, is the chick who plays the girlfriend in Obsession. That's who needs to win an Academy Award this go round. Everything's fake and gay, yes. Well, I mean, those award shows and everything else, does that shock you? Does not shock me that, they would pull some shit like that. Like, at all. Oh, shit. Wow, that was almost really bad. I plugged in my electric blade, and it's right below my feet. That's the cap for the blade protector. It came off while I was plugging it in. I almost fucking stepped right down on that blade. Right. You know what? Hold on. I can tell you when the last time you watched anything to do with the Oscars was. It's probably the same time I watched anything to do with the Oscars. And that's when Will Smith slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. That was the last time I watched anything having to do with those Oscars. Because what the fuck? Like, what am I supposed to watch on the Oscars and get excited about? You know? That's it. That was the last time the Oscars were exciting, was when Will Smith won Best Actor and slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. I mean, if I'm to be honest with you, I still don't know why he slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. Right, but you did watch the slap, and that was part of the Oscars. That's what I'm saying. That's the only time the Oscars has been relevant in a while. Um, but yeah, I still, to this day, I'm still like, why? And legitimately, because she just got done telling him a couple months before, she told Will Smith a couple months before that she slept with their son's friend. And she told him that on a live podcast. Like, what the fuck? She did signal him to. She definitely cocked a Spock at him, like, yo, you're going to let him get away with that? But it's just the same. Like, I mean, look, my wife gives me that look. I know I got to beat I'm either going to get my ass beat or somebody's getting their ass beat, right? In this deal. That's just what you sign up for when you get married. But at the same point in time, she did something to him that publicly humiliated him a million times worse. If anything, Will Smith should have been laughing at her. I mean, I was kind of all right. At least you still have, at least you still have Denzel Washington, who's amazing. Denzel Washington is like is amazing. Morgan Freeman's another one that has always been amazing as far as Hollywood goes. Like that, like they're good people. They come across as genuine good people, or if not good people, then at least smart businessmen when it comes to their careers. Hollywood is definitely, it's weird. Um, Good lord, I'm just thinking of I'm thinking of Zendaya, and like I still don't see what the draw is with Zendaya. I don't think maybe there's a show she's in that I haven't seen that she's really really good in, but everything I always see her in, she's a grump. She's always grumpy. I don't know why. Yeah, he's a top-notch actor, and he's like, I could hang out with Denzel Washington and have conversations about like his films and stuff with him and his life. Like I could see that, right? Will Smith, I feel like he kind of be douchey. Morgan Freeman would be another one where I feel like I could have conversations with him. He'd be cool. Um, Samuel L. Jackson, I feel like I would sit down, and if I didn't bring a joint with me, I would be doing it wrong, you know? But yeah, Denzel Washington by far. I think he's the Michael Jordan of the Hollywood world. There are actors that I've completely lost a shit ton of respect for, though. Harrison Ford's one of them. Um, I've definitely lost a lot of respect from Harrison Ford from years and years ago. And my big problem with Harrison Ford is He ditched his wife that stuck with him while he was a carpenter, before he was in Star Wars, all that stuff. He ditched his wife for what's her name, Callista Flockhart, I think it was. Same thing with Michael Douglas. I lost all respect for him when he ditched his wife for Catherine Zeta-Jones. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're probably right, Beans. But yeah, I got no respect for, if you're married all this time and everything else, and then you're on set with some actress who's banging hot, and you just ditch your wife because, you know, I don't know. It bothers me. That always bothered me. Like, if I ever got rich and famous, I'd have the same wife. I've never seen either of those. Actually, I've seen Greatest Showman for some reason. That's the one with, didn't it have Hugh Jackman in it too? I don't know. It sounds right. I mean, I'm sure she's a lovely person too in real life. Like, if you sat down and talk with her, it's just she always comes across as grumpy and miserable in any role I've ever seen her in. You did, you liked it, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I lose a lot. I unfortunately lose a lot of respect for people. The guy who plays Sawyer still has the same wife. When he was blown up into major fame, when he was on Lost, and like every girl was kind of like had eyes on him, and was really going at him. And his wife is famously, she wasn't a very attractive woman. She was kind of on the heavier side. And he said, "Yeah, she's my wife though. I love her. I don't give a shit what you people look like. I'll walk down the red carpet with her any day. I'm proud of my wife. Good on him. Earn my respect immediately." I don't even want to think what it would be like to work in that industry. The egos, the cutthroatness of it, the people that are like my art, screaming my art. I'd lose my damn mind. Hugh was all right in Van Helsing. It was a terrible movie. The movie that I always liked Hugh Jackman in was actually opposite Christian Bale. It was called, I almost called it The Illusionist. That's not it. It's called The Prestige. They both came out at the same time. Yeah, The Prestige, I think, was my Hugh Jackman go-to movie outside of like him playing Wolverine. You know what I mean? He was really really good in that movie. Solid. All right, so yeah, unfortunately, I had to blow out with the super glue there, but it held together well. The Prestige was that's a Christopher Nolan movie too, with Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman, and yeah, and oh god, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember the guy's name. It's gonna kill me. Alfred from Dark Knight trilogy. Les Mis. I was never a big fan of Les Mis, just at all. I know people love that and everything. It was not. It's not my kind of movie. I guess the best way of putting it. So I don't really. If something's not really my cup of tea kind of movie, I try not to give my 2 cents on it, because I'm not going to see it the same way everybody else does. I guess the best way of putting it. Michael Caine. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Six. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Michael Caine. Yeah, with Nikola Tesla and all that stuff. It was a good movie. The Prestige. It's a classic. So you guys want to hear? Well, I'm almost done streaming, boys and girls. But I figured you get a kick out of this one because I've been watching this Moonshiner series, right? And I didn't know this. They said it in one episode. They put this little thing at the end of the still so that the alcohol runs down it. And the one guy calls it a coon pecker. And I'm like, wow, what an interesting name. So I go and I have to look that shit up. You did, but it's okay. You had the right guy. So I go and look up. I'm like, Google, what is a coon pecker in moonshining, right? Not making this shit up. It is a bone from a raccoon's penis that, because of the shape and the porousness of it, it makes the alcohol flow a certain way. Right? Like it flows the same way regardless if it's a strong stream of alcohol coming down from the condenser or it's a very strong flow or a light flow. It makes it drop into your jars and everything else, your bucket actually. But yeah, I fucking lost my mind. I was like, wait, what? Oh shit. Ian, good to see you, brother. Yeah, Tickle. Tickle's not one of my favorites. The two old guys on there, Digger and Mark, are my favorites. Those two are just the greatest shit ever. Like, Digger and Mark on that show are why Twisted and I can't hang out together in real life, right? Like, that's... Whew. But yeah, like when they go into it and they're talking about the coon pecker or whatever, and I'm just like, I had to Google it. I was like, what is a coon pecker? And it's the penis bone out of a raccoon that moonshiners use, and they put in the end. And then later on, I'm watching and somebody explains that. But it's crazy because they'll be sitting there with this bone, they'll have it in there, and then pull it out of the spout where the alcohol is coming out of, and then suck on it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's a raccoon penis bone. What are you doing, man? Yeah, he's not yours either. It's an older show. Dude, that's just it. I had never seen it. And I think I'm on season 6 or 7 out of 15 seasons. I had never heard of this show before. It came up my feed. And like I watched like a chunk of it and I'm like, yo, I gotta see this. And it's crazy because the first season actually focuses on the moonshiners and on cops. So there, and it's like very low quality. I'll say that. No production value to it in the beginning. And then as you're getting through the seasons, the production quality goes up and up where you're like, okay, maybe the show's kind of fixed now, you know? But it screws me all up. I get belly laughing at times. Like some of the rednecks that you come across on this show and some of the shit they say is just great. Like, and the older they are, the better they are. Like, they're fucking hysterical. It's on Discovery, but the way I saw it was on YouTube on, I think it was Discovery UK and Discovery Australia. And like, just watch clips from it. They also had a spin-off called Master Distillers where they take the moonshiners and then like, I think it's Mark Digger and I think Tim, right? and like they're judges, and then they'll give them like flash challenges and make this type of brandy using only one ingredient to flavor it, and like it. But it caught me. It, like, I don't know what it was. There was something about this that just hit me just right, where I'm like, yo, that's some shit I used to, me and the guys used to pull in the woods, except for we did it with kegs of beer, but these guys are actually making the beer, you know what I mean? And they're not making beer, they're making like high ass end moonshine. And they're explaining like different aspects. They won't explain exactly what they're doing to make their moonshine. I'm sure you could do research and figure that out. But they won't go completely into it. But they do explain little things, like I said, like the coon pecker, what that actually does. They explain that when the moonshine first starts coming out of the still, you need to throw out like the first couple gallons of it that comes down, because they'll do like a 30 to 120 gallon run. And they're like, the first couple gallons that come down, you need to throw that out because you'll kill somebody with it. Because they call it the heads. And it's like super potent ethanol. It's like, like 190 proof or whatever. Like, so like 80% alcohol. And they're like, yeah, you got to throw that shit out. That would be Popcorn Sutton. Popcorn Sutton is the legendary moonshiner's name, Ian. I don't know if he killed himself. They've never said what exactly happened to him. But I can tell you, I know people that are related to him. That's what I can tell you for a fact. That I do know somebody who is like his second cousin. Because I was like, wait, from this area and all this? And then I asked, and sure enough, it's the second cousin. Don't know that he knows anything about making moonshine, but yeah. It's just, man, the show it's fun. It's one I found that I'm enjoying at this point. And like I said, the Spider-Man thing, that was the big talk I had tonight. But I don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about on Sunday now. I mean, if I ever had an inkling to do moonshine, that's who I would want to talk to, is Popcorn Sutton. Actually, in the here and now, it would be like Digger and Mark would be the two I would want to talk to about making the moonshines. Yeah, those guys, like, it's crazy too, because they're in like Kentucky, they're in South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia. They're all over the place. But they're explaining, like, a matter of fact, one set of people is in Louisiana, like a father and a daughter at this point. And just like they're going through their moonshine, what it should be at, how much they're selling it for. Like, and they're doing crazy shit too. Like the two older guys, they had this real high end, I want to say it was apple brandy moonshine. And they rented a hearse and did what's known as a dead drop, but they did it out in a graveyard. That was great. Yes, that is how NASCAR came about, was the whatchamacallit, the runners. Not the actual moonshiners, but the runners that actually ran the moonshine. And then they started racing with each other, seeing who could get there faster. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, it's crazy. But they go into history too. And what's interesting is they're like, yeah, George Washington was a moonshiner. And explaining how he's a moonshiner, shit like this. You're just like, really? I mean, it's really really neat. Neat show. But yeah, you can catch all the little highlights on. You can catch the highlights on. I want to say it's Discovery UK, Discovery Australia, maybe even the Discovery Channel Prime. But yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And like the craziest part to me is this: the chemistry that's involved in that, and like they can tell by just tasting like the mash that they're going to turn into the alcohol. They'll dip their finger and pull out and be like, "Yep, that's going to come out like this," and it always does. Like they know exactly what they're doing. And it's nuts how they're doing it, and they're building like new stills and stuff, and the fundamental ideas behind it, while it's not super difficult or rocket science, it's just brilliant that people way back when came up with some of this stuff. Yeah, I think one of the guy who was it? Since you mentioned NASCAR, I think it was Richard Petty. I think it was Richard Petty for some reason was actually that's how come he's such an amazing driver was because he was running moonshine all the time and became a driver. I think that's who it was. Don't quote me. Don't say like it's gospel hand on the Bible or anything. I'm just saying. I think it was Richard Petty was actually like a moonshiner at one point, and that's why he was such a good driver. Well, guys, impromptu stream. This stuff, I'm still looking at it. It's still a little tacky, so I can't get the damn prime on there. Yeah, him or his dad, or no? I think you are. You thinking of Earnhardt? I don't know. I'm not big on NASCAR. I'm gonna be honest, but I do know it was one. It's a very famous driver, and I think it's Richard Petty for some reason. Maybe it was the Earnhardts. Yeah, all my hops went bad. I wonder how that tastes. I mean, people have been making wine for centuries, so I'm sure they had some kind of damn clue. I'm pretty sure they had some kind of clue as to what they were doing. Petty's dad? Okay. Yeah, I mean, centuries people have been getting hammered. Like, it would be the same thing for somebody like, oh, my grapes are rotten. What do I do with these? Damn, rats got in the hops again. Nice. I mean, somebody had to have some grape juice sitting around and just fucked up one day and was like, you know what? I'm thirsty. I'm drinking this shit anyway. Hey, I'm now fucking like slurring my words and falling over. Oh shit, we need to bottle this and sell it. I mean, you got to figure the Vikings figured out mead, right? Like honey mead and honey wines and everything. So there's definitely something to be said there too. Like I'm just trying to figure out who the first person who smoked weed was, though. Did they like they're cutting down some branches and shit to feed a campfire? Throw some marijuana branches in. Like fuck, I'm freezing to death. Yo, bro, I'm fucking completely stoned. We need to fucking harvest more of this shit. That like that kind of thing. Yeah, no kidding. You want to talk about a hell of a party trick, turning water to wine? Good call on that one, Beans. Like, could you imagine if the conversation went something like this? You know something? All of us are miserable. We have all these woes. The world is terrible. Everything sucks. And then Jesus just comes in and he's like, I got something that'll brighten your day, and puts us, he touches like the local well, and it's just like, there you go. It's all wine. Everybody just gets shit faced and forgets all their problems. Coffee's an odd one, you know? It really is because of the process that they need to grow it and all that kind of shit. That's a weird one. Corn's kind of like that too, though. Like, that's another crop where you're like, that must have been interesting how people learn to farm corn because it has to be done a certain way or your crop will fail. I mean, there's in modern day we understand chemistry and molecular bonds and all this kind of stuff, but back then that shit was like you. I think real alchemists were people that could make a good pot of coffee back in like the 1600s. We tried grinding up this oak and put it through and filtered water through it. It tastes like shit. All right, what's next? Well, I found these other leaves. What do you call them? I call them tea leaves. Let's try those. Hey, that's not bad if we just had a way that we could filter this. All right, yeah, okay. And then coffee, same thing. Like how many different plants do you think they grinded up before they found shit that we could actually drink? And it was flavorful. Like, how many people died through trial and error in trying to figure out coffee, for example? Like, it's things like that. Right. But I want you to think about this, right? You just said it. Coffee is just cherry looking fruit on a tree and they roast the seed, right? So who the fuck was like, you know what? We need to get the seed out of this and then roast it to a certain point and then grind it down and filter water across it. And then you can drink it. Yeah, yeah, I mean, and that's just it. You look at this shit and you're just like, how much trial and error goes into things? I mean, look at it this way. Even in modern day, we'll go to modern day. I'm developing a pill for heart attacks, right? For people with heart problems, we're going to develop this medication. So what it'll do is it's going to release blood flow and everything else. And this way it'll help people regulate their heart that have weak heart or clogged arteries, all this kind of stuff. It's going to help with the pulmonary system. Okay, well, you did trial and error on it, and next thing you know, you got one guy like, hey, I tried your pill in the test group, and yeah, I've had an erection for the past like 3 hours. And they're like, oh shit, you know what? Why are we marketing this as heart medicine when we can just make boner pills? And next thing you know, you got fucking Viagra, right? Like that's the origin of Viagra. It was supposed to be heart medication, guys. What the fuck? So you you get, like I said, trial and error, trial and error. Like, we've got this medicine. Here you go. Here's another modern one. We got this medicine, and what it'll do is it's for people that have diabetes. And they'll just have to inject themselves, and it'll be a regular cycle. But this way, it'll help people with diabetes. Yo, this chick came in. She was 400 pounds. She's been stuck like 20 times, and she's now down to 150 pounds. Oh shit! You know what? Let's market this to fat people and call it Ozempic. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was like like you called it beans, right? Like, it was like the lowest man on the totem pole, right? So they had to go into the woods. Like, early humans had to go into the woods, and they were just like, all right, we've got a bush of red berries, of these blueberries, of these of like these green berries. Where's Billy? Billy doesn't do anything. Billy doesn't, he doesn't lift these heavy ass stones for the pyramid. Billy just sits on his ass all day, watches the rest of us sweat out in the sun. Hey, Billy, come here. This is now your job, or we're going to beat the shit out of you. You go over there. Tell me, how does that blueberry taste? Tastes good. Is he dying? Is he shitting himself? Is he foaming at the mouth? No. Okay, we can eat those blueberries. All right, try those red ones over there. Oh, God, there's something hard in the middle of these. If you spit that out, though, and, oh, look, he's not dying, shitting himself, or falling over. All right, try these green ones. And then Billy, all of a sudden, like, his gums turn blue, and he grabs a hold of his chest, and he falls down dead. And they're all like, okay, so we've just developed blueberries and cherries, but the green ones over there, those are poison. The whole thing is, though, I can feed rotten meat to a dog. Dog doesn't really get sick from it, right? Like, it's not good for them, but they can eat it and get away with it, like spoiled meat. You give that to a human being, it'll kill them. So you can't do animal trials. You're going to have to do whoever's the shit man on the totem pole, right? That's the trial they would do. Like, the most useless bastard, like, yo, Charlie over there, the one that makes sandwiches out of sand, like, a little bit of water on there, and he makes mud pies and actually eats the mud pie. Yeah, that old Charlie over there, he's going to test all this food for us and see what's good and what's poison. We're going to remove his stupidity from our gene pool. Like, that's how ancient humans worked. I'm pretty sure of it. Oh shit, bro! You got psoriasis? That shit. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Trust me, I know somebody who has to inject themselves twice a month in the stomach with shit for psoriatic arthritis and major psoriasis. So I feel for you, brother. Dude, Salem witch trials, the worst part of the Salem witch trials is part of the way they would like let people go is if they could name other witches. So you just had people just like, yeah, so and so's a witch. They had nothing to do with it. They were out like shopping on Sunday. And yes, I saw her. She was in a coven with the devil. Like, and they just burn them at the stake. Spain's civil guard chief declares the border is totally collapsed. Really, Reb? No. Thousands of military aged African men have poured over the border in the past several hours. What? Video on Fox News. So so basically Spain's been overrun by Africa? Beans, that's what he was just bringing up. You know, I always ask about news and stuff like that from everybody. You were away for the spoilers, but Rebel just came back in with this. It looks like a D-Day invasion. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny here, but is their military going to just start shooting people? Because I'll tell you what, if the Mexican border collapsed like that, I'm pretty sure we would just start mowing people down. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Are they actually are they just overrun? And what happens now to Spain? Does it get taken over? You know, how do you get that out of your country? That's fucked. I mean, you're not wrong, Beans. It's an invasion. Yeah, that's legit, like an invading force. If they're all military-aged men and stuff like that, I don't know if they're armed, but if they're armed and they're coming in, you're going to have a hell of a problem. Oh yeah, yeah. The Rebel said that it was all military-aged men. Um, they declared amnesty for illegals. Wow. So they legit opened their border. You can't say your border collapsed if you open it like that. That's asinine. I mean, it happened here for 4 years, but not to that extreme. Well, no, actually, even more extreme, but it was families that were coming across too. If it was all men and all military aged men from Africa, like, I, dude, that reminds me of actually, that's a throwback to old times when the Moors conquered Sicily and Italy and everything. I don't think Spain has cartels, does it? I think that's just Mexico. Mexico, Venezuela, stuff like that, like South America. I don't think the cartels are in Spain. I mean, one of the first thing I'd probably do is let the bulls run. Just let them all out of their cages and just start mowing people over. They do that running of the bulls in Barcelona. So that's fucking crazy. Yeah, you can't. Actually, no, you can. You know what? In a way, they kind of fucking deserve it. You play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, and this seems like a stupid prize to me. Yeah, you're not wrong. They should have stuck with tourists instead of banning them. You're not wrong. And yeah, Reb, I'm telling you. Well, no, I meant our southern border was like families and stuff, and you had a mix. But it was bad. But I mean, you influx that many immigrants in one shot, and like you said, it looks like D-Day, bruh, not good. Like I said, I mean, if I were Spain, I would be enacting my military, calling it an invasion, and probably just fending off an invasion is the best way I'll put that. Whoa, is that true? They can't use military force for civil, so they can't use them to defend their own borders. I mean, I know in Texas when people were cutting across the borders and going into people's fence lines and stuff like that, I was shocked that they didn't find a mass grave next to some farmers, like out where his cattle are. That always shocked me. But this is crazy. Spain gets bum rushed by illegal immigrants. Well, no, I guess technically they're not illegal immigrants, guys. If they banned illegal immigration and just said all immigrants are welcome here, then technically what's happening right now is legal, so you have no standing to defend your own country. I mean, I just looked it up, and apparently all these men are singing Imagine by John Lennon as they cross the border, too. I don't know how true that one is, but, you know, it says it here on the internet, so it must be real. But they're all, like, running across, and they're all they're all singing, Imagine there's no country. Like, not good. Like, dear Lord. I don't know who Sanchez is, but he sounds dirty to me. Sounds like just out and out insanity. I mean, you know, Africa's a big fucking place, too. It's not full yet. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I can understand if you live in a place where no food will grow and no water and all this kind of stuff, kind of like the Middle East. But there's a whole lot of grassland in Africa. I guess you got lions and shit that'll eat you, but there's a lot of places you could set up to live there. I don't know. This is not good. Because the kicker is, if everybody's in Africa, right, or everybody goes from Africa to Spain, how long before they spread out throughout the EU? And I think the other part of this is, you know, if Danny Boss and David Mon are to be believed, then you have a lot of Pakistani immigration going there too. Do the Africans and the Pakistanis get along? Because if not, you're going to have gang warfare basically between the two of them. Like, they're going to set up different stuff, and depending if the Africans are Christians and the Pakistanis are Muslim, you might have like holy wars as well. Shit's going to get crazy over in Europe. We need to get the fuck. Guys, as Americans, I recommend that we just pull out of the Middle East, that we cut off all trade with Europe, and we just hunker down our own fucking country, annex and invade and take over all of South America, take over all of Canada, capture Cuba, and just put a giant ass fence around everything and just be like, nope, that's it. We're done. We're full. Like, you know, just we're full. That's it. We have North America, South America. We're just going to name it to one place called America, period. And that's it. We just lock the rest of the world out. We got everything we need here. We can get the oil from down south. We can get the rare earth minerals from different parts of the north. And let's just lock this motherfucker down. Nine people are already dead. That's amazing. After your vacation in September, fuck them. Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. We are stocked up on crazy. We really are stocked up on crazy in America. We've got our own variety of fruits and nuts. We're good. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, I think our Canadian neighbors would be cool with it. I think a lot of South America would be cool with it. And then, like we just do the Western Hemisphere government, right? And just like one America, all of us all together. You don't have to worry about people coming into the United States anymore. They can stay in Venezuela or, Portugal or wherever. Portugal is in the South America, right? Or am I thinking? No, Panama. That's what I'm thinking of. Right? You could do it, Argentina, all that. You could do it, and now they have the same access to all the American stuff, like North American, or, actual America. But now it expands to them. So there's no more immigration. That cuts all that shit out. And then everybody, like, we all just team up together and just like call it the America Avengers of America or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I mean, Canada, you got good weed coming out of Canada and maple syrup. Don't forget maple syrup ever. Oh, shit. So it looks like, the lefties are all right with it right up until it hits them in the dick. And then next thing you know, they want to launch the forces. Too late, sir. You fucked up. Partially joking. It's okay. I'm joking too. Like, I do not take what I'm saying and any of that shit serious. Although, it might be a plan. It may work. I mean, look at it this way. How many American women would go to Brazil just for the butt lifts? Like, yeah, you got some perks down there. I'm just saying. And again, you would end all immigration if it was like, no, everybody's now, there's no more peso, there's no more this, there's no more that. It's all converted to American dollars. Like, no more Canadian loonies. It's all American bucks. I don't even know if Canada has a dollar. Wait, what's a racism? Oh, yeah, the fact they're trying to throw them out? Yeah, I think you're right. I think Spain's being racist. So let me throw this out there to you guys because you know what? I'm looking at everybody who's commenting, and I'm sure Melissa's out there too. I give the right a lot of shit. I give Donald Trump a lot of shit. And the reason why is because I want to see better, not worse. I want to see better. I want to see balanced budgets. I want to see deficit spending come down. I want all these things and everything else. The right still isn't as fucked up as the left is in this country. And I'm not talking about traditional leftists. I'm saying that there's this whole new arm that is fucking batshit crazy and we should all be terrified of. Like the right has, the extreme of the right. You do have some racists in there, anti-Semites, all this kind of fucked up shit. However, compared to the left and the hard left extremists, the right looks like a bunch of fucking angels. They're still terrible, but nothing like how the left's gone. So as much shit as I give the right, they're still better than the alternative. I agree, Beans. Yes, exactly. I give Trump a lot of guff, but at least we're not fucking the border shut down. I'm real not happy about this war. However, at least we're not dealing with the war and the border at the same time. That could have been a disaster. Well, Ian, there are actually, to tell you the truth, Ian, men wouldn't go down and get the butt lifts. What men would go down is get pectoral implants. You're going to think I'm joking about this? There are breast implants for men. To make them look like, they have the muscle up top and they don't have saggy titties. And I can say that because it's saggy man titties, right? But yes, men get that shit done all the time too. It's people don't talk about it because, a woman gets her breasts enhanced. People talk about that. People never talk about men getting their breast enhanced or their junk enhanced too. There's guys out there that get their junk enhanced. Like, I don't know, plastic surgery period scares the shit out of me. Right? Like, people freak me out with that. Like, wanting, and you see it a lot in Hollywood and stuff like this. So it's in your face. You can always tell when somebody's gotten a facelift or whatever to make themselves look younger. Shit always fucks me up. I get it. Maybe you got low confidence because you had small boobs, right? But you're having your chest cavity ripped open, a plastic bag full of saline solution plugged into it and then inflated, basically, for what? Does that really give you confidence? I mean, I guess. I don't know. You should just find it in yourself. I can see if somebody's like, I was in a car accident, I had half my face burned off, they did skin grafts, they had to, rebuild my arm, shit like this. I get that part of it, right? Like those plastic surgeries, they make sense to me because somebody got horribly disfigured. But just doing it for your own fucking vanity never made a lick of sense to me. Like, I won't even get the implants for my dentures so that they plug in. For my up top where I had them all ripped out, I just wear normal ass dentures because I'm like, I really don't want somebody drilling the fuck in my jawbone and putting a metal rod in there so that the bone can grow around it so it can break free in like 10 years. I don't know. I'm not that vain anymore. There was a point in time where it was like any little blemish was a problem, but now it's like, fuck that. Oh shit, Ian. Sorry to hear that, I guess. Um, I like I said, I guess different people value different things, and some people, it does make the difference with the way they look physically, And there's nothing wrong with taking pride in yourself and working out and all this other stuff. It goes back to that joke I was saying about diabetes, right? With Ozempic. Like, it was developed for diabetes. What do you see? You see Oprah using that shit to keep fat off her ass. Work the fuck out if you don't like the way you look. I know people, my best friend who passed away. He was a big man his entire life. Not by any fault of his own. He was like it from the time he was a kid. He got his weight down at one point, really working out. He ballooned up one point, really working out. But you know what? He never even thought about, well, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go to the doctor and have them put a band around my stomach so I shrink in size. I think I'm going to have him do that. He just fucking exercised. That's what he did. And he got bulkier and like huge. That's why we called him Guido, like strongman from the X-Men or X Factor. But you know, you have a friend in liver failure because of GLPs. I can believe that, Beans. Yeah, and the fucked up part is you're going to be on that for the rest of your life once you start. Like, if you stop taking it, you're going to balloon right back up. It's, I say the same thing about, I think it was creatine. Creatine adds water weight to you, right, to your muscle. So if you're working out hard with it, that's fine. You use the creatine, you build up that muscle, and then you come off the creatine for a little bit so that you got pure muscle in there. You're still going to shrink down. You're not going to be as big as you were, but that's fine. because you built a muscle under it. You worked with it. But the GLPs, you got people that are just shooting that shit and then look how sexy I am. And it's like, yeah, look how droopy your skin is because you didn't work to get that body. I mean, well, look at it this way, Ian. As messed up as that is, their dad didn't pass on good genetics for big boobies, so therefore they bought their own. That's how you got to look at it. Yes. Well, that's just it. I had a whole big thing about creatine because I remember, and we're going back many moons because I'm fucking lazy and I don't work out. But when I used to work out way back when with my pal Bubba and his brother-in-law Bob, we tried creatine for a little bit there and I was looking like thicker than normal and I was like, damn. And then I stopped using the creatine and I was like, damn. And I always had a negative view on it up until I met Mister, who started going into all these other health benefits from it. And I was like, shit, maybe I misjudged this stuff because I was only looking at it from a workout aspect. Mister started explaining it from an other health aspect, and Mister was correct. It's one of the reasons, shout out to Mister. I love it when he's in here. He'll bring stuff to me that's contrary to my thought process and make me look into it. And I appreciate the hell out of him for that every time. Hey, what's going on? It's Smurf. Hey, you know, you want to get in on the, I can fire up Discord if you want, Smurf. You're like getting close to the end here, but you know, I can fire that up if you want to talk a little bit on the microphone and stuff. You just say the word there, Smurf. I use creatine and I use Viagra, okay? I snort the creatine and the Viagra mixed together, and then I got a muscle boner, okay? I love the fact Smurf's icon is fucking the Rocky Smurf. That is the greatest shit ever. Oh, and there's Smurf. Fire up the old talkie box thing. You can come in here and say hi to everybody. Everybody misses you, Smurf. They all love you. You're one of the good ones, man. Hey, they call him Iron Penis Smurf, okay? The Blue Dingus is in the house. Everybody's like, hi, Smurf. Everybody misses you, Smurf, okay? They don't know nothing about how you're not gay. They're just trying to be friendly, okay? Yeah, let's see. Okay, I fired it up for you. There you go. I got the GAM live up. I think it'll come through. The hell's this invite the voice? What the fuck? Yeah, and Smurf, don't watch the beginning of this live stream if you want to watch Spider-Man in the movies and not see or hear the entirety of the movie. Because, yeah, and I've got Discord up, guys. I'm in the Discord, so if Smurf decides he wants to join or he has room to join, he can hop right in. You'll hear his sexy voice come through the microphone and tell you he's your worst nightmare, okay? Yeah, it sounds like some old mafioso, you know? I don't think you know what a mafioso sound. Actually, old mafioso. I have to think because I actually knew a very old mafioso, and the way he used to talk. He talked in broken English. He kind of talked like this. I tell you something. You know what I call that dishwasher over there? I call him a minchia camorte. That means a dead dick. You know what a dead dick does? It does a nothing.
What's up there, guys?
Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? Smurf in the house, boys and girls.
I didn't watch it because I didn't want the spoiler.
Do not watch the beginning of the stream. You can watch the video I did on it. There's no spoilers at all. Like, bro, I went off the trailer. I didn't give away, like, you know, the villains. It's probably one of the hardest videos I've ever had to make. Bar none, because a good chunk of it is, who's the villain? And so you're like, well, I can't tell you who the villain is because it gives away this, and then it gives away that, and then, you know. So I had to, like, bite my tongue. But the beginning of this stream, do not go back and watch the beginning of the stream. I told everything from the movie. Like, basically, it's the movie from the start of the movie to the end of the movie.
Damn.
Yeah, and I broke it completely down because I was not planning on streaming at all. So I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to talk about it because I watched it twice. And the second viewing, I was like, I'm sitting here and my God, I don't even want to get all pissed off again. The fucking contract with the fence, I pulled it and told him basically go piss up a crooked stick and try not to get wet. I had Twisted involved in it too. I was messaging Twisted on the side like, yo, this is what's going on. Twisted's just like, yeah, it's fucked. But yeah, so now I got to wait on it till like probably right around September to get my fucking fence installed, all that. I still got to find another contractor. So I've been pissed off because this whole week I was supposed to be out there like cutting the underbrush, cutting down the small trees, everything else that's going to be blocking up where the fence posts are going to go. And wasn't able to go out there and use the chainsaw at all. Like, I was like, yeah, there's no point in cutting this down till I know what the next company is going to come in and say, no, you don't need to cut that, or you do need to cut that. So that got delayed. And then I was like, fuck it, I'll work on the yard then this week. It's been 109 degrees at the lowest point. So I'm like,
yeah, dude, this week's been rough.
Yeah, the wife's just like, you sure you want to go out there and cut that lawn? And I'm like, yeah, I'll go do this. I'll go do that. She's like, right now, real feel is 117 degrees. Are you sure you want to go do that? And I'm like, looking at her and I'm like, you don't feel like dealing with me after I'm out in that fucking heat, do you? She's like, as pissy as you've been? No. So I was like,
and if you pass out, oh, you're really gonna be mad. So yeah, don't go out there.
Yeah. So I was just like, shit. You know, what am I gonna do? And so I started watching the show Moonshiners because it had 15 seasons to it. Good show.
It's all right. I've seen a few episodes of that.
You know, and just bored out of my skull. So I'm like, what am I gonna do? I know I'll do a video on this because I meant to do it last live stream and didn't. And then I was like, fuck it. You know what? I watched Spider-Man, and I watched Spider-Man a couple days before I actually posted that I had watched Spider-Man. So I was like, all right, well, I want to do a review, but then I'm looking at all the big reviewers and I'm like, nobody else has seen this. So if I do a review now, people are going to know how I saw it and I'm going to be in trouble.
Yeah. The wife wants to see it. And if I act any kind of different way, like I have seen it, she'll be mad.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's just it. So the first version,
she loves all of the new ones, the Tom Holland shit and the Avengers shit. Like, she loves all that together. I don't want to ruin that for her.
All right, so I mean, there's certain things I can tell you that are spoiler free because you can watch them in the movie trailer. I'll tell you now.
I haven't even watched the movie trailer yet because I don't want to spoil it for her.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything on it, so I'm not going to until she wants to watch it.
Yeah, I'll just put it to you this way then. Ready? This is how good I'm trying to get with the non-spoiler shit. There are other characters in this movie from other franchises that are, and three in particular that are fucking awesome in the movie. I'm just going to tell you that.
Cool.
And that's as vague as I can get and as specific as I can get without giving you spoilers or character names.
Oh, yeah, I want to say hi to Beans and Melissa and Ian.
Yeah. Oh, and Ian asked, speaking of weather, has Bob been on? Seen a day or two ago, Norfolk had a tornado warning, but didn't see if they actually had one or not. Bob was on earlier tonight. He dropped in. He's like, what the hell are you guys doing on here tonight? Because I don't normally stream on Thursday. And Melissa sent you hearts, Smurf. But yeah, he was on earlier tonight.
I got my TV on, but it's muted. Otherwise,
yeah,
I'll hear you echoing.
Yeah, Melissa hit him with the all hail Bob. Just FYI.
All hail Bob.
Yeah, all hail Bob. All hail the power of Bob. Bob and his amazing Bobness.
Me too, Beans. I think it's hilarious when he tries to talk like me.
Fucking yeah, I mean Bob. I mean, legitimately, you know, Bob has been like pretty damn cool lately. And I swear every show I do, even if he's here for 2 minutes and hates what I'm doing, like playing a video game, Bob comes in and bullshits for a minute, you know?
Yeah.
But one person he always asks about Smurf is you.
Yeah, that's what he said the last time. Last time he jumped right in as soon as he heard me.
Yeah, he's like, is that Smurf? I got to get in there. Hey, Smurf, have you ever been to a drive-in? We can walk there. I know there's one with a good hill.
I will never in my life ever go to a drive-in with Bob.
Yeah, but you get shot afterwards.
Right. Might not make it home.
I mean, you might catch a shot beforehand, too. You never know, eh? Jesus. Yeah, but yeah, shout out to Bob. I love Bob. He cracks me up.
All hail Bob.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually I haven't been doing AI songs either. Kind of took a break from it. I do have to craft up another Bob AI song. I think, how many do I have? Bob Goes Down, Bob's Nut Kick, Bob's Drunk Driving, right? So that's
you got the
songs.
whole album. You still have the whole album to make for him.
I got 5 more songs I've got to write about Bob in particular. And then it's going to be called the All Hail Bob album. And I'm debating on what I need to do for the music for Bob. Like what other songs I should be writing about, you know?
I don't know, but the way his stories go, sometimes I feel like a good song would be like, another brick in the wall.
Another brick in the wall. Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
It'd be another bottle on the floor.
No, fuckers. Y'all hell Bob.
Shit. You fuckers all hail Bob. Yeah, Bob always says he has enough Bob songs, but the whole thing is, he probably does. You know, he probably does get annoyed by it. But at the same point in time, I think he enjoys them too. Just saying. I think there's a part of him that it's kind of a flattery. Because I know, you know, like...
Dude, they're fucking hilarious. Like the ones that you made up of me, dude. They're just fucking hilarious. Like how can you be mad at that? Like,
right. I'm not going after Bob in like a nasty way or talking some nasty shit about him like I did with a certain streamer. You know, that was kind of a mean song. With Bob, I do fun and enjoyable songs that everybody kind of laughs, including Bob to an extent. Especially the big problem with Bob is that you have to explain to Bob when you're making a song about Bob. Was this true? Yes. Was this true? Yes. Was this part not true? Yeah, that part's not true. Okay, well, I've already said that part's not true. Is this true? Yes. Is this true? Yes. Is that true? Yes. So you have to explain to him that you're not really making fun of him. You're just telling his story in a song.
What's up, 6? See 6 there now?
Yeah, 6 is here. Yeah, I'm just trying to think because I mean there are Bob songs, but the other part of it, I have to have my head in the right. It's just like painting. if my head's not
Yeah,
in the
you
right
got to
place.
be in the right headspace to get the good shit.
Right. Yeah. If I'm not in that right headspace, well, you played games with me long enough where I'll come up with some crazy shit just out of nowhere. If I don't have my head in that place and I'm like in an angry place, it's going to be a fucked up song. So I don't want to do that, especially, all hail Bob. Like, dude, the whole chat's always like, all hail Bob, and it's kind of become a thing. I want to do Bob's song justice, I think I'm going to do one called Bob's Dating App, maybe. And then it'll lean into the swipe right part of the meme.
Oh, dude, I've been waiting for it. You come up with something where, well, what I really need is some pee.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. What I really need is some pee.
I can't believe he said it that night. That was
Bob,
great.
whatever you do, don't say the one word. What word? A bad word for...
What I really need is...
yeah, that. And... Bob, don't say the bad word. What bad word? The bad word for...
Who was he talking to? Was it Melissa that night?
I can't remember.
Or Beans, like one of them.
I can't
and they're
remember.
like, yeah, I can't help you there, buddy. Like,
yeah. Yeah, but no, I mean, one of my favorites is, Bob, look, you can't say that word. What word? Word for a gay man. Oh, you mean...
this?
And, yeah, and just like blast it out as loud as he can and says it with like authority.
And innocence at the same time. I don't know how he
doesn't understand what he just said, and it's like, bro, you're gonna get me kicked off fucking YouTube. What are you doing? Why? Because I said the word, and then he'll say it again, and you're like, God damn it, Bob, stop. At least you're not I think they get pissed off when you assign it to a person. So like, if I was like, Smurf, you're nothing but I think that's when they get upset.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
I was getting upset about that in Rocket League, okay? Because in Rocket League, Smurf is a whole new meaning.
No, I know.
Smurf is a cheater, right?
Right. A Smurf account, somebody who's really good and playing on a brand new account to boost themselves.
Yeah. And these people are like, bad Smurf, you should never be Smurfing, blah, blah, blah. You should change your name. And then, I'm like,
I'm not changing my fucking name.
I can't say anything like, this has been my name since before Rocket League, stupid. That would get me banned.
Well, one of my
favorites. That alone would get me banned from Rocket.
Yeah, one of my fucking favorites was a guy one time came in or messaged me. He's like, yo, I was thinking about buying your gamer tag. And I'm like, all right, it ain't a scammer. It was a real person. Because their name was like GAM 2572 or some shit like this. And I'm just like, yeah, so how much you talking here? A couple $100. Like, you can go fuck yourself. I've had my shit for like 20 something years. You know how hard it is to get a 3-letter gamer tag? And he's like, well, if you abandon the gamer tag, I can just grab it. I'm like, bro, if I abandon the gamer tag, how are you going to get a 3-letter gamer tag when everything is required to be 5 letters now at the minimum? And he's like, I didn't even think about that. I'm like, exactly. Like, it's too late. You're fucked. He's like, but it's my actual name. I'm like, well, that's great. It's not my actual name, but I own the gamer tag. So yeah, you can go pound sand. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, it's crazy with the gamer tag stuff. David was going to change his name at one point from David Mon and decided against it. I was like, no shit. But some of the names he was coming up with were just like, I'm like, bro, no, I'm not calling you that. I mean, I think I might come up with this because you can have multiple accounts on Xbox Live. Maybe I'll start another account and call it All Hail Bob or Power of Bob and just run around with that gamer tag shooting people on Fortnite.
That's the power of Bob.
Yeah, that's the power of Bob. First time you drink it, you may vomit up.
Second time you drink, you might get thrown out a window.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think I know what the next Bob song's going to be. Because there is something left out of Bob's Nut Kick. And I just realized it's Smurf. I think we're going to call it Bob's Bus Ride.
Bob's Magic Bus Ride.
Bob's Magic Bus Ride, where he was in Italy. The story goes he was in Italy, got on the bus from the bar. He was half hammered. His buddy was supposed to meet him on the bus, and then he got in a fight and challenged people on the bus, and they beat him up and then threw him down the hill. And when he got to the bottom of the hill, his buddy was down there talking to a girl, the one that was supposed to meet him on the bus. And then he stood up and kicked him in the nuts. Do you guys remember this story? Or like, I'm not just fictionalizing things in my head, right? Wasn't this a true story?
I remember you said that.
I'm just trying.
There was another bus story too, though.
Yeah, I know there was a second bus story too. I know what this. Well, was it a bus or was it a subway in Japan?
No, it was the bus after the drive-in.
Maybe. But
yeah, where his buddy got shot. Remember?
Yeah. Well, I did that one. I'm staying away from because, like I said, I did try to stay away from the darker stuff, and then my buddy got shot in the chest and died, and I had to tell his parents. It just doesn't work, you know. It brings down the tone.
Right. But that's the other bus story, though.
I'm thinking about the Japan story too. Do you remember the Japan story? Were you here for that?
I don't remember the Japan story.
Dude, Ian remembers the one in Japan. It was when he was on leave from the ship, right? So there's a story. Remember, Bob doesn't like women in Japan because they have small boobs. Right? That's how he started the story was, you know, I don't like Japanese women. Why, Bob?
That's right.
Right?
That's
but he was on something. I want to say it was like a subway. And an old man was groping on a young girl. And Bob was like, in their culture, it's okay, but I didn't know that. So I threatened the guy and everything else, and they threw him off the train.
That's fucked up. That's a thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Girl, you get on the subway or the train in Japan, you get to worry about getting groped.
Yes. Yeah, if you're dressed a certain way, they will grope you and shit. They have no respect. Well, this is according to Bob, right? I don't know if that's a thing. I'm going to take Bob at his word. I'll believe him. But, you know, that could be a song right there. And then, you know, I'm going to embellish it a little because I'm GAM. So I got to embellish it a little. Like, you know, I'll have it where the Japanese girl wants to go home with Bob.
Yeah, there you go, Ian. Call it. That's why I don't fuck with Japanese women.
Yeah. Right. And then like the punchline to the song will be like, I said no to her even though she was beautiful or something because her bosoms were too small. And that'll be the punchline to the song.
Bosoms were non-existent. I don't know. I've seen some Oriental women with nothing, and I've seen some with bigger than some American women. Like, Jesus.
I don't know. But I'm just saying, you know, I think it would be funny. You know, like Bob, because you got to remember, Bob's a midget. So, like, you know, Bob said even when he was over there, even though he's shorter, he was still taller than most of the Japanese men around him. So, you know, they called me
a giant over there.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is like in my homeland, I'm a short man, but over in Japan, I'm a giant man, something like this. You know what I mean? And like just go from there and then go into, I got onto the subway. I thought everything was okay. I saw an old man. He was stumbling by a young girl. It caught my eye or had caught his eye. You know what I mean? He came up behind her and started to grope. And I thought to myself, hell nope. And jumped up and like
Give me my
started to
rope.
shout and like, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to think what the hook to the song would be. Like, you know, she's young, you're old, you know, my anger is untold. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to rhyme in my head. You know what I mean? My anger is untold. So I will unleash hell on you. For the young girl that's heart's true or some shit, right? Something like this. I'll come up with it, but I gotta be in the right.
Come to find out, the guy
frame.
you, that was his name. His name was you.
Yeah, something. You know, like we'll go through it. Why would he jump in here and kick our ass? It's his story. He told us the story.
She's not wrong.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting Bob to jump in here and just be like, I just woke up and jumped on the stream. And
I'm hearing my name being thrown around.
I had this dream and I heard my name being
my
bandied
nose is
around.
itching. Somebody's talking about me.
My left nut was scratchy and I had to itch it. And, you know, I scratched my left nut and I was like, damn, somebody's talking shit on me again. You guys are making stuff up about me, aren't you? Like, no, Bob, we're telling your actual story.
I've been playing the shit out of Planet
Anger
Crafter.
untold, hell to unfold. I liked it. Now, if I could remember all the lyrics I said before it.
You have to rewatch the stream and write it down.
So, you guys, like, I know you guys think like I have this shit planned out in my head when I do like lyrics and I do the AI music and all that stuff. I have no plan. I'm thinking on my feet, which is why I say like my head's got to be in a certain space for it. Or, you know, like when I made the One AI song, I was like, all right, hold on. Let me think for a second here. All right, hold on. I'm working on this. Oh shit, Smurf's going to kill me. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Because I'm putting the lyrics together in my head before I type them out for the AI to make the music behind it. And it's legitimately like I have to have my mind in a certain frame before I can do it. Like I've got to picture the story I'm trying to tell and then break it down into words. And even worse, this is where I can appreciate actual fucking musicians who are writing real lyrics and songs and all this stuff. Is that not only that, but then I got to find an interesting hook. Because if you listen to Bob's Nut Kick, there's no hook to the song. Right? There's no chorus there. But if you listen to like Smurf's Second Shift, there's actually a hook to the song. Because I realized like, oh shit, songs aren't just like a bunch of words written down like different chunks of a story in paragraph form. They're actually like, they follow a certain flow. And I'm like, that's a lot more difficult than you realize. Until you're doing it, you know? Hell nope, jump rope. I mean, I don't even know if I would go with the hell nope. I was just rhyming and throwing in a no there. You know, there is one song that I'm going to do AI because I kind of want to change the way the lyrics are. I'm not going to write the lyrics to it, and I'm definitely not going to write the music to it. But I think I have one song that I want to change over to like maybe either a punk rock or like a 80s rock song. And the name of the song is called No Fucks to Give. Do you know the song?
I've heard that song. Yeah, the old,
I have no fucks
the
to
old-timey
give.
looking.
Right. I have no fucks to give.
He's not old, the guy singing it, but he's dressed
young.
like in old-timey clothes
Right,
and shit. He's got the handlebar mustache
and he's playing
shit.
like a ukulele.
I've seen that one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Like, I love that song. I always get a kick out of it. It's like I tried and I tried and I cried and I cried, but I've no fucks to give. I'm all fucked out. Blah, 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 blah. Well, and like it's funny. It's funny, but I want to do it like a rock song. I think that would be fucking hysterical. You know, I got to I should probably write other Smurf songs, but I haven't yet. Like, I don't even know what to like. Basically, I want to rewrite Big Blue Dingus, Smurf's Big Blue Dingus, even though I like that country song. But I want it to be about Smurf's Big Blue Dingus. Yeah, that's definitely coming up. I want it to be kind of like Winona's Big Brown Beaver, if I'm to be honest with you. Winona took her
Good
big
old
brown beaver.
Primus.
Yeah, yeah. Winona took her big brown beaver. She stuck it up in the air. She said, I do love this big brown beaver, and I wish I did have a pair.
Wife loves that song.
Dude, yeah, well, Primus is just epic, dude. Les Claypool's probably, it's between him and Geddy Lee, who's the greatest bass player of all time, in my opinion.
Seas of Cheese. It was awesome.
Yeah, we need a song about a man named Gam and his fence.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want, I don't know if I should say this on stream or, you know, anything else and reveal this, but I think I'm going to anyway, because fuck it. But I was actually thinking about making up a song making fun of myself. I just didn't want to be like about ego, about being a dick. You know what I mean? It's stuff that I do that I know I do. Like Smurf will tell you. Smurf will be happy to tell you when I'm a dick. So, and I know I do it, and you know, you guys.
Every
know
time
I
we
do it.
play, I'll say something, and then what does the GAM do? Goes off on some made up story that he just came up with.
Right? But being a dick and shit like this, and like just making fun of myself. I've been debating that for a minute now, just because I think you guys would get a kick out of it, and it's also one of those things where I can, if I'm cutting these tracks on Smurf or I'm cutting this track on Bob, and I'm like, yo, man, be a good sport about it. Kind of being a dick by not doing one about myself, because then you know what I mean. Oh well, what am I, self-righteous? I'm not. And you know, telling people to not take it so seriously. You know, you got to cut something about yourself because I'm not taking it seriously either. You know, I think that's part of it is, like I said, I think the only mean-spirited song I've done so far is You Guys' Fault. I'm blaming it all on my audience, and that was the song about the streamer. That was the only song that I've done where I had some, you know, like I made it funny, but it was kind of mean at the same time, like making fun of them. Everybody else, you know, it's all been in like good haha fun.
Well, anybody that doesn't know, it's probably not going to be that funny.
If
People
I have enough on you, I don't have enough.
It was fucking funny.
In time, maybe, but yeah, I don't. I mean, I was going to do one about beans, but like, I don't know. I wrote a song about beans. Well, I didn't write the song. AI wrote the song about beans a long time ago. I did one about my cat, Frack, at that time, and I did one about somebody else too, and I can't remember who it was. But it was all AI. Like AI wrote all the lyrics, all the music, everything else. And it wasn't Suno I was using. It was some early AI. But it generated it, and it came out great. But I had nothing to do with the lyrics. I just gave it the cues. And yeah, Primus did just release new music. I thought I saw a new music video. Oh my God.
He's a song about a man named GAM and his fence and having to pull on a fucking poor electric dude.
Dude, I'm telling you what. Like I was careful with it though, Smurf. I made sure I didn't put the, you know, like put the barrel on him. You know what I mean? Like I didn't sight him up and like brace and everything like I was going to clip him out. But I just made it known.
In
like,
that kind of situation, just have it seen. You don't even
Right.
have to have it in your hand.
Yeah, like I trigger disciplined and put my finger on the trigger unless I was going to fire and kept the safety on. But yeah, man, I was pissed. I was going to smoke his ass.
That dude.
Yeah, there you go, Beans. There you go. Something like that.
Scared the
But I
shit out of
wanted
me.
it to be more like the man bitches a lot, you know. His takes aren't always so
He paints
hot.
his figurine and sometimes his pants.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. I fucked the whole set of pants up. You like that? You know what? If I
Let's
had
talk about you being old and shitting yourself.
I know. If I had the camera off on that corner of the house, which I didn't need before, but now I kind of do. If I had the camera, and we're getting more cameras too for the house. If I had the camera footage, I would have fucking 110% shown it on stream, Ian. I would have shown that shit on stream. Like, it would have been backup it also would have been backup for a lawsuit. I think the only camera footage is me walking out of the house with the rifle. Yeah, but before I forget this again,
You should change that to a sword.
dude, I didn't go out there with the sword because I was afraid he was carrying. So it was like, well, you know, all I got to do is pull the trigger. Walk out there with the sword. He jumps out with a gun. I'm fucked. Like, I'm gonna have to close a lot of distance fast. Yeah. I almost forgot again. I'm sitting there trying to keep this thought in my head before I forget it. Have you guys seen a video? And I can't show it because I'm going to get DMCA'd or whatever. I'm going to get hit with a copyright strike if I show it. You know Rob Zombie's wife, Sherry Moon? I think her name is Sherry Moon Zombie. Dude, she put out a video and a song recently. It's called I Love My Robot.
Huh.
That's what...
She's in all those movies.
Dude, this song is the worst song you have ever heard. It's fucking terrible. It's shot. She's in a cheerleader's outfit for one, and it's reminiscent of the song Mickey from like the 1980s. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine.
Yeah.
Right? Except for it's like, I love my robot. I love my AI. It's fucking tragically terrible. Dude, should I risk it?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, they might.
We'll check it out.
Let me see. Let me see if I can pull this shit off.
You sounded kind of like the Ting Tings there for a second.
Ting ting, ting dong, ting dong ding. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it.
That's not my name.
That's not my name.
Have you ever heard that?
Oh yeah.
That's the name of the song. Yeah,
You
yeah.
call me Sharon. You call me Billy. That's not my name. Oh God.
Well,
Yeah.
I like that song too.
Let me see. I'm looking it up now. Here it is. It came out 3 days ago. Dude. I'm going to get in trouble for playing this, I think. But yeah, you guys, I'm just going to play.
You probably have like a few seconds. You can probably get away with like
I can probably pull this off for a couple seconds, guys. We're going to try. I'm not sure.
4 max.
There it is.
4 seconds max.
No, I got to go down one. I hate the fact that I have to click completely off the category to bring it up. All right. You guys ready for this bullshit? I'm gonna see if we can't get away with 30 seconds. It's a 3-minute song, so let's try and get away with a little bit of it. Make sure it's unmuted. All right, you ready, Smurf?
You
Or,
know.
well, you're not going to be able to hear it in the headset unless you're listening on stream. So I'm playing.
Yeah, that's all I had to see.
Dude, that's all you need to see of that song. That's all you need to hear. Warning, heads up, we've detected video in your stream. I already got nailed. Right? Your stream may be temporarily if you plan to continue. I don't even have to continue. I showed all I needed to see, or you needed to see. You hear the progression of the song, you see what it is.
It did sound like that, though.
It's fucking terrible,
That
dude.
outfit was horrific.
She thinks she's like 18 years old and cute or something. I don't know what the fuck this grown ass woman is thinking.
She's old. She's old now.
Yeah. Heads up. We've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. Dude, I played like not even 20 seconds of the fucking song.
I was like 10.
I don't know.
I knew it was like
I
time,
don't know
so
who
that's why
produced it.
after 5 seconds, it's too
I don't
long.
know who did it. It's fucking terribly tragic. That's going to get cut out of the stream, but I'm telling you guys now, like, it came up in my feed, and I'm like, oh, Sherry Moon Zombie. Okay, well, maybe this is like a Rob Zombie, like, you know, like Dragula or something like that, because he hasn't been great, really, truly great since White Zombie ended, right?
Right.
Like, his shit's good, but it's not. It's not.
Fucking beans. hey, hey.
Dude, Six is going to listen to the whole song. And yeah, there you go. My warning went away. It is fucking tragically terrible.
You know she's got people blowing smoke up her ass, especially if it is Rob.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Hell yeah, babe, you're fucking hot. This is gonna go viral.
Dude, the only movie that she was in that was Rob Zombie movie that was any good were The Devil's
Michael
Rejects.
Myers. Oh well, you did the Michael Myers. She was the mom.
Yeah,
the Myers
and that whole franchise. There's a reason why he didn't come back to do another one, and they had to go to fucking old school shit because they fucked that whole thing up.
Yeah.
You know, for me, that's just it. When you're doing Michael Myers, you're doing shit like this. Like, the whole thing with Michael Myers, he's just pure evil. You don't need more explanation than he's pure evil, killed his sister on Halloween. Locked up in a mental asylum, gets out. I don't need his fucking backstory on why he's fucking pure evil. I just need to know those little facts, and that's it. And that's why he's the shape, you know?
I know he kept killing his pet rats. He killed his stepdad.
All right, this is what I'm saying.
He's just straight evil, psychotic. You can't trust this guy. Can't be alone with them ever.
Yeah, the first album, you're right. The first album, Ian, after White Zombie, after, well, let's see. You had a bunch of White Zombie, well, I think it's 1 or 2 albums before they hit big with La Sex Aristo Devil Music Volume 1. And the reason why that album even caught on was because they played Thunder Kiss 65 on Beavis and Butthead.
Yep.
Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Right? And that caught on. And that whole album's amazing, right? And then they did Electric Head. And then they broke up. And then he came out with what? Hellbilly Deluxe, I want to say. And that was Dragula.
Dragula. Living Dead Girl,
all that stuff. And that was kind of cool. And then the next album, it was just like it started just after that.
Yeah.
So it's...
Some artists just don't have... Sometimes you just got to know when to quit.
It's not even that. It's sometimes you've got to stop getting high off your own farts, and
You got to keep up with the times. Like, same thing just doesn't
fucking
always work. We were
Rebel
supposed to have Bret Michaels at
Rebels
here at our
like what
hometown
was
fair,
that?
and he
What that
just
was?
canceled.
What that was, Reb, was that was Sherry Moon Zombie's new song that came out 3 days ago. I don't know at what point in time somebody told this bitch she had talent, but they need to be shot. I always say some men need killing. Whoever told her she had talent, well, yep, that's one of them. And Beans might be right. I'm not putting $5 against it. She's like, that song's probably going to blow up. Oh my God. Can you imagine, Smurf, if you come home and Smurfberry Pie is sitting there singing that song? You're going to be like, hey, you know something? I beat the shit out of Apollo for less.
I feel like that's not even the type of music my kid listens to, so I know she wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm just horrified.
My kid's metal through and through.
I want the 80s back to an extent. I don't want them back like that, though.
Oh, he was supposed to go to yours too, Ian? What a bastard.
He was canceling.
I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't pay money to see him at a state fair in the first place. He was selling tickets. Bret Michaels was supposed to come to our state fair and perform.
The fucking Beans is like, I Googled it.
Now they got somebody else.
I'm listening to Zombies by the Cranberries. I fucking hate that song too.
Oh man.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is. Like, they had that other song.
Well, dude, I tried out for The Voice one time, and there was a guy there that did that song. A guy. And I was just like, mouth dropped wide open, like, what are you even doing here, bro? Go home. That was terrible.
I mean, I don't know. I got to see a good chunk of the legends in concert that I consider legends in concert before they died or stopped touring or what have you. Like, I saw Page Plant a whole bunch. I saw Aerosmith. I saw Tom Petty, Billy Joel.
In Poison. Like, I saw Poison, so.
Yeah, well, Poison's cool, Yeah,
I love that 80s stuff and all the other bands that were just like it.
Yeah, I mean, I watched, like, I've seen all kinds of different classics that you'll never see again. Like, Tom Petty's dead. Billy Joel, my whole tagline at the end of this, don't take shit from anybody, right? The way I came up with it on the first stream, I was like, I need some kind of tagline to end the stream. And I ran off a bunch of stuff for everybody that was in here watching the stream. And I was just like, I couldn't find something that sounded and felt like, something I'd say. And I was like, the Billy Joel concert, after he came out, did the second encore. He stood on stage and he's like, well, that's it, guys. And it was like the last show on the concert tour because it was Philly. And he went in and started doing classical music after that. And he's like, my best pieces of advice are and he went through a whole bunch of shit. But then his last line is, he's like, my most important thing is don't take shit from anybody. And I was like, it's always stuck with me. And then I just said it and everybody's like, I think that's it. Like, Sheree's like, yeah, I think that's it. Beans is like, I think that's it. I think you've got what you should say at the end of every stream. And that's where the don't take shit from anybody came from, was from Billy Joel, seeing him in concert. I don't think I saw Tom Petty on the tour he passed away on. I think it might have been the tour before that. He was skeletal then. I mean, he always kind of looked like a skeleton, but
I had an uncle that looked exactly like Tom Petty.
Yeah, did you?
He was cool. He was cool. He was a drunk.
That's
But he was
probably
still
why
my
he was so
uncle.
cool. It wasn't Uncle Bob, was it?
I worked with him for like 5 years.
His name wasn't Bob, was it?
Nah.
I
No,
just
it
making
was
sure.
Rick.
That's fucking great. I mean, thinking about it though, as Italian as your family really is, I'm surprised his name wasn't Anthony.
Mhm.
Or just Tony for short, you know? Dude, Beans is listening to the fucking song. She's listening to I Love My Robot song. Oh, God. The song is fucking
It
terrible.
goes a Zuma.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, guys.
It came off like a early Avril Lavigne song or something to me.
Dude, it reminded me of Mickey, like I said, from back in the day. Ilaterals. Hey, you.
Yeah.
I don't like your boyfriend. Like something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep,
like
exactly.
that bubble gum that's been chewed too much. That kind of pop.
Stuck under a desk and now it's hard to reach you.
Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, there's a couple bands, and they're older now too, that I actually enjoyed when I heard their music. Like Pretty Reckless was fun. They fizzled out, but god damn it, the name of the song is Highway Song, and I can't remember. Greta Van Fleet. They were fun when they came out. I thought it was old Zeppelin that they found that was like, oh, this unreleased recordings, because he sounded so
that dude's
close.
got a freaking voice, man.
Dude, he's so small too, and he's just like monstrous voice. But yeah. So that one screwed me up. I thought they were decent, but yeah, funny enough, that was another news story that I saw the other day that I was like, nah, but it's fucking true. For the first time in like decades, there is no rap song in the top 100. There is no rap song in the top 100. It's fallen like out of, I don't know. I guess rap is kind of dead too. Which means all we're stuck and left with.
Not at Amazon.
You know what we're stuck and left with? Taylor Swift.
But I'll write your name.
Yeah,
I'm
fucking being said.
I'm not a big fan of her, but the wife is.
What? Mary Piss Pants, Taylor Swift. Yeah, I can't do Taylor Swift. Sorry, no. I can't even remember what fucking song she sings at this moment. I know at least one or two of them.
Do a version of Burning Down the House. Right.
Dude, Six doesn't even know what to do with the fucking Cherry Moon song. Dude, I told you guys, like, I saw it and I was like, this can't be real. And then
you remove it from your history and forget about it.
And then I was just like, but I knew I had to share the Smurf and I once, all right, and I'm gonna be kind of vague here. There was a song that I heard, and it angered me when I heard it. And I was like, Smurf, you have to hear this song.
Yeah, and it was the same. It's a bad rhythm,
dude. Bad rhythm. And Smurf says that, I go, Smurf, why does this song make me so angry? So, I know Smurf plays guitar, shit like this, and he's got a pretty good ear for music. And I drag him into Discord, and I play,
Makes me listen to this.
and he listens to this fucking song, and the two of us were just, I'm like, dude, it's making me angry. I can't even listen.
I'm
And
like,
Smurf's like,
instantly,
yeah,
dude, turn it off.
Smurf's like,
What?
because the whole thing is the mathematics in the song are off, the tune in the song's off, this is off, that's off, the other thing's off. This is shit. That's why you're angry about it. And I was like, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm not fucking nuts, and like, because there was people raving about it and all this other stuff, and I was just like, dude, this is objectively shitty music. Like, it is just shitty music. And he's like, yeah, like everything. Rhythm's off. Yeah, and we'll leave it right there.
Yeah, that was bad. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it was a bad song, and it didn't get much better on on later songs either. And I was just like, fuck. I felt bad, but yeah, I couldn't understand why everybody was enamored, and I still kind of don't, because yeah, again, like Six said, maybe two different flavors. Maybe some people enjoy different shit than me, and that's fine. Dude,
It was the choice of instrument for me.
yeah, there you go.
Maybe completely wrong.
Yeah, that's right. You did say something about that. With me, it was just, I don't know, the overall, I know what I like to hear, and it wasn't it. It was the exact opposite of anything I would like to hear.
No, like I got a pre go to work playlist that I'd listen to on the way to work and shit to get me pumped. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, Smurf puts it on. It goes. He's like, I'm almost to work. Do. You
gotta get in the mood. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's funny you jumped in tonight, because I invoked you earlier, because I was talking about live streams and all this stuff. It was right after the Spider-Man stuff I was discussing. And I'm like, yeah, and you guys know it's always going to be a live stream for gaming with me and David. I was like, but the day's probably going to switch up, because once September 9th of this year hits, it's going to be GAM and Smurf. The Brokeback Vikings are back. And it's time for Valheim. And I was like, I don't know if Smurf and I are going to start the entire game over and go through all the ages again, or we're just going to continue, but it's going to be GAM and Smurf fucking hammering through the end of Valheim finally.
Dude, to be honest, I think I'm leaning towards starting over.
I have been too. And
completely. I mean, we'll get through all of that,
because it's been so long since I played, I've forgotten what everything is.
Right.
And like, my heart's kind of broken too, and I know you're in the same boat as me.
Yeah, because it's going to be the end.
Because it's the end. It's the end of the game. And I mean, yeah, we can play
this game for like 10 fucking years.
Yeah, we can turn it back on, and everything else, but we're talking this actually is like the end of an era.
Yep. Well, you and David got me into Planet Crafter. I'm even thinking about getting the two DLCs for it.
You're not off on tomorrow, are you?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, 8 p.m. we are firing up a brand new game of it, because David went and bought the Toxicity DLC.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, because David was like, well, you're not out exploring, doing anything else. He's like, if I buy the DLC, I believe we can all play on one DLC, as long as David's hosting. So David will be hosting the game with the new Toxicity DLC, and it'll be brand new to everybody.
All right. That's cool. I was thinking about getting that and the other one too. I think it's called Humble.
Yeah.
Humble and
Yeah,
toxicity.
I looked at it too. I looked at it on PC because I got the bundle going, and I was like, I don't know. I'm torn on it because one thing I found out on my solo game, I'm up to a stage where I have the fusion reactor and all that shit,
Yeah.
and you get another monitor, but it's for the satellites that you send up.
Yep.
The heat, the pressure, and all that. Whenever you send up one of those satellites, they stack and they stay active the entire time. So if you send up like 3 of the heat ones, it adds 3,000% bonus to your heat gain.
Yeah, each one is 1,000.
Yeah.
Mostly.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm up to right there. Where you're talking.
Yeah, and that's where I got
I was
to,
actually
and I
getting
stopped playing.
those quasar crystals and shit.
I have not been playing. That's the one thing that I should be doing because I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking bored or whatever, making videos, all this other shit. And I should be playing games. I'm not playing video games. I got bored with
Icarus just because I've been playing it by myself.
Yeah, you hammered through it. I mean, for me, it wasn't even playing it by myself. I just like it's video games in general. Like I still have Marvel Rivals. I got to grind out that battle pass or whatever. And I'm sitting here like sitting on my hands with it. Like, I don't know if I feel like fucking grinding it. Or, Fallout. Fallout, I had Fallout first and all that for the past couple months. And I had canceled it like 2 months ago since this new season started. And I'm like, I don't even know if I'm going to finish this fucking battle pass. I'm just kind of like drifting away from my gaming. Like I don't feel like gaming it anymore. Which is fucking, I might have to check myself into a hospital if this keeps up. I finished that Spider-Man remastered on my PC. It was fucking epic.
But I don't like gaming by myself. I mean, I do it.
I don't like playing with myself.
I like friends too.
I like it when my friends help out and I'm playing. It's more fun that way. More hands involved. Beans is like Brokeback Valheim was the best, guys. It's coming back September 9th. That is, they're patching it, and that is the final patch. It's the end game. Game over, everything else. And like Smurf was just saying, it's looking like we're probably going to restart and start from the get-go again.
Yeah, start fresh. Ain't nobody going to remember what happened last. You know what I'm saying? We'll just do it again.
I mean, I remember what happened last. We had I built that whole fucking place and we got all the equipment and everything we could ever fucking pretty much need. The only problem is I don't even remember the controls for the fucking game at this point. Like I don't. Once the controller's back in my hand and that game's on and we're out there, it's going to be fuck Smurf. Do you remember how you did this? Yeah, I don't remember. Let's see. No, it's not B. It's not A. I don't know. 7 Mile Stairs shit.
Hit me in the speed bag, and then I might remember.
What's my best sprite right now on Fortnite? Are you talking my best or my rarest? Because they just added new sprites today that I haven't gotten. My rarest sprite is probably the Galaxy 0 Point sprite. That's my rarest sprite. Then the Golden Reaper.
Got no sprites.
Then the Reaper and the 0 Point. Those are the rarest that I have. I have every one of the Batman sprites, including the Cube sprite.
Go to the wind and the sun and the rain.
Wait, both GAM. What, you have both those sprites or you need both? I mean, the whole thing is if you're on Xbox and you need any of those sprites, you let me know. I can hook you up with them if you want to surprise them. And to be honest with you, I didn't farm. Well, I farmed out my original Reaper Sprite, but the Galaxy 0 Point, the Gold Reaper, and I can't remember what the other 0 Point is. I think it's just a regular ass 0 Point. I've gotten that from David. David actually made a deal with somebody. And the craziest part is how he got him from that person. It was his buddy's girlfriend. And the girlfriend was in the game. And now these are the rarest sprites in the game. The guy was running around with it, and she was talking in voice chat and asked him if she could have it, and he gave it to her. That's how she got it. So the Reaper Sprite, I found one. Then David and I hunted down and killed a guy on stream and took his Sprite off him. David saw it on his back, and we got him. But yeah. Yeah, dude, being a girl in video games when it's a male-dominated game like that, you got people that'll simp. They'll give you anything just because they think they're getting a moment of a girl's time. It's actually, if I'm to be honest with you, it's fucking kind of sad. Sad and tragic. But yeah, guys will do dumb shit like that all the time. Like I've had, Smurf has too. We've had buddies that have like legit just.
Oh my God.
Like start doing what I like to call speaking the king's English, right? What is it I can do for you, my lady? Like, my lady? like what the fuck did you just say, dude? What the fuck's wrong with you? You know, Smurf and I are like, yo, I ever said that shit to a girl, one, I'd die of embarrassment first, but then my wife would kill me for being gay. Like, what? Like, what is wrong with your
there's only ever been like a couple of girls that I would play with.
Dude, that's just it.
But they were like with somebody else that was also playing with us.
Right. So, and that was one of the things that happened early on. You know, my wife had said to me, and I thought I was going to get murdered for this. We're all playing Atlas. And you guys have heard Tank and Twisted and how they are on the mic and everything else. And, you know, I'm playing with guys like Smurf and all this. So I'm like, you know, one of the worst things you can say in a pack full of guys, because, you know, as a younger man, you get, oh, dude, you're pee-whipped. Immediately, you're pee-whipped. Oh, look at you, you little bitch. You got to capitulate, you know, blah, blah, blah. So my wife asked me, she said, look, I don't have a problem with you playing for like 18 to 20 hours, like when we were playing fucking Atlas and shit was heavy and, you know, we'd fight for like 8 hours and then have to rebuild for 8 hours and then collect resources and all this. So you're spending a lot of time on those games. She goes, do me one favor. I said, what's that? She goes, I want no girls in the party with you. I'm like, ah, shit. Well, what about Tink? Who's Tink? That's Twisted's wife. She's fine. She'll be fine. Matter of fact, unplug your mic or your headset one time. Let me just hear how she's talking in the chat and everything. Tink's talking about breeding animals, all kinds of stuff. She's like, yeah, that's fine. So plus Twisted's with you the whole time. So yeah. So we're in a party, you know, like we're all in a party and there's this other group of people and they have like 3 or 4 girl members and they had come into the party. And all of them are kind of flirting with the guys except for Twisted because his wife's in there. But they're flirting with everybody. And then they start trying to talk to me and I'm not answering. And the one girl's like, how come GAM's not talking to us? Tink out of nowhere goes, don't you fucking talk to him. She's like, I'm the only one who's allowed to talk to GAM. Women are not allowed to talk to GAM. I am the only woman in games that's allowed to talk to GAM. You fuck with GAM, you're done. And I'm like, oh shit. And, you know, so they had left or whatever. And I, you know, everybody's like, why weren't you talking to those girls? And I go, because my wife, I was like, I know you guys are going to break my balls and I'm ready for it. You guys just take the piss right out of me all you want. My wife's fine with me playing for hours and hours and hours on end. The only thing she's ever asked of me is that I don't get in parties and live chats with women. because it's disrespectful to her. So I'm going to honor that. And if you guys are going to break my balls and give me shit for it, I'll understand.
If it's fine if it's somebody's old lady.
Every last person in that fucking
fine if
party.
it's somebody's old lady, but if it's some single,
right,
single, like
yeah, every last one of them, every last dude that was in that party said, "That's reasonable. I understand exactly where she's coming from. We're not going to break your balls." If my wife said that to me, I'd have to agree with her too. And then Tink's like, she goes, "Well, wait, what about me?" I said, "That's just it. What you just did right there, you're the only girl I'm allowed to be in a party with. Twisted's right here. The wife knows there's no fuckery. You know what I mean? She doesn't have anything to worry about." And Tink's like, she goes, "Good. Then any bitch who tries talking to you, I'm going to tell them off just like I did that girl." I was like, "Thank you, Tink."
Something like that happened to me, but she was coming on to me. But that was in Conan.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And it was that chick from North.
No, I know exactly who the fuck you're talking about, and I can't remember the girl's name. Southern girl.
And her husband was also.
Her husband also played.
Group.
Well, her now ex-husband, but yeah.
Right. But still, like they were still
Morning,
married,
Stranded.
and she's. Man, you're hitting on all these people. What's up, Stranded?
Yeah. But yeah,
that messed me up, dude.
That's just
especially when she kept trying to get me into a party with just her, and I'm like, no,
I'm telling you guys, not. Though, like legitimately, my face was like turning beet red when I was getting ready to say, "My wife told me I'm not allowed to be in a party with girls," because I'm like, I know what kind of ball breaking I would have done, but now being married and everything else, I understand. And, you know, it was just the reaction I got from the guys. Man, that's why we're friends. Because everybody was like, I understand. I get it. Like, if it was my wife, there's no ball breaking going on here. And then, like, you know, that's just it. With Tank was just immediate, like, nope, I'm the only one. And that's been Tank. Like, if you ask Tank, if we ever have her, if we're playing a game together again, and Tank comes on the stream, I'll mention that story. And Tank will tell you guys, she'll be like, I'm the only one that is allowed to talk to GAM. I'm the only girl. And any other girl that tries to approach him in a party can get fucked. But yeah, it was awesome. Because I was really afraid of that too when, you know, she's like, unplug the microphone with Tank. Because sometimes Tank can get a little extra there with Twisted. And I'm just like, yeah, let's hope she doesn't pull that shit. Well, you know. My wife's not going to be too happy about that.
Me and my wife don't like. There's no PDA with us. Like you never see it. Like we know we're together. That's fine, but there's still no like public display of affection.
Yeah, you know I'm not real big.
We don't.
We
don't go to work and sit there and hold hands and hug and kiss and all that bullshit. Like we're past all that. We've been together for the better part of 20 years now. You know what I'm saying? So.
No, I trust, brother. I completely fucking get it. I completely get it. You know, it's like, like at some point in time, that shit does go out the window, but that's how you know if you've got a good relationship or not.
Oh yeah.
Because if it's nothing but, you know,
well, like when we're at work, we're professional. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're there to do our job. Like we're not there to fuck off and do everything else. Like we're literally there to do our job as a team.
Poor Stranded. She's like working overtime today. Woke up to a surprise live GAM. Keeping us on our toes this week.
That's my fault. That's my fault, Stranded.
So, well, yeah, Smurf kind of revitalized me there to keep me up for another hour and a half or something. But I will warn you of this, Stranded. If you listen to the stream back while you're at work and you don't want any spoilers to Spider-Man, do not listen to the stream. I'm just going to warn you. I laid out from the beginning of the movie to the end of the movie, the entirety of the movie on this stream. I went into spoilers, like, I mean, every spoiler, every plot point, everything that's important in that movie. It's laid out like it'll be like you're watching the fucking movie.
Yeah, he did a rundown of the movie.
Beans, you have no idea. Tink was being tame while she was on stream. I'm just going to let you know that. There is shit that has come out of that woman's mouth that has made me blush. Like, I'm telling you what, you're just like, really?
I only heard her once.
Yeah,
I was
no,
in the Discord that one time.
dude, yeah, Tink's awesome though. Like, she is just one of the most chill people. Everything else, and her and Twisted are made for each other. Like, they really are. Like, I can't picture one without the other. But
Strange,
yeah,
right?
when I
Always
say
Smurf's fault.
there's a reason why, there's a reason why it's Twisted. Twisted, he picked that name because he had a different name at first, and him and his buddies, the group of buddies he was playing with at the time, all decided that they would change their gamer tags to a precious stone and an aspect of their personality. And that's where he got Twisted Coral. And of course, when he told me this story, my first words out of my mouth were, "You think coral is a precious stone?" I get the twisted part, but the coral part? What the fuck, dude? You can go down to any reef and just pull off some coral. It's not all that precious. It's dead animals. Well, yeah, it is always Smurf's fault. Smurf comes in here, "Hey guys, what's going on? You know, everybody needs the sexiness of the Smurf voice and the big blue dingus." And then me and Smurf get the jaw jacket. And like, the worst part is, like, thank God SE didn't jump into this stream.
Oh man,
dude,
dude.
Yeah, I miss him too. Although we've been talking back and forth on each other's videos, which is always awesome. But he's doing good. He's in the woods, dude. He's like in his happy place. You know what I mean? You know, I'm loving it.
Cool.
I'm loving seeing him. He's doing like ASMR videos where he's out in the woods camping and all that kind of stuff. He's living it. He's living it. And I do miss SE a whole bunch. He said he might drop by tomorrow night, so who knows? Maybe we'll see him. But yeah,
That'd be cool.
Smurf, SE, and we got off of stream. I'm going to say it must have been about this time, about 4 a.m. And we talked till it was like 7:30 in the morning. And where Smurf and I might talk for another like 20 minutes to an hour, depending on how exhausted I am. Right? With SE there, none of us would shut the fuck up. Yeah, dude. Stranded said Smurf's back because, you know, you just finished recording your new movie. I Am Rocky.
Hey, go check it out.
I tried. I think they hit me for a strike on that one too. Bastards.
Goes back to the early days of my first movie when I told him my name was Mike.
Them sons of bitches. Yeah. Like, it annoys the shit out of me how litigious people are on YouTube.
You never know what kind of people you run into on YouTube.
Yeah, well, dude, no, it's not that. So I get it. If you're a creator, you don't want somebody like sniping your stream or, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Stealing your thunder.
Right. Yeah. Like, you don't want somebody using your fucking song as a theme song for their opening. I understand that, you know, but a fucking movie trailer? Like, bro, the whole point to the movie trailer is to sell the movie to get people in there to see it.
Right.
And you're going to hit me for a strike for showing your trailer? But you go fuck yourself. How about that?
Yeah. From your side, be like, man, you should pay me for fucking putting in a fucking ad
guys,
for you.
You guys should be sending
like,
subscribers my way or something, you know? So you guys want to be assholes like that?
Preview.
No problem.
You got it out there for everybody else to watch in the fucking world. Like, why can't I show it?
Yeah, I mean, you guys want to be assholes like that? I'm going to tell the entirety of Spider-Man. How do you like that, Dick? Oh,
Hey, you're
something.
talking to my friend all wrong.
Hey, you're talking all wrong here.
I'm about to stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
I did see something that made me go, okay, that's fun. I charged that up. That can get put back. I was like, this is fun. It's not making me not want to see the movie, but it's also not making me want to see the movie because of how heavily and bad the CGI was. So you guys can look this up. I won't play it. The new Street Fighter film, they released a fight between Ryu and Blanca. The way they did Blanca, like there's some fun shit in there. Like he electrocutes one guy, and like you see the guy's skeleton when he's electrocuting them, right? But Blanca is Jason Momoa, and it's heavy CGI. I mean, AI, terrible CGI. Yep, can't can't give me a god damn. This one I know it's late at night. My lungs are shot from smoking too much. Can't give you a copyright for just talking. Good workaround. That's why I did that. I was going to show still frames and stuff from the movie trailer for Spider-Man. And I was like, nah, I'm not even going to let him come in and punch me in the dick. Only Smurf's allowed to punch me in the dick, and that's only to make it bigger.
Gam's like, I keep it here. I'm wearing my cup this time.
Well, they nailed me for the Lanterns one. That Lanterns video, I flipped the video backwards. I paused it, made sure it didn't go past 29 seconds each time I talked. They nailed me. Mortal Kombat came out. God damn. What was that, May? Mortal Kombat 2? Best of the Mortal Kombat movies, still not a good movie. But Street Fighter is in, I want to say September. It's coming up. I can't believe it's August already, guys.
Oh, yeah, they got he's talking about the one with Carl Urban.
Yeah, that's Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah.
Smurf and his pecker punches. I pecker punch you around. No, I didn't see another one announced.
I like to use that tea bag for a speed bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mortal Kombat 2 was the last one they did, and I don't think they've announced another because I don't think it did real well. It wasn't a terrible movie. It wasn't a good movie either. But it was the best of the Mortal Kombat movies. Like, I don't know. We still got Street Fighter to look forward to. Avengers Doomsday, the more I see like different scenes from it and everything else, I'm going to say those leaks are probably 100% right or 90% right, 80% right, somewhere like a high percentage that a lot of the stuff, that plot leak that came out, it's going to be right. It's going to be correct, and it's the way the movie's going to play out. And I am not happy about it at all. Yeah, exactly, Six. It wasn't great as far as plots. It was cool, some of the stuff they did in it. But yeah, Street Fighter, I'm thinking is going to be like, get the popcorn. This is just a stupid film, but it's going to be fun. I don't think it's going to be like...
That first one was terrible.
Yeah, I am Rocky, or I play Rocky, I think, is the name of it. I play Rocky. That I'm looking forward to actually seeing it. That looks like it'll probably be a good movie. I'll tell you what, it would be funny if it actually won like an Academy Award. A movie about an Academy Award winning movie has won an Academy Award. That would be fun. Yeah, I mean, I was going through it. What are the best movies you've seen this year, Smurf? What do you think?
I haven't really seen any newish movies.
Yeah, I saw Debbie Does Dallas again. That was all right there, Gam. Yeah, you haven't seen that many. Like I said, at this point, it's Masters of the Universe is probably my number one. And number two is Spider-Man Brand New Day, followed by Obsession. Those are probably my three.
I haven't seen any of them.
And then my biggest disappointments of the year have been Discovery Day, The Odyssey, and Supergirl.
Discovery Day. Oh, you mean Disclosure Day?
Disclosure Day, Discovery Day, Dumb Shit Day, whatever the fuck that movie was.
You had me confused. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, like, oh my God, that movie. We got you. We got her now. She's up on stage. Oh, look, she fixed the electric. Everybody pull your guns and shoot her before she can tell us all about the aliens. Nope. Everybody just go home. I'm going to sit down here in this chair and watch her disclose everything we've been chasing her through the whole movie for. Like, what? You fucking asshole. Stranded like Disclosure Day. That was the one that you remember. I was like Stranded like the movie that I really fucking did not like. That was it. It was Disclosure Day. That was the movie Stranded. That you're like, yeah, I liked it. I didn't think it was that bad. And I was just like, man, that movie fucking.
I didn't like the way it ended.
Yeah, Obsession was definitely, like I said this earlier, Stranded. The girl in Obsession deserves an Academy Award for her acting. Like she played that tortured soul trapped in a possessed body very like convincing. She was so good in that. Now, I also said this earlier for you, Stranded. I said that Elliot Page as Sinon in The Odyssey is probably going to get nominated for Best Supporting Actor and win the award. You sat down a couple weekends ago and watched The King. I mean, what was The King? Have I not seen this movie?
Talking about dude from Twilight, the King.
I have no idea. And yeah, right, Stranded. You couldn't remember what it was either. It was Disclosure Day, and that's because I tried to shut that shit out of my brain. Listen to what? You know, the whole thing is, I think it would have been a better ending at the very end. She looked at the camera, went, listen. And then it was silent. And before it like faded to, as it's fading to black, all of a sudden all you heard was, and she just farted. Like it would have been fucking, I would have been like, this movie's the greatest movie ever.
Who's in it, Ian?
It came out in 2019, I think. Is that the one about Elvis? I mean, The Odyssey. So the whole thing is, whenever I say it's a bad movie, in my opinion, I mean that. It's in my opinion. You guys might see the movie and be like, that I thought that was a cinematic masterpiece. You know, there's some movies where I will be like vehemently like, do not watch this bullshit. It was just terrible, right? Beans brought one up that I watched and I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, who would want to watch this? It's terrible. It was the Death of Robin Hood. I was like, I couldn't even get. I was like, this movie is just awful. I was like, do not spend money to see this in the theater. Wait for it on streaming. But like the Odyssey, you know, maybe you'll disagree with my opinion. It's one of those bigger movies, but I'm telling you, I did not enjoy it just because there's better movies out there that I'm holding it towards. Troy, or like I've said this, Troy, Clash of the Titans, Jason the Argonauts. Like, I'll give you other movies that I think are much better than this. Any of the Sinbad movies, Sinbad the Sailor from the old timey days.
Yeah, the claymation, they were awesome.
Yeah, the Harryhausen with the stop
King
motion. Yeah,
Henry.
King Henry, huh?
King Henry. No, I'm asking what actors were actually
Yeah,
in the movie that you're talking about.
and Beans, like, I mean, look, I try again, you know, it's one of those things. Bean said she never watched that movie after I talked about it. You know, like Strand and I had different opinions on Disclosure Day. It's a bigger tentpole movie where maybe you'll get some enjoyment out of it. I didn't, right? Like, I got it on my worst of the year. Odyssey, same kind of thing. Supergirl, same thing. That Robin Hood movie was, God, I don't even know what the fuck they were thinking when making it. And like when
Talking
you
about the
see
Hugh
it,
Jackman one?
yeah, I think it's Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, it's Hugh
Yeah,
Jackman.
it was Hugh Jackman.
In the new one.
Yeah, it was like, it was miserable. It's like, you know, I always say this. Here you go. Here's the way to put it. You know, The Passion of the Christ, have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay. Passion of the Christ, I watched it one time. I understood why it would be powerful for people that were strong in religion. And the art style to it, the directing, the acting, all that stuff. To me, it was a 2-hour ass whooping caught on camera. Right? Maybe there's something in the death of Robin Hood that somebody would take away from it that I didn't. But it was dark, dingy. It wasn't like, you think Robin Hood, you think about, here come Robin Hood, Little John running through the forest, yiddy-eye, yiddy-eye, yiddy-eye day, right? Like shooting bows and arrows, fighting the sheriff of Nottingham. Dude, it was like an old fuck that just wants to die through the whole movie. And you're like, this is terrible. No action, no nothing like that. And all kinds of overtones and dark, dreary shits of a movie. I can't recommend it, like, at all. Where, go check it out. Maybe you have a difference of opinion. No, I think if you watch this movie, you're going to be, and spent money on it, you're going to walk out of the theater pissed off.
I've seen that movie. It was a good movie. Yeah, it's got the kid from Dune and the kid from Twilight.
Can't wait for Passion 2. What? Are they making a Passion of the Christ 2?
I won't watch the first one.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not a Christian. I felt, watching that movie, at the end of it, I felt some kind of way. Like, when I say it's a 2-hour ass whooping, like, dude, they hit him with this whip with, like, it was basically cat o' nine tails with metal, and just like flay his flesh off his side and shit. You're like, oh, dude, just kill him. Just please, just put a bullet in this man's head or something. Just take the sword to him already. Fuck's sake, what are you doing? Like, they beat the shit out of him.
The way it's described in the Bible, it was pretty much one of the worst torture scenes.
Right, and that's what it is in the movie. It's like I said, like, it actually, like, I get it, and I got to say, it's an amazing movie because of that, because it made me feel something. You know what I mean? But at the same point in time, it was definitely an emotion I didn't want to feel. Like, it was just like, bro, this is fucking brutal.
I like the actor, the one that played Jesus,
like in the movie, it's a great movie.
I liked him in The Count of Monte Cristo.
Great movie. Watch it once and put it away. You know what else is a great movie? It's called, oh God, what the fuck is the name of the movie? I've watched it more than once, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a great movie, and the whole premise behind the movie, somebody out there help me, okay? It's got Jennifer Connelly in it. I can't remember the other guy's name. I can't remember his name. Basically, it's got Marlon Wayans in it, Jennifer Connelly, and like Jeff Caviezel, is that his name? Jim Caviezel. That's it. Jim Caviezel, right? He's in it too. And Marlon Wayans and Jim Caviezel are heroin addicts. And they have this whole dream about selling these drugs and making all this money, right? The mother gets a call from a TV show, like he's always stealing like his mom's TV, trading it for heroin, stuff like this. Jennifer Connelly's like his girlfriend or whatever. And the mom gets a call from a TV show, and they're like, you're going to be on, like Jeopardy or some shit like this, right? So she's getting all prepped, and she's like, oh, but I look fat. Thank you, Beans. Beans knows exactly what movie it is. It's called Requiem for a Dream. Right? And so basically you watch this cast of characters, and like at first they're selling the heroin, they're making all kinds of fucking money. The mother is taking like diet pills and losing weight, right? To get in line for this TV show she's going to be on. She wants to look good on TV, and she has all these dreams in her head about what she's going to be like on TV. Jennifer Connelly is hooked on the drugs or whatever, but everything's coming up roses because her boyfriend's coming through drugs, all this stuff. And it goes into how it's all playing out well at first and everything's good. And then as the movie fucking goes on, bro, Jim Caviezel and Marlon Wayans end up making a run down south and getting caught with all the heroin on them because I can't remember which one it was shooting up. I think it's Jim Caviezel was shooting up and ODs, but his arms like has this giant hole in it from where he's been shooting in the same vein and like wore a hole in his arm. And so Marlon Wayans has to take him to the hospital. Marlon Wayans ends up in jail. Jim Caviezel's character ends up in the hospital with his arm missing, severed off. Jennifer Connelly, in order to get her drug fix, has now turned to prostitution, where she's in a party with a bunch of guys throwing money at her, and they pull out the biggest, like it makes the blue dingus look like the Asian dingus. That's how big this thing is, and it's two-headed, and you hear somebody in the party yell ass to ass, and they kind of show it. And then you have the mother has gotten so fucked up on the diet pills that she's now in a mental ward and they're electroshocking her. It's watching everybody's dreams build up and everything going good, and then everything slowly crashes down to reality and destroys all these people. And it's like, the movie is fucking amazing. Like, it's great. It's so fucking dark that you never want to see it again. It's like all these dreams become, and the reality that follows them. And it's fucking, if you ever get a chance, Murph, you need to watch it at least once. It's one of those, watch it once, never see it again. Because it's fucking like, it'll do something to you when you watch this movie where you're kind of cheering for these characters at one point. Like at first you're like, these people are kind of like, ghetto scum. And then you start cheering for them. and then you just watch as everything, like the bottom falls out and the worst case scenario happens to each and every one of them. And you're like, oh my God, these poor people. Like at the end of
Just
it.
like real life, huh?
Dude, that's just it. It's too real. Like that's what fucks you up in the head is that you know somebody that's like Jim Caviezel's character. You know somebody like Marlon Wayne's, the mother. You know somebody like the mother. You know somebody like the girlfriend. Like it's reality, and it gets fucking dark and heavy.
I'm with you there, Beans.
I like Cloud Atlas. I like the idea behind it. I like the whole
It
reincarnation.
was a weird ass movie.
It's a weird movie and it's hard to follow, but I like the
Yeah,
whole
I was
fact.
lost.
What was?
I was lost
Oh, you were lost?
during most of that movie. Yeah.
So where I think they fucked up was they don't explain it real well and it time jumps a lot. But
That's what I'm saying. That's the shit that pisses me off. How are you going to sit there and keep time jumping, but you're not giving me a time?
Right. Exactly.
Like
they're only telling you part of the story, and then the whole thing is it's the resurrected souls and how they're always in the same circle running together. That's the whole point of the movie. So it's like when you see them on the boat, it's like old time, back in the past. Then in the future, it's the same souls reincarnated in different people and how their souls keep coming together over time. I like the concept. I don't think they executed it well. I think that's the problem with that. But I didn't think it was a terrible movie. It just, like you said, you kind of need a guidebook to it in a way. You know what I mean? Like
I don't like time jumps in movies, and they don't specify like the time.
Right. Well, and that was the whole point is that, you find out that Tom Hanks, the way he gets reincarnated and all this is because of what he did in the past and different things play out.
I don't see anything painted, Stranded.
I didn't paint anything. What I did instead was all the prep work for him so that I was going to prime him. But like I attached the legs, glued everything. I did, actually, you probably see it on the camera. Not bad. Especially on the back, but like I UV puttied everything together. So this way, like the arms, those are 2 pieces each. So now everything fits together. So when I go to start assembling them, if I can actually fucking put this on right. So when I go to start assembling them, everything's going to link together perfect. So I did the prep work that I normally don't show everybody. So it like, for example, you can see it in there. And then you see it on each of the heads. So the magnet, I actually set the magnets and glued them and got everything ready to rock and roll. So Sunday comes, I can rock and roll it. Normally I do this stuff all off stream, and I did it on stream tonight. And it was only supposed to be like an hour-long stream, if I'm to be honest. I was just going to talk shit about Spider-Man and go over it real quick with the spoilers and everything. And then do the prep work and call it a night. But every last one of you guys hopped in and started bullshitting. So I'm like, well, it's a stream now, isn't it? Because we're going on like 5 a.m.
I watched this guy do a Venom mask.
I appreciate that, stream. That's awesome.
Used all those magnets and shit too. That's a cool thing, using those magnets.
Dude, using the magnets is a game changer. Shout out to All Things Art. I watched the whole video because I was like, a lot of these statues were coming with 2 different heads, 2 different arms in cases. And I'm just like, how the fuck do you switch out the pieces without them just falling off? Like it couldn't figure it out. And I was like, maybe there's a way to do it with magnets. So I did a search and one guy was explaining it and he broke it down. He's like, I use magnets, but he uses like fat ass disc magnets that look like a dime. And he's like, yeah, you want to do it in this diameter? You use the drill. This is how you drill in and everything else. And I figured out a completely different way of using the magnet.
Yeah, that's too big. I've seen videos where they're using smaller magnets.
Yeah, I figured out a way to, and I'm using smaller magnets. I'm using 4mm by 4mm. And I just showed it. You know what I mean? I can take the head and pop it on the body and actually pick up the fucking heavier body part, shake it and everything. It's not coming loose. Well, as if it
Careful now,
comes.
the way you're talking, you're going to be
Hey,
getting
you know,
Bob.
you're making old Smurf
Get
excited.
Bob
That's right. I
going
shook
there.
it till it felt loose. But, you know, when I display them, you're not like picking up the model and shaking it or whatever. It's so the head doesn't fall off. Because I tried doing it where it's a solid piece, drilling into it and setting the magnet. Man, it wobbles. But if you do 4.2 millimeter on your hole, and then put the magnet in, it fits perfect. Stranded, it's like as it comes loose. Yeah. But yeah, this stream was not supposed to be this long. Like it was supposed to end like hours ago. I didn't even drink a Monster. So that tells you how bored and how much energy I had pent up. You know, I should have just either rubbed one out or, you know.
He was getting ready to get off when I jumped in the chat and was like, "Sup, guys?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Whoa, Smurf! All right, Smurf. Hey, I'm getting into Discord."
Yeah, and it also doesn't help. We were talking about, you know, making songs about Bob and which
Bob.
We all know this much. We know Bob's definitely quit drinking, guys, because Bob would have been in here like, I just woke up from my nap.
Yeah. Not just on your hole there, Beans. He said 4 millimeters.
Yeah, poor Six. Six should have had his liver pickled by now and hasn't. Dear Lord. Oh, and then, of course, Rebel jumped in with the whole thing about Spain, which I hadn't heard of. I'm going to have to watch all that video later and everything else now.
I think I might have passed over that video. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I mean, according to Rebel, he says it's all military-age men just, like, flooded the border and came right across. Dude, fucking Beans, that's not how that song goes. The actual song goes, don't want no short dick man. They only do that for the radio cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've heard the short versions as well.
Just, it's like that one song, bitch, it doesn't go, bitch, I got that, bitch, I got your boyfriend. I got your man. That's not how that song goes either. That's just the radio cut of it. Finish my cigarette and we'll call it a night, damn it. My poor dog's all confused. I was being PG-13. Hey, you know what? This is clearly an R-rated stream, sometimes X if Bob's here. So you fire away to your heart's content, ma'am. Dude, Ian's only ever heard the short version. You never heard the other version, the actual version? I'm telling you, like there's some music that we came up with. Like, I'll tell you what. Here you go, guys. I'm gonna throw out that throwback for you, Smurf. Ready? 2 Live Crew.
Yep.
The reason we have all those.
That's Bob's. That should be Bob's song. Is Pop That.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
2 Live Crew is the reason we have all those little stickers that say parental advisory, explicit lyrics, is because of 2 Live Crew. Like, and then, I think about it because I was listening to that album, Nasty as They Want to Be.
Fucking beans.
Dude, my neck, my back,
My back,
my
just like that.
something in my crack. Yes.
Yeah.
You ain't nothing but a hoochie mama. Who that, hoochie mama. Right? But yeah, Two Live Crew. I used to listen to that when it came out. And I had it on one of my hard drives. Like I have a whole music hard drive. It's got thousands and thousands of songs. And I had it on shuffle. And man, one of those songs came on. And I was like, I remembered all the lyrics, everything else. And I'm just like, what the fuck was I listening to? Like this is basically describing an adult film right here. Like everything in it. And yeah, and Tipper Gore was the reason for all that too. Because she wanted to censor all explicit music like that. And then it was Dee Snider. I'm trying to remember. Dee Snider testified before Congress during that. Of course they did. But the one that actually saved everything, does anybody know? Do you know who it was? Went in, testified, and everybody went, okay, we'll just put stickers on the albums. We won't ban these songs and censor the speech. Do you know which musician went in, testified before Congress, and everybody stopped and listened to him?
Did you see the Fauci thing?
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm watching the chat because I want to see if anybody knows who it was who brought that home and saved explicit lyrics for everybody. Do you know, Smurf?
No.
Somebody you'd never think of, right? Like I never would have thought this. I'm giving everybody like another 20, 30 seconds before I tell you. True story. You can look it up. But he went before Congress. He said, look, I don't sing like that. I don't play this kind of music. I don't like the explicit lyrics, but it's freedom of speech. Yeah, it wasn't NWA. Wasn't a rap group. It's like I said, it's somebody, when I say the name, you guys are going to be like, no shit. That's correct. Stranded nailed it. It's John Denver. John
Thank
Denver.
God I'm a country boy.
Yep. Fucking like country home or country roads. Like John Denver went into Congress and testified and was just like, I don't agree with the lyrics. I have everything, but you can't do this. You're censoring artistic expression and free speech. And Congress, because it was John Denver, was like, okay. Yeah, it was fucking crazy. But yeah, look it up sometime. It's fun because Dee Snider, him without his makeup on back then, he was still, like big with Twisted Sister and all that, came in and was testifying before Congress. John Denver came home and knocked it out. Dude, yeah, he was a sweet man, a good guy and all that. And yeah, he died tragically in the crash. But yeah, everything with Fauci, that's just it. The terrible part with that, with the whole Fifth Amendment shit, Smurf, where he was just like, my
111 times.
Yes. Now, you want to know the real tragic thing? One, you lose your Fifth Amendment right. You're supposed to when you accept a presidential pardon. Because you can't be held federally for anything, right? Like, as far as that crime goes. So you're supposed to be, you lose your Fifth Amendment right, you're supposed to be able to testify and all that. The big thing is, if the current sitting president fights the pardon, Trump has already come out and said that he will not be opposing the pardon.
That's fucked up. I saw he kicked out his lawyer.
Well, I mean, it didn't matter. He was just going to say the same thing regardless.
Yeah, everything he said was he kept pulling this fucking card out of the book. Like, dude, you don't remember what you just said the last time? You got to pull it out and read it every time. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, you can say his pardon was signed by auto pen, therefore it's technically invalid. That's only if Trump is going to go after it with the DOJ and everything else and really dig heels in on it. Trump already said, I will not be trying to overturn any of Joe Biden's pardons. Yeah, well, not just that. So you're protected at a federal level doesn't mean you're protected at a state level. So I'm hoping one of the states steps up and says, "Yeah, we're putting you on trial." Yep, a civil lawsuit could work as well. Anybody who's vaccine injured, all this stuff, they can all. And again, I said this earlier too, Smurf. When it comes to Fauci, the problem is that we all point to Fauci, right? Fauci wasn't alone in this. There was a whole team of people that were under him. And for those that don't know what has happened, and I'm stating this out there so we have clarity on it. Dr. Fauci had kept a private diary of everything that he was saying and what he actually really thought was in the diary. So he was saying shit in public, and then the stuff in the diary, I think it's Ron Paul, or is that who it was? Rand Paul? It was Rand Paul, I believe. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure it was Rand Paul. Got a hold of the diary and leaked it. So you got to see every step of the way what Fauci thought about everything that was going on. He was bragging about how he got, was a celebrity now, all kinds of shit. It's interesting. Look into it. But basically how he fucked everybody.
Yeah, and got rich from it.
He didn't call the shots. They just listened to him, right? Yeah. Yeah, he did call the shots. But the whole thing is, you can blame a CEO for what a corporation does, but reality is the CEO just steers the ship. You also have a board of directors. Just saying. So it wasn't just Fauci. It wasn't like Fauci was over in a lab somewhere in his little gremlin outfit, fucking, in his little goblin fucking garb, mixing up coronavirus and accidentally leaking it. He had people that were under him that fucked up and it got out of a lab and working on the gain of function. He was just directing it. So you got to blame those people too. It's just right that all these people should be prosecuted because you killed 15 million people. You did ungodly, who knows how much damage was done to the world economy. How many people lost jobs, how many people were ostracized for not getting shots in their arms, how many lives were destroyed, how many people lost a mother, a father, a son, a grandmother, whatever it may be, and weren't able to go into the room and say goodbye to them. You can never get that fucking moment back.
That happened to us. Shit.
Yeah, exactly, Smurf. You don't get those moments back. So it's, you know what I mean? And all because you weren't crystal clear and honest with everything going on. You lied and you fucked a lot of people. I heard that he was all excited that he got called by Barbara Streisand, but I didn't hear about any sores on her ass. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that the tragic thing is that the people that were the voices of reason in this one were all called conspiracy theorists, downplayed, and told they were assholes. Now, sometimes the conspiracy theories are just conspiracy theories and they are assholes. But in this one, when you had actual virologists coming out, you had people that had a hand in making the mRNA vaccine coming out. You had all kinds of different people that were experts in their field coming out and saying, this is what I'm finding. And then you had somebody shutting all that down so that it didn't link back to them. That's a grand conspiracy cover-up. So it's no longer a conspiracy theory. It's an actual fucking conspiracy. And it's not like I'm talking out of my ass and this is opinion. This is all now proven fact. There is no, well, maybe it was the wet lab, all this other stuff. Like, even in his diary, he says, like, everybody's going to believe it's the wet lab, but it's not. Some shit like this. I'm paraphrasing.
He even said in his diary that everybody wearing a mask isn't going to stop it.
Right.
But they made everybody wear a mask. I was even against it. I'm like, how are you supposed to gain any kind of immunity to anything if you have to wear a mask? And then it was, well, it's not for you. It's for anybody else in case you got it.
Homegirl from CDC. I don't think it was a homegirl. I thought it was a dude at that point. Are you talking about the other doctor that used to come out all the time with Fauci? Is that who you mean? Yeah, and that's just it. We don't know what long-term effects from the vaccine are, and hopefully there's none. Let's hope there's none.
My family's half and half. My wife and her kid got it, and her other kid got it too because she's in nursing.
Dude, we caught nothing.
Then me and mine did not get it.
The only people that I know that got vaccinated got it. Everybody who didn't never caught it.
I got sick. They called it COVID. I mean, I was pretty sick there for like a week or two. I remember, but
stranded. Yeah, I think that sounds kind of right. But yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is like, it's a giant shit sandwich, but it's one of those truths. And like Epstein, there's a whole big difference with Epstein versus this. This, we actually have some kind of tracking on, and we actually do know the truth. Like, we have pretty damn solid evidence. The problem with Epstein is that everybody always focuses on what he was doing with people on an island. You know, with the girls and the trafficking and all that. The part that everybody always overlooks when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein is the money angle of it. Who was he actually influencing with money? How was he getting these people so much money back in their pockets? I don't think it was all just blackmail. I think there was other shit going on as far as under the table shady fucking deals between high level people that he was basically just the middleman on. And if that ever came out, so you have something going on right now with WWE. Okay. I can just use this as an example. WWE sold to TKO for, I can't remember how many billions of dollars just recently. They brought Vince McMahon in to orchestrate the deal, right? And they were supposed to sell it off to the highest bidder. Vince McMahon locked out every other bidder and only sold it to TKO and took everybody off the table. So if, I don't know, Paramount wanted to buy WWE or Netflix or, you know, whoever wanted to buy WWE and were offering them more money, Vince McMahon was like, nope, we're only selling to TKO. But no, TKO offered us more money. He would lie. And this all just came to light. They were using Signal Chat and they just nailed like this whole thing. It's going to be a whole big lawsuit pretty damn soon. But if Jeffrey Epstein was doing shit like that, be under the table and behind the scenes and doing underhand deals, and it was billions of dollars on the table, it could actually be a bigger scandal than the trafficking end of things. Like that shit just hits you gutturally and like hits that part of you, right? When you hear that, but you're not looking at the other crime, which could just be the money crimes. And the money crimes are what they really need to cover up. So if the whole truth about Jeffrey Epstein, the blackmail end of it comes out, it could link to these other deals. And that's where the problem is. You know, what is it? The Wire?
I keep seeing shit about like him and Ellen DeGeneres fucking like eating kids or something.
Yeah, see, like, you know, there's so much crazy shit with it. You don't know what's real and what isn't, because probably some of that crazy shit's probably real. Some of it's probably total bullshit, right? But when it comes to the money, you can follow the money. So that gives you some concrete stuff. And then people that had a hand in there and maybe got a little bit of a payoff with these different deals or were invested in these companies and everything else are going to get implicated in it. And it's going to, it'll be a huge thing. That's why it'll never come to light. I mean, you can look at it. Okay, the chick's name was Walensky. Psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So usually that's an immunodeficiency. God damn it. It's an immuno disorder. Like I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's going to kill me too. But
I have arthritis.
Yeah, but psoriatic arthritis is different. The psoriasis is basically in your joints and swelling them out, not just like you damaged your joint and it's swelling over time. Psoriatic arthritis is just as painful, if not worse, because it can affect muscle as well as the spaces between joints. But yeah, immunocompromised or an immuno. God damn it! Why can't I remember what the fuck it's called? I'm gonna shoot myself. This is what happens when I don't drink Red Bull, guys, or Monster, and go to 5 a.m. But yeah, it's something with your immune system. Usually, is what causes that to happen, Ian. And you think COVID, the Alliance Mass Immigration, all that stuff is all part of it? To what end and to whose benefit? That's my question. You know, I'm not saying you're wrong either. You might be spot on. But I've always looked at it from a lens of to whose benefit. Shutting down the world economy doesn't really benefit anyone. Same way if the Iran war keeps up and the world economy starts tanking because of energy costs, this benefits no one. It doesn't even benefit the wealthy at that point. It's actually a major hindrance. Mass immigration benefits politicians because of voting, so I can see that. Right? You flood a population, they're grateful to who let them in, so they vote that way. That's the logic and the thinking behind it. It makes sense to me. COVID wasn't good for anyone. Everybody was petrified of it. Like when that shit first hit, everybody always forgets. Like, do you guys remember the video of the Asian woman walking in New York and she just falls over? And you're like, oh my God. It looked like something out of a fucking movie. Do you remember that shit, Smurf?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, she has COVID and this is what's hitting everybody and you're all going to die. Autoimmune disorders, yes. Yeah, but see, like, okay. Take a step back for a second, right? And I want you to think about this. You have to look at our economy and how it's based. We produce damn near nothing here. Everything gets imported. Everything is bought overseas. Everything is manufactured in China. Why did China's economy collapse at the same time the rest of the world's economy collapsed? The reason why is because China is a manufacturing-based economy. If you've got nobody to sell shit to, you're destroying their economy too. So it doesn't just weaken one person's economy, it weakens it across the board because the two are kind of relying on each other. It's one of the reasons why Trump going hard on China and then backing off. That's why. But as far as the U.S., it doesn't. We actually recovered the best out of COVID, out of everybody. So if anything, you kind of make the argument that COVID strengthened the U.S. and put us ahead of everybody else because it set everybody else back. If it just only hurt the U.S., I would agree with you. But because it hurt everybody across the board equally, and ours was just the most resilient economy, we were able to bounce back. China actually, this is one of those things that I do think people should look a little more into. Their economy is still hurting pretty good. And it's mainly Smurf's fault. Ever since he's been having big blue dingus duplicates mailed to the U.S. from China, the amount of material they have to put into them has slowly been draining their economy. You've heard of the Pleasure Master 3000. Now try the big blue.
Hey, I'm trying to help out with the plastic situation. You know what I'm saying?
If you thought that the Pleasure Master 3000 was something where you get a load of the big blue dingus. Big blue dingus will blow your hair back, make your eyes cross, possibly give you a bloody nose all at the same time. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It makes julienne fries.
It makes julienne fries. All right, you Mr. Pompeo? Pompeo. Is that was his name?
It just
Pompeo
shows how
or
old
Pompeo?
I am.
Yeah, no shit. Me too. Yeah.
The new generation probably hasn't never heard that. Everything back in the day used to make julienne fries.
Ron Pompeo. Yep, that's exactly who it is. Good call. Everything made julienne fries. That was the whole funny part of him. The BBD 3000. Dude, that is epic. 6. That is fucking fantastic. The only thing I would say with that is maybe if it was the BBD 3K. That's right there, though. I think the 3000's even better.
I just took a hit to 6. What a dick.
I would not do Epsom salt. Epsom salt has sulfa in it. It would be like it would be bad. You kind of want to avoid sulfas with that. With psoriasis, I believe. You'd have to look it up. Yeah, what I would recommend, Ian, is seeing an actual licensed physician. That's what I would, because I know.
I'm in trouble if they ever tell me to cut sugar, man. That ain't happening. All I drink's Mountain Dew.
Fuck
we
that.
just got a new Ninja slushy machine. I've been drinking slushies.
I'll be on dialysis with fucking needles in my arms and everything else, drinking sugar.
The wife got me 3 different flavors of
Bean
the
said the same
Rancher.
thing. I'm not a medical doctor and I don't play one on TV. But yes, I would definitely if you're having psoriatic arthritis, psoriasis, I think he said he's already on medication for it. Yeah, definitely get that shit checked out that way. That's how I would handle it. I'm sure they're already running immuno tests on you, especially I think you said part of your medicine was technically chemo. Your homeopathic book it suggested that. I can understand, but depending on what's going on, it's nice that you suggested something that may help him. I'm just saying that some of them home remedies will fucking kill you by accident if you have it misdiagnosed with what's actually causing this, whatever's causing your problem. Methotrexate and a shot in the stomach once every twice a week. Beans, look up psoriatic arthritis and tell me that again. And I'm going to tell you how I know all this shit about it because I know somebody who had a Steven Johnson's reaction. Look that up. And basically, it gave them permanent psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis to a point where it almost killed them. And they have to take a live biological and shoot it into their stomach once every 2 weeks. And it gives them thrush in the mouth, all kinds of terrible shit. Completely different things. You need to look it up. Just trust me. Google it. So and that's just it. It's nice because everybody wants to be helpful. I'd love to be helpful to Ian too and tell him some of the stuff that helped with that person. But it could be a totally different case. It could be that, you know, he didn't have a reaction to amoxicillin that he was taking for, you know, a week. And on day 6 of that week, all of a sudden said, my tongue feels funny. And it turned out that he had a Steven Johnson's reaction to the amoxicillin and burned out his immune system. I don't think that happened to Ian. But, you know, shit like this. It's like, no. It's like, don't do that. You can kill somebody by accident just by trying to be friendly and helpful with your advice. Yeah. Yeah, they got you on a biologic too, don't they?
I
Yeah.
have stuff called Voltaren that I have to put on my hands.
Yeah, I'm sorry you got to go through that too, Ian. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds correct too. Did you go bald?
Damn,
They got you on Humira? Okay.
damn, dude.
The only thing I will say about being on Humira, and you're God, what are they called? Immune doctor, immunologist. I can't remember. The one thing I will tell you about Humira is that be careful because you can develop where you become basically immune to it. And that shit, like, then they'll have to put you on a different one. They'll probably put you on Taltz is the name of the drug. Yeah. But Humira works well. It really does work well. Yeah. Completely different. Like, people get patches of psoriasis and they're minor. What you've got is actually an immunocompromisation. I think that's how you say it. Immunocompromised. Oh, you were already there? You already did Taltz, and now they got you on Humira? Yeah. Well, I know somebody that went. Telling you, brother. Hang in there. It's fucking terrifying, too, and it's painful as fuck. Like, the fact you're still functioning is impressive. I gotta walk the dog. While I walk the dog, I'm going to play... And again, I'm not a doctor either, but I just know what I know.
Jesus, so sorry, and I tried
to kill you. She didn't try to kill him. I mean, she's not wrong if it's just psoriasis, like a patch of psoriasis. But when he says psoriatic arthritis, it's a different thing, completely different disease. It's nasty. Humira it's expensive as fuck is what it is. What do we think? I guess maybe we'll go with this song while I walk the puppy. Yep. We're going to play this song while I go walk my dog. I'll be right back, Smurf. You can talk to the people if you like, but your song's playing, buddy.
Here's what he's not telling you. He's actually going to put ointment on that rash on his arse.
I didn't even hear you sneak in here.
No, I've been here since he was banging on about labs and diaries. I just thought I'd stay quiet and be funny.
Downtown when what that do, he walked like thunder,
So did he? Did you get the toxicity? Man?
I'm gonna buy it later. See if it works. Why, have you already got it?
No, but I was thinking about getting it.
Hello, people. Well, here's what I was gonna say. He's got some GAM yesterday. I'll pick it up, see if you can join on there. Or if it's gonna be everyone's gonna need it.
Well, if I have to get it, I'll be able to.
Do that for stream tonight, innit, if you're gonna be there.
What?
Well, do that for the stream tonight if you're gonna be on at that time.
Yeah, he already. I already told him I was off tomorrow, so.
Oh, well, I didn't fucking hear that, did I? So you didn't tell me, did you, dickhead? But yeah, alright. We'll do that.
No, but he said that you guys were going to start over fresh on a new map, and I was like, alright, cool, well, I've been playing the shit out of it.
It's only because he's already played that map, innit? So he's there like, oh, we're doing this, we're going here next. You know, it's just a bit, you know what I mean? It's not as fun when one person already knows. Don't get me wrong, we can always go on that second map, but that toxic map looks fun.
It does look cool. Supposed to be some different shit in that map than...
I'm assuming it's going to be hard as well. Pretty close. Again, you might want to look into as well, though. A fun one, just on Game Pass. Mistfall Hunter. It's like Ark Raiders, but medieval, kind of. Sorcerers, rogues, warriors, you know, the usual. 3-player, if not solo, kind of battle royale-ish with other players in Loot Extraction. Can't be played cross-region, though, but, well, I know you got people to play with.
I just fucking came the fuck back. What the hell? What the fuck have you said this whole time, David?
I don't know. I was here since you were banging on about diaries and shit, and I was just waiting for my time, and I've said my shit.
So you're talking about the Mistfall Hunters game?
Yeah, I was just telling him about it. It's alright, actually.
Go check it out on Steam. Everybody's bitching. Apparently, it's full of nothing but microtransactions.
No, not at all.
I don't know then, man.
I've been playing the last 8 hours, mate. This shit's alright. It's quite good, actually, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed there was something on Steam's Mistfall.
Yeah, they were saying it on the Xbox ones as well, and I've been playing it the past... What time is it now? Fuck me, it's longer than I just said. 8 hours.
So wait, Ian, are you talking about your Humera? How much the shot is? Yeah, and Talth's is $6,500, I believe, a shot if you don't have insurance. Just gonna let you know that. Something in that neighborhood.
That's crazy.
Dude, well, that's just it. If you don't have health insurance, what's your alternative? You're going to suffer. But yeah, like those Humera Talths, they're that expensive. They're like $3,000, $6,000, $6,500. It's fucking, bro. Those medicines are fucking crazy. And the worst part is, like I was saying to Ian, your body will eventually kind of develop an immunity to it in certain cases. So he might be on Humera now, but they might have to switch him over to something else. And yeah, you're right. That's why so many people are on Medicare. It's fucking bad, dude. And then the people you deal with to get your shots, if there's any kind of fuckery, like it's a mess. I can't go off on healthcare for a reason, but yeah. You can't go to Africa and get it for 12 cents. You can't get it anywhere for, that's bottom rung price. Yeah, big farmers fucked. I agree. So did David say we're playing the toxicity map?
I said I'll
He said he's
pick it up
gonna
later.
get it. But
And
he
then
said
we
he'll
can see
get
if
it,
we
and
can
we'll
load
see if
in.
we.
Bro, did you
Yeah, we'll
really
see.
say that you're going to get it? You haven't already bought it?
Mate, I can just get it right now. It's
Yeah,
not that deep. Just gotta
look,
switch my
you
region.
cheap fuck. I already bought both of them, so I'll run it tomorrow.
I don't know why you even done that, considering like, okay, all right, go on, mate. Sure.
Yeah, why?
Well,
Because
if it doesn't work,
because if I counted on
can
you,
buy
you
it.
still wouldn't have it. That's why.
I don't know why you're bitching. Like, you can't just press one button and buy it.
Why? Because I know you, David. I know you. Pressing that
Right,
one
you know
button
me.
might break your fucking fingers.
Okay, buddy. Humble yourself.
I didn't mean to raise my voice. It's just when it comes to somebody's health beans, like I don't fuck around with it, especially when it's something that you're trying to help. And that's what I put out there is you're trying to help him. But the whole thing is we're not medical doctors. None of us are. And it's bad. Like somebody pouring a sulfate on them can kill them. You can hurt them badly. And you won't mean to, but I don't want you to have to live with that either. Tell you that for free, as David would say. But anyway, back to it.
I also say go fuck yourself, so go fuck yourself, Gam.
No, go fuck yourself, David.
Well, anyway, this game transaction-wise, there is nothing even microtransaction about it. You can buy outfits. That's about it. They just hating on the game. To put it quite frank, it's just medieval Ark Raiders.
Yeah. Medieval Ark Raiders, huh?
Yeah, it's not half bad actually. PvP
I mean,
quite...
it's a shame you don't have a PC. We could play this one game. It's called like Tears of Metal. That one's kind of fun. But Smurf just told me that he's going to be available tomorrow. And,
he told me that as well.
And guess what?
Oh, tell me what.
We're going to be playing the Toxicity.
Oh, really? You don't fucking say as if that wasn't already the plan.
Yeah, but it was nice to keep you in suspense, especially since I know you just woke the fuck up.
I haven't just woke the fuck up. I've been up since fucking 8 p.m.
He said he's been playing that game for 8 hours.
Yeah, I've been up fucking a while now. I only came in here because everyone got off. Not saying you're my last choice, but you're my last choice.
What, Mistfall Hunters? Maybe. I saw it. I'm telling you though, I don't know why I saw somebody blast that thing for.
Oh, everyone's been blasting it. It's kind of crazy to me.
Right, but why are they blasting it then? I'm not
That's
wrong
what I
here.
wanna know.
It's full of microtransactions, right? For some reason, I saw that because I saw that come up on Game Pass earlier today.
I would love to know, and I'll probably look through the reviews as to why they say that, but I've been playing it with one of my boys who's on a Series S, and I'm on Series X. We haven't been crashed, lagging, none of the above. We haven't had to spend money or nothing. We're just going about looting, shooting, pillaging, dying, usual shit, playing the fucking game.
Huh.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. But I'm dead serious when I
God treatment.
Like maybe it's not the same. Maybe it's not the same game, but it was definitely something with.
No, it's definitely this game. So I saw the reviews as well.
Shit. Now I'm looking. Damn it.
Well, that is one way to get people to play a shitty game is put it on Game Pass.
Oh well.
I wouldn't even call it shit. It's all right.
No, it might be a great game, but if it's all microtransactions in there to advance, you know what I mean? That's why they put them on Game Pass.
It's a fucking loot. It's a loot and extraction, mate. If someone's paid, I'll just buy it. I'll just kill them and get their shit.
Yeah.
But as I said, I don't.
No.
You can't buy it like that.
Yeah, I have no idea, David. I'm just telling you.
I know you don't.
It's
I know.
Mistfall
we agreed on that.
Hunter, right? Let me look, because I know it was something with Steam, and people were having a shit fit. It's sitting at 72% positive and mixed overall critical reception. I'm not worried about the critics. arcade style Souls-like
Critics don't mean shit.
action. Value and pricing. Reviewers on platforms like Steam and YouTube praise the budget-friendly base price and day one inclusion on Xbox Game Pass. Criticism and complaints, performance issues, players cite technical roughness. I don't give a shit about that. Balance and progression. It's steep for solo players, high skill floors due to lack of lock-on. Who cares? Balancing concerns regarding certain ranged magic classes, great. Inventory gripes.
The Archer is fucked, yes. We understand that.
What platform you play on? No. I don't know. I know I saw something about it, unless there's another game with Mistfall in the title.
No, we both saw the same thing, Gam. As I said, I also saw it.
I don't know then, bud.
Complaining about it. No, I don't know. I'm playing it. I'm enjoying it. Only two things I saw, which are correct to what they were complaining about. One is if you buy cosmetics for your characters, other enemies can't see it, but your teammates can. That's fucking stupid. But I don't care. I'm not going to buy no cosmetics. The second thing is the fact that... Jeez, what the fuck is that? Anyway, the second thing was... What the fuck was the second thing now? I forgot. We'll get back to it.
That sounds like an exciting game where you remember it.
No, I'm on about the fucking complaint, innit? Sure.
No, the complaint, I can't remember. Like I said, I know I saw something earlier, though. Because I was looking at that game, and like somebody was complaining about microtransactions.
Oh, yes, that was it. The second complaint was, and I follow on this, is region locked. So if I'm playing, I can't play with you or Smurf, I have to play European.
Oh, okay.
That's only one of the bigger complaints, but as said, that arguably is really shit, but
right.
I can't complain too much. It's not the most agonizing thing. But yeah, other than that, only thing I've seen money used for is fucking thingy. And if there is any pay to win thing, well, ain't at my level.
I don't know. I wish I could tell you, brother. I don't know.
I'll just look it up later. PvP just feels like any old Dark Souls without the lock-on, which hitbox is a bit more direct, though. So it is a bit janky on hitboxes, but that's only because we actually got to aim. Skill issue. I blame Smurf and the Dingus.
Well, we all blame Smurf and this dingus. It is big and blue and toxic. That's why we're going to play the toxicity map on Planet Crafters. Although Smurf said he's hooked on Planet Crafters too. It's a fun game. I'm going to probably pick up Spider-Man 2 tomorrow too. Just because it, like the first one was really, really good. Like, it's a shame that they don't, you know how Xbox is putting Halo over on Sony, that Sony isn't putting Spider-Man on like Xbox.
Have you seen what they've done with the Halo?
No. Oh, the campaign?
They've done it again. They've done it again. Had to Gen Z that shit.
Well, yeah, I agree with that too, Ian. I would like to go with the natural route too. The only problem is you have to be careful. Just trust me on this. So here you go. I'll give you a little bit of back. I had an aunt who died at 25 years old. The reason why is because she got cervical cancer, and instead of accepting the chemo or the hysterectomy that would have saved her ass, she decided she was going to go all natural. Now, granted, we're going back years. But, yeah, it put her in the box because she decided to try and go with the alternative natural route. That's why I always say, you know, like, and I'm not even mad at Beans or anything like this. She wasn't, you know, I don't give medical advice. I'm not going to give medical advice. Each person's different, and you got to talk to an actual medical fucking professional. There's a reason they go to school for as long as they do. There was a good chain at a time where WebMD, you had people suggesting things to each other, and it killed quite a few people. So if there is some kind of suggestion or something like that that comes into you, even if it's a natural remedy, talk to your doctor about it. They'll be able to tell you the actual compound behind it that's doing the healing. But there's certain stuff that if you cross it up, you can fuck yourself up real bad. Just letting you know. But yeah, David, you suck for one.
That's fine, 'cause you swallow.
No, that's okay. I mean, shit, I got to be up and on stream with you in like, what, 13 hours, 14 hours, some shit like this. I mean, I don't know, David. I don't know what to tell you other than Halo, to me, has been dead for a while now.
Oh, yeah, it died on Reach for me.
Same.
I tried when they did the, whatever the fuck that
We both
last.
did.
Yeah, you did too. That's right. And it was just like, at first it was all right. It was like, okay, I'm playing Halo Online. This is okay. And then it was just cosmetic after cosmetic, microtransaction after microtransaction for news cosmetics. The maps never changed. Nothing got better. Everything was just like, you know, Halo was cool in a day and a time on the original Xbox, in my opinion. It was great. But now it's kind of like floating when you jump. It's kind of like trying to play the original Mario Brothers.
Oh, Jesus.
In like 2026. You know what I mean? It just,
Yeah.
you have good memories of it. You love the game, all that. It's a fun game, but you played it. And nothing fundamentally has changed enough to make you want to keep playing it.
That's most definitely understandable.
Yeah, I don't know. Halo's like that. I'm like that with Gears of War. You're like, yeah, the new Gears of War looks good. And I'm just like, bro, the new Gears of War looks like it's fucking dead.
I'm not being funny. Xbox is fucking dead, so you want to let me be excited for something? Not even excited. Fuck, it's just something to play at that point.
Stranded, have a great night.
Have a good one, Stranded.
Yeah, I'll see you later tonight. The new Xbox, yeah, I think the new Xbox is kind of a pass for me too. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna hold on to Game Pass and then just play everything through PC.
Mm-hmm.
Because the new Xbox, I'm not gonna be able to justify a $1,200 purchase. You know what I mean?
Let alone it being just a shit PC.
Yeah, and it exactly. It's a lower class PC. I don't know, brother. I don't know. Like, I don't want to lose my gamer tag. I don't want to lose all the games attached to it and all that shit. And I definitely love my Xbox stuff. But I got a PC that has an i9 in it, 24 core. And I've got a 5070 video card.
Yeah, you ain't get much better than that.
You can get a little bit better than that on the video card, but not much. You can go up to the 5080 and the 12 gig instead of an 8 gig. It's about it.
The only difference is barely running 4K to fucking running it perfectly.
Right. I don't need to run it perfect. I'm playing on a big fucking TV. I'm not even playing on a monitor, which is why I see I was like, why am I getting screen tearing? Like I was getting pissed off about it. And then had to think about it. I'm like, because the TV can't keep up. Like a monitor can, a TV can't. But why would you know what I mean? Like, why would you go for something where you're already ahead of what they're going to put out and spend $1,200 and get a kick in the nuts when I think everything is pretty much cross-play at this point that we play.
It's getting to that.
Yeah,
It's
and
gotten to that point.
like I was really thinking that they were going to incorporate Xbox into Steam, if I'm to be honest.
I couldn't have seen it happening. Too many Steam games are not optimized for Xbox controllers.
No, what I'm saying is that Steam would get all of Xbox's library.
Interesting.
And then if you pay for Game Pass, you know what I mean? It automatically, it's like add to library on Steam. The only issue I see with that is, you know, how stuff goes on Game Pass and off Game Pass.
Wouldn't be able to do that with Steam.
Right, you wouldn't be able to do that with Steam because you'd have the game installed, downloaded, go to play it, and it would uninstall. So I don't know. I'm torn on it. I mean, Smurf's probably going to get the new Xbox. He's already got it pre-ordered with all that OnlyFans money.
That's fucked up.
You're not denying it. That's more fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's... And I'm definitely not getting a new PlayStation, I'll tell you that much.
Why not?
One of the big questions is, though, is anybody getting Grand Theft Auto 6?
Can't be felt, mate. It's just going to be the same shit.
I'm looking at it, but I want the online component there and solid. I'm not going through what I went through with GTA 5, where for the first, basically month, the online didn't work correctly at all. You'd go run a mission or, you know, start building up your cash and it would just delete. You know?
And I can only predict that the servers won't work properly. They'll be too overloaded.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's to come. We shall see.
Well, every time they try to up the price on something,
Well, they don't have a choice in this case.
people bitch, and then they end up dropping it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for me, it's not even the price tag. So if Grand Theft Auto 6 can hang out as long as Grand Theft Auto 5, it's worth the price tag. You're gonna get the money back, right? Over just playtime. So I'm not even that upset about how much they want for the game. In my case, it's more, I want a working game, and I want to make sure it's actually a Grand Theft Auto 6.
Oh my God, were you ever around for the days of Defiance? Do you remember that game, Defiance?
I kind of do.
It was supposed to be that big MMO game.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about. Was it called Defiance, though?
Yeah.
It just completely collapsed.
Yeah, yeah. And they ended up coming out with a show called Defiance there for a little bit.
I mean, Sony just had something like that happen just recently. They had a show on Hulu with it that featured each character and stuff. I think it was called Concord. And it was basically supposed to be the answer to Microsoft, because Microsoft has Blizzard now, so they have Overwatch. And it was supposed to be like Overwatch. And they thought they were going to sell 250 million copies of it or something like this, right? Or put $250 million in it, rather. And they were selling it for $40. And I think the first day one player base, so your hottest player base, was 10,000. And they ended up shutting the game down within a week. I think I'm right on that.
Well, it was supposed to be this huge MMO. So you could have all your friends in there, and there was 100 people or more in this server.
That's
and it couldn't
MMOs.
It couldn't keep it. It couldn't keep up.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
It was just constant lag and getting dropped, completely crashing. It was horrible for a long time.
Yeah,
I mean, it ended up being playable, but it was already dead by then.
I mean, part of my worry with GTA 6, if I'm looking at it, right, is it going to be GTA 6 or is it going to be GTA 5.5? You know what I mean? Like, are we going to be playing the same game as we're playing now? Or is it actually going to be an updated game? Like, I don't know.
It's going to be same shit, probably different skins. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm torn on it. The other part is that if you listen to the radio stations and all the funny shit that's in GTA 5, it's fucking great for the time. The problem is that 2026 is so much weirder, and the shit that they're making fun of, like legalize cocaine, and you know, because you're supposed to be in like California basically, and they're like, vote yes on proposition whatever it is, legalize cocaine. Right? It's a big joke on the radio. It's supposed to be a parody of legalizing weed. Oregon's already legalized every drug imaginable. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's not even a fucking joke anymore. That shit's actually happened. How are you going to parody stuff in the game? Because most of real life is weirder than what's going on in Grand Theft Auto.
Sure.
You know, you're going to have shit like, you better not do anything around a fucking school in the game, because it's going to be like, you know what's going to happen. Somebody's going to go shoot up a school, and if there's like some kind of part in the game where there's a school shooting, they're going to blame that school shooting on GTA 6. You can't like go to a subway and take somebody out because, well, that's actually happened recently. And people are going to be like, that's in poor taste, and you're going to get a whole bunch of shit. So I don't know how they're going to balance GTA 6 and make it good. I can tell you this much. The last one, I had a lot of interest in the story mode. I thought it was cool. You had the old school gangster. You had the crazy fucking guy, right? Travis. And then you had Franklin, the young Travis.
Trevor.
Yeah. Is it Trevor? Well, Trevor's
Trevor.
Trevor's the crazy guy. Who's the younger guy? Franklin, right?
Franklin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then you had the up and coming gangster, and they had each interchangeable style. You know what I mean? Each one had their own style. Everything else you did with them. And it's like GTA 6, you're going to play as a dude or a chick, and they look generic as fuck to me. They remind me of the biker gang from, what was it called? The Lost and the Damned. I think, what was that? Vice City Stories? The Lost in the Dam, and his name was like Johnny, and he was like a big bitch, and he was the leader of the biker gang. And Trevor beats him to death in the beginning of GTA 5. Do you guys remember that?
I was never too into this story. I was an online player.
Right. So there you go. I can't. There's nothing that I sync up with in this story. So it's like, I don't even care about the story mode to what David just said. The last one, I actually played through the story and enjoyed it. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the same way, where I loved the story. The story was great. And you're losing part of the game because I don't give a shit about the story. I just care about the online. And it's like, I don't know. I got this feeling it's going to launch. They're going to have problems with the servers, probably for the first month or two. And even though they've got all these servers for GTA 5, and if they flip those servers over from 5 to 6, then you're going to have all the people that have money invested in 5 losing their fucking minds. Because 10 years, I think that game's been out. People are going to lose their shit. So I don't know. I don't think the server stability is going to be there. I think it's going to be a giant fucking mess at first. I think it'll fix itself in a couple months, and that's probably when I'll get the game.
But will 5 still be running?
That's the big question. Are they going to just kill 5? I mean, they've sold 5. I've had 5 since Xbox One. Does that sound right?
Man, it's
I
been a
got.
long ass time.
I had it
Oh,
because
it was on 360 as well, was it not?
I thought it was on
Oh, my.
360. You might be correct. It might
So I
even
remember I
been
had to transfer, then I had to transfer again. I could be
right. I
wrong.
had to transfer the game twice
Oh, there
because
you go.
yeah, I know it was on Xbox One and I know it was on Series X. Or not Series X, there's a Series X version. I never got it. But I want to say it was Xbox 360, Xbox One, and then Xbox One X. And those were the three different versions because one was the One X was like an enhanced version or something. Does that sound right to you guys?
Yeah, it was on the
It sounds
360.
familiar.
Yeah.
I mean, if I went in the back room and looked at my games, I could tell
September
you because I got them
17th,
on disc.
2013.
Yeah. So 2013. Yeah. I mean, so 2013, it's 2026. So that game is 13 years old. How much money do you think people have racked up on it? They just put out a brand new heist on that damn game.
Yeah, all the shark card microtransactions
Dude,
and shit.
I'm telling you.
And
Like
yeah, I believe it.
this is where I said this to David too, right? First thing, if we're going to play Grand Theft Auto Online, the first thing we're going to do is steal Rockstar's money because I'm not paying for a fucking shark card, but I sure as fuck will be duplicating the most expensive car in the game a bunch of times and then selling them once a day until I have millions and billions in the bank and then just buy whatever when it comes out right off their delivery store or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, they always have a money glitch.
Dude, well, yeah, there's always some kind of glitch. Dude, my favorite one of the money glitches, and I was so glad I was sparing with it because I know people that had like $20 billion on the game. They had this thing where if you fired the orbital cannon and then you know how you can go to the home screen and shut down the game? As you were firing the orbital cannon, because it cost you, I think it was like $1 million to fire it.
700 mil.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous amount of money to fire a shot on a player, but it was guaranteed to kill him basically. The moment you saw the impact on the ground, if you home screen the game and shut the game down, it refunded that money and gave you an extra $1 million as a refund because your shot missed. So people just sat there for hours, firing the cannon, quitting the game, loading it back up, firing the cannon, quitting the game. And like, I mean, when I say 10, 20 billion, and then one day everybody logged in and it was like $15 billion has been deducted from your account because, you know, you used this glitch. And same thing with the card dupes. Like the whole thing was people were taking the card dupe and would sell it off and they would get like 1.2 million, I want to say, back for the one car. Now it's the arena car. That was the last one I played, was the arena car was the duplication glitch. I probably still have like 20 of them in the garage somewhere. But they would get 1.2 million every time they traded in. And people were duping the cars out, filling up like 2 or 3 garages and then selling the cars and selling like drive it in, sell it off, drive it in, sell it off, drive it in, sell it off. Right. And that flags you. And they were getting their accounts banned. There is a time limit on those cars. You have to have what's known as clean plates on the cars too. And the way you do that, you had to download the Grand Theft Auto app and then you made a customized plate. You put that on the car, it overrides the one that's on the car. Because after a while, they started serializing the actual in-game fucking license plates. So if you grabbed a shit car and duplicated over it, it knew it was a shit car. And that it would send a flag up to Grand Theft Auto Online. And then after you did that 2 or 3 times, they would nail you. So you had to put customized plates on the cars. Like there's all kinds of shit that there's landmines that have to dance around because you don't want to get banned. I don't know. I'll be the crime boss. I'll figure it all out when we're ready to go, guys. That's all I'm saying. Oh. All right. I'm at 5:45 in the morning. It's fucking almost 6 a.m. here. I've been streaming for, I don't even know how the fuck long. How long have I been streaming? Since 9 o'clock.
8 hours, 45 minutes. Basically, since I started playing this shit.
Jesus. I put in a full day of work and done nothing. At least this is all ready to go for the next stream. So we're set for that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the reviews. Most of them are just mongrels.
Yeah, well, I'll look into
Complain
it.
about slow combat. That's what it is. It's literally slow combat. God fucking forbid that's how it's made. Yes,
Yeah.
you can't sprint. So fucking what? Bunch of dickheads.
Well, I'll be there tonight for sure.
All right, well, you go get some rest.
If I have to buy it to play it, I can.
Yeah,
No problem.
I don't think you're gonna have to buy it. I think only one of us needs it. Are you actually buying it, David?
Well, what's the point? You fucking got it.
Okay, well, there you go.
Unless you're bullshitting me, then I will buy it.
Am I
There's
bullshitting
no
you or
issue
am I
with it.
not? Do I just have to click the button? You tell me, David.
Well, that's just it. You tell me right now. Do you have it or do you not?
I didn't buy it yet. I was gonna buy it when I got off.
Well
stream.
then,
But
I will buy it.
But I will tell you this much. I'll tell you this for fucking free, as you like to say, David.
Go
My
on, tell
wife,
me.
when I said, yeah, David wants to do the toxicity map, blah, blah, blah. She goes, well, what is it? I go, DLC. She goes, well, just fucking buy it for him.
No, I will
and-
not be taking the handout.
So, no, this is where I started laughing because I'm like, yeah, I was like, David probably won't take the handout. I was like, that's part one of it.
Well,
Part two of it, I don't know how I would buy it for him because the UK and the US will not let you buy shit for each other.
Just go for one of the maps, buy me a UK gift card, send me the code. That's honestly the
I'm
only
not,
way.
saying,
But then
I'm not
again,
fucking going through all that bullshit. Have you met me? I'm lazy.
exactly. And that's what I was going to say. Even then, I could just say,
It's
oh, no,
easier
fuck
for me
you,
to just
Gam, I
buy
don't
it and
want
we
it.
all just plug and play.
Have a good one, Melissa.
Yeah, have a good night, Melissa. I'm crashing out too. I've been fucking tired for like 4 hours now. It's all Smurf's fault.
Yep.
All right, guys. Yeah, we'll call this a stream for tonight. It was an impromptu, just because I was fucking bored and had too much energy. So, but yeah, we'll be back tonight, right around 8 o'clock, right, guys? And it looks like it'll be David, Smurf, and myself, and we'll all be jamming on the expansion map to Planet Crafters. And then Sunday, I'll be streaming. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to talk about on Sunday. Probably a whole bunch of shit that nobody gives a fuck about, but that's most streams.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you guys all listening, liking, sharing, subbing, all that fucking... I don't even know why people say share. That shit pisses me off. Just tell your friends about it, I guess. I don't fucking know how this online shit works. I blame David for most of my problems. So,
Yeah. Go on.
he runs the complaint department. He likes the Sherry Moon video, too. So, just a heads up on that one. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. And I'll catch you guys later tonight, 8 p.m. Everybody, take her easy and don't take shit from anybody.